Now, David, if you think for 1 minute that this show is going to be some amazing revelation of hidden knowledge and unforeseen facts, boy, you got another thing coming. You ought to just listen to Daddy. Everything's been explained. Science has all the answers. There's nothing left that we need to discover. There's nothing new anywhere, son. So would you please just try to tamper this stuff down a little bit? Maybe be a little bit less enthusiastic on camera about the Edgar Cayce Hall of Records. Oh yeah, they found it in Egypt. You tried to tell me this stuff on the phone, boy, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're thinking, son. You're off in some la-la land, some fairy tale universe that has nothing to do with dear old Daddy, because where I live, there's one pyramid, there's another pyramid, there's another pyramid. That's it. We don't even care about what's inside. I've never been there. I don't care about the pyramids at all, boy. I'm worried about what's happening in my life, the bills I have to pay, and the crazy stuff that I see going on all around me that, frankly, makes me very, very nervous, son. And here you are just, oh my God, I burned a fingertip. Here you are just laughing about it like nothing's going on. Listen to me, son. Listen very carefully. Your daddy is wiser than you because he's older than you. He knows more than you do. He's sacrificed more. He's paid more. And he's lived more. This cigarette is not working out too well for me today, boy. Maybe I'll just hold it in my hand and point like this. Oh, Kenneth Bates just donated $100. Says, David, put in a good word for me. We always will. Now, you guys, I'm really excited. Now we just got to let the blast radius settle from a little burst of angry daddy. They're not real cigarettes. They're just these. Okay, it's a weird, funny cartoon prop called puff cigarettes. And when you blow on them, the smoke comes out. Anyway, it's been quite a ride. And we're getting near the end. This is the final stage of our journey together as the pre-awakened society, the society that hasn't actually figured out what's really going on yet on an absolutely mainstream level. Those days are coming to an end, and instead, we have fascinating new discoveries coming in that change everything we thought we knew about reality. Roger Zabarek just showed up. I've been waiting for this moment for over 45 years. Thank you for delivering this show. Thank you, Roger. He is probably our most consistent large donor on the show, so we're very grateful to have him here. And anyway, what we're going to be talking about today is fascinating new information about the Hall of Records, which is the Cayce legend of there being some type of record of Atlantean ruins underneath the pyramid. And it's somehow led off of the right paw of the Sphinx into a secret chamber. Now we think we know where it is. We're going to get into that. Laura Lajubas says, please say hello to my mother, Evelyn Lajubas. We watch every stream. Hello, Evelyn. We love you so much. Master Kenobi, Colin McGeeza would say, crazy with all them coils and tubes they found down under them pyramids, mate. Next will be a big hall of records. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, Master Kenobi. Thank you, Laura Lajubas. And thank you, Roger Zabarek. We're very grateful to be here today. I'm actually just so thrilled. Honestly, I have a kind of a nervous excitement because the show is so captivating. What has happened is so captivating. It has such a deep resonance in my soul. I'm not just a guy on camera doing this. I mean, there's plenty of other things I could have done that would make more money than just, not selling ads except for the baseline and doing it this way. I could be making products that would make me hundreds of thousands of dollars because I would charge you to see them. And this is absolutely one of the ones that back in the day, I would have been like, oh yeah, we're not going to give away all this Hall of Records stuff. That has to be a paid program because that's like my A-level material. That's some of my best stuff. You got the Edgar Cayce reincarnation story. You've got all these different elements coming together into the present in this extremely fascinating thing that happens with dazzling new study on tunnels underneath all three of the pyramids we now know. And this story is so big that it pushed everything to the side for me twice in a row now. So I could not imagine a plot twist like this in the story of what we're doing with the Alliance and how I'm trying to get information out through this method. For this kind of thing to happen, it's just so mind-blowing that it's completely reoriented my compass. Yeah, I looked at a lot of different scenarios of how disclosure was going to play out. We've talked about this. I've thought about the idea that full disclosure could happen. I've wondered, okay, how is it going to come about? Is there going to be a mass UFO sighting in the sky, for example? Is there going to be some type of UFO war where the negative tries to stage a fake alien invasion and attack? Okay, that's one possibility. Is there another possibility of some massive hallucination image that's not really there, but it's like a Blu-ray, blue beam kind of thing? Could that be what it is? Well, I never expected that we were going to get some type of massive disclosure that says that what's underneath the pyramids is much bigger and deeper than we thought, and that there's all these rooms inside the Great Pyramid as well that we didn't already know about. But that is the Edgar Cayce Hall of Records story. That's what's so fascinating about this. So the Law of One is the source text that I was using starting in 1996 when I found out about it. And it was channeled in 1981 by three people, Dr. Don Elkins, Carla Ruckert, and Jim McCarty. The purpose of the Law of One was for this allegedly sixth dimensional or sixth density entity that had grown up through third dimensional life on Venus when it was still habitable for humans like us. They then graduated 2.5 billion years ago out of that and became what they are now through suggestive steps of incarnations and upgraded evolution. They become multidimensional beings, and supposedly they're talking telepathically. So the thing that fascinated me so much about the Law of One is that so much of what it said was mirrored in everything that I'd already been studying for 3 years. I'd read about 500 books, everything I could find out of the library that was paranormal, you name it. And then I got into the internet in 1995, and this is after I left college. I was not online until I graduated in May, June 1995. But when I got online, there was a burgeoning UFO community out there, and even back then, the buzz on this Hall of Records thing was huge. But the Law of One covered many different things that I'd been researching. It talked about the face on Mars. It didn't actually mention the face, but it mentioned a civilization having lived on Mars. So that was very fascinating in and of itself, that the Law of One anticipated the main focus of my interest, which was Richard C. Hoagland, the face on Mars, the pyramids on Mars, and it looks like the planet was destroyed. It had a civilization, but it was destroyed. The Law of One explains, yes, there was a civilization on Mars. Yes, it got destroyed, and yes, they migrated to the Earth. Well, that would explain one of Richard C. Hoagland's main correlations, which was the actual Sphinx being a half-man, half-lion creature, and then the face on Mars is a half-man, half-lion face. And wait a minute, it gets better, because next to the face on Mars, this half-man, half-lion, is a city of pyramids. And then you have the Great Pyramid of Giza next to the Sphinx. And some of the proportions between the pyramids and the Sphinx in this Fibonacci spiral, they match what we see on the Giza Plateau. On the Cydonia Plateau on Mars. So the Cydonia monuments and the pyramids at Giza were always interconnected. Now, whoever built the Great Pyramid apparently was doing an homage to discoveries that they'd already made on Mars. You know, seeing a half-man, half-lion statue is pretty freaking cool. Seeing pyramids is pretty freaking cool. Let's do that here. We're so blown away by what we found on Mars, we want to make an homage to it on this planet. So that's kind of what appears to have happened. So the pyramid got totally distorted over time. The original builders of the pyramid apparently were very positive The name back then would have been Ra, R-A, and the name in the Bible would be Archangel Michael. And so Archangel Michael is apparently the same being as Ra. But again, the reason the Law of One was so fascinating to me at the time was that I'd read 500 books, and this explained all of my favorite discoveries that I thought I was making, like about the global grid. I'd been seeing crop formations. They seem to tell you to focus on sacred geometry. Okay, let's do that. Well, the global grid has all of the pyramids and monuments on it around the world. That was a Russian study. You take a dodecahedron and icosahedron, two basic geometries, you overlay them on the Earth's surface, with Giza, Egypt being the center, okay? You put the Pyramid of Giza in the center of the whole geometry. And then every single pyramid, over 3,300 monuments around the world, all were built on that grid, the Icasa-Dodeca grid. That was discovered in 1971 by Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov, three Russian scientists. And almost every single time I try to pronounce their names in front of an audience, the audience would start laughing, especially if I do it fast. Goncharov, Morozov, Makarov. They thought it was like some kind of funny thing I was saying. I'm always very careful now to say their names slowly and not try to just blow through that, because I typically get a laugh every time. Anyway, they were following up on the work of Ivan T. Sanderson, who started out looking at planes that disappeared in the sky or ships that vanished on the sea. And that sounds like the Bermuda Triangle, doesn't it? Well, yeah, that was one of them. And Charles Berlitz wrote a book called The Bermuda Triangle that was wildly, I think it sold tens of millions of copies. And Charles Berlitz was one of the premier conspiracy, UFO, ancient civilizations authors of the time. If there had been an Ancient Aliens back then, you darn well better believe Charles Berlitz would have been on it. I don't even know how many books he wrote. It was dozens and dozens and dozens of books. He was just cranking them out. So he did a book called The Bermuda Triangle that really touched this huge wave of interest into the public in the 1970s. I remember it even as a kid. Everybody was talking about the Bermuda Triangle for a long time. But if you actually read Berlitz's book and get past the sensationalism of quick copy media headlines, he's talking about Ivan T. Sanderson, who discovered that there were 12 of these areas that are portaling out ships around the Earth. And they can be ships on the sea or they can be planes in the air. There's only 12 locations. And they all correspond with the shape of the icosahedron, okay? So that when you get to the tips of this invisible geometry inside the Earth, there's some sort of invisible geometry that's causing portal effects to occur. It's causing ships to disappear. It's causing planes to disappear. It's making these things actually vanish from our reality. And it's a force field. It's a geometric force field that's not acknowledged in our physics, but has this very profound effect on aviation and anything in the sea. So originally he called them the 10 devil's graveyards around the world. Then he figures out, we can put in North Pole, South Pole, that makes it 12. All of these points are equidistant to the ones next to them, and they make this 20-sided geometry called the icosahedron, 20 equilateral triangles. It looks kind of like a disco ball or maybe an elaborate soccer ball. So every time there's a point on this geometry, we have things disappearing. So then, and I think some of this is in Charles Berlitz's book, Bermuda Triangle. I think he does talk about this, that the team of Russians went in and they flipped that geometry inside out. They got the dodecahedron, which again has pentagonal faces, 12 faces. They superimposed the two of them, and then they realized that every single place on Earth where any type of large stone monument occurs, it's on one of those lines for only two geometries. So that means somehow that there's an invisible geometry that's causing ships and planes to disappear, maybe just like Ed Leeds Scalnon's work. He was able to do Coral Castle in Florida, and he apparently could levitate massive stones through some invisible process. Well, this would be great if it turns out that this global grid of invisible lines is actually responsible for portaling things out, then maybe it could portal out the weight of stones. Maybe that's why all of the pyramids are built on the grid. Whatever system they were using to levitate the stones cannot exist without that grid line. If you don't have the global grid in position, if you don't actually have the line, perhaps this anti-gravity technology doesn't even work. Or perhaps you could levitate something, but it would require far more power from your spaceship than maybe it has an allocation for, depending on what your power source is. I'm just speculating here. But anyway, the Edgar Cayce reading spoke about Atlantis as a civilization that had wingless flying cylinders that were levitating the stones with technology to build these things. This was a very weird anti-gravity type of thing they were doing that involves crystals, and it involves exotic technology, and it involves the interface of an advanced spiritual consciousness where your own consciousness contributes to some of the levitating power, apparently. People were at a different stage of evolution back then than they are now. There was yeah, right. Got to keep my mouth dry here. There was essentially a broad extraterrestrial migration on Earth happening. That's the Zep Tepi, Egyptian first time, where you have these beings showing up who have a hawk head, or they have a dog head, right? Or some of them are like Set. There's a reptilian kind of thing. And there's different skin colors. Like in Hinduism, you have people with blue skin that are different than people with normal colored skin that we would have here on Earth. Whatever race you might be, there's no blue race on Earth. But they show up in history. Hence my participation in Ancient Aliens on History Channel. I had an undying passion for this kind of stuff. And it all really started with that. Reading the book, The Bermuda Triangle, was really big in my early development, I have to say. Because I'm like, oh, Charles Berlitz, you know what? This is a guy that's written so many books, and he just kind of chunks them out. How can they all be that good? You know, he's just talking about this, he's talking about that. He's got the Peruvian Andes over here. Okay, that's kind of cool. He's got another one about Lemuria or something. He's done books on Bigfoot. He's done books on UFOs. It's like everything. So, but then I read Bermuda Triangle, and it's like, oh my God. There's a global grid that's made out of energy that portals planes out. The airplanes are disappearing when they fly on these things, these invisible lines. You can test where they are from various methods, including the shape of the continents and the volcanic ridges themselves. The Earth itself is shaped around this geometry. That's another really weird thing, that the volcanoes are in the shape of the geometry exactly. And I talk about that in my Michael Prophecies course. But yeah, it's true. We have that whole thing for sale. I get really into that. The global grid, this fascinating connection of the mountain ranges being made by it. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge goes right along the Icasa Dodeca grid. Everything does. The Himalayas, all the biggest mountain ranges on the crust and in the ocean are all upwellings from this weird geometry. So when you're in a seismically active area, you're getting more of that energy. So a lot of these contactee cases happened in California. There's Los Angeles is where, remember, we talked about last week that there was that Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ in 1908, Levi Dowling. Where was he living? Oh, that's right, he was living in Los Angeles in 1908. Hardly anybody was out there yet. So there is something to be said about living on a grid line. However, you're going to have to deal with earthquakes. So California is this enormous fountain of energy. It's wonderful. And they talk about it in the Seth books too, the Jane Roberts books, where she channeled a being called Seth, that my mom was really into nature of personal reality when I grew up. That was my inspiration, really, to get into all this kind of channeling stuff, because my mom was really, really into Seth. And then Seth says that if you live in California, you're going to get a lot more spiritual energy because of the seismic fault line. Something about the seismic activity actually energizes consciousness. So I've taken these things to be true and real, that there is such a thing as spiritual contact, that it is possible to make contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. And I read Bermuda Triangle, and it's like, my God, somebody knew about these geometric patterns that make the continents and make the mountain ranges, and apparently these mountain ranges, you always see, earthquake lights, orbs, these glowing orbs of light that show up again around fault lines. That's the common mythology around these orbs, is that they show up around these fault lines. And well, think about it. So the orbs are bubbles of energy coming off of this weird hidden geometry. So when your plane is flying through the air, if one of these bubbles is rising up and you happen to fly into it, then you might portal out of our reality and into another reality. So it doesn't always work. It depends on these bubbles. And sometimes you can see them and sometimes you can't. But one of the things we were going to talk about in the movie Levitation, which hopefully we can still get that movie made, but this was a very important point in the film. Go look at the stories of falling fish and falling frogs out of the sky. How the hell do you get these fish all the way up in the air so you can drop them back down? Well, David, you were just talking about these bubbles of anti-gravity. Yeah, exactly. If you're in a seismically active area, if you're on one of the grid lines in particular, these flossy-looking little bubbles can come up out of the ground. You can see them better if you have psychic vision because they're outside of the visible light spectrum for the most part. Every now and then they'll be wispy and faint and visible, and people say, oh my God, I saw a ball of light, I saw a ball of lightning, I saw an orb. A lot of times they're invisible though, or you could only see them on infrared, which maybe in another level of evolution we can see in infrared, okay? So the bubbles are rising out of the ground, and as they do this, let's say that they do a gravitational capture of the water that's inside the bubble when they're in a pond. And let's say there's a certain number of fish or a certain number of frogs in that water. Then the bubble rises out of the pond. Let's go to the bubble rises out of the pond, and then it starts to float through the air, and then eventually it breaks, and all the frogs or all the fish fall down. There you go, man. We've now got a cool, convincing system that explains fish falling, it explains frogs falling, and it explains what happens in the Bermuda Triangle. Why did a massive ship, over and over again, massive ships full of people disappear? They had one in Japan called the Devil's Triangle. People started disappearing in that. It was during an active time. They sent more planes out. They sent their own fighter jets out from Japan to explore the Devil's Triangle, and then the fighter jets disappeared. So these bubbles are coming up, and if you hit into one of them, man, you're out of here. So maybe the people who were building the pyramids could somehow harness these bubbles and get them to wrap around this stone that they needed to move. You see, that's where I'm going with this. That might be why you have to do this on the global grid. You're trying to capture the bubble, you're trying to get it around the stone, and then you want to lift the stone where you need to go. Well, maybe the global grid is much better. So the Edgar Cayce readings and the Law of One had profound connections, and during my time after college, when I was looking at all this different type of material, I, again, read 500 books, and they were all paranormal books. And it was very, very common for a small number of Edgar Cayce prophecies, here we go, to be mentioned in these books as sort of like the most cosmic thing that the authors were going to end with. In other words, Eric von Daniken wrote Chariots of the Gods in the early 70s, and that along with Charles Berlitz's Bermuda Triangle, these were massive, massive mega bestsellers. So they sold so much that the people who were reading this wanted more and more and more and more. And so there were hundreds of other books that came out to try to cash in on this. And they'd talk about Stonehenge, or they'd talk about the pyramids, or Bermuda Triangle, or Chewbacca, Sasquatch, all different kinds of things. I read everything. It was amazingly common to find one of the same few Edgar Cayce prophecies, like 5748-6, about the Hall of Records, about Egypt, in these books. It was so common. And so it's very fascinating now that there's been this change. But anyway, the Edgar Cayce readings in the Law of One had dazzling parallels on many, many different levels. Anybody who says they don't is not paying enough attention to the written works I've already done, including Source Field Investigations, which is right behind me here. We got into that a little bit in that book. The Law of One did say that they built the pyramid, but now the pyramid is often associated with evil. And this is because the pyramid, although it started out as a benevolent construction, it was captured by the negative elite on Earth and turned into something bad. So here is that quote from the Law of One where they talk about this. It is our honor/duty to attempt to remove the distortions that the use of this pyramid shape has caused in the thinking of your peoples and in the activities of some of your entities. We do not deny that such shapes are efficacious, nor do we withhold the general gist of this efficacy. However, we wish to offer our understanding, limited though it is, that contrary to our naive beliefs many thousands of years ago, the optimal shape for initiation does not exist. Okay. So what is this really about? They explain it a lot more in other places in the books, and we're not going to get into all of it, but the pyramids ended up being used for sacrificial ceremonies. Human sacrifice in the king's chamber apparently was done. And apparently these people who did this were able to get demonic manifestations to occur. However, it's a side effect and not the main point. The main point of the pyramid, according to the Law of One, was as a temple of healing and as a temple of ascension, that you're actually going to transform your physical body. So the pyramid has been a beloved part of my lecture workflow the whole time. I keep coming back to Egypt and the pyramids, and all of this stuff is very interesting to me. And we're going to talk about some of the things that I love the most today. So this is a really, really great show for me. I'm super excited. At the same time, we've heard that there are multiple updates on these files. I already read them to you last time we were here, which was on Wednesday. So we're not going to talk about all that in specifics again. But the point is that once these files drop, it could very well lead to other events that could happen very soon afterwards. And those events, apparently, according to what Michael has been saying in Michael Prophecies, which is my own version of the Cayce Readings of the Law of One, these events are going to create a mass awakening, which back in 2022, when I started unsealing this, it said this will trigger the first wave of ascension, which apparently means that human beings are going to be liberated from this cognitive prison that we're in. We're going to become far more psychic. It's like being taken out of a cosmic jail, because finally we're going to be trusted enough by the higher forces to be allowed to have access to this level of power. We were spiritually immature. None of us were really in adulthood in Law of One terms. So that changes once we go through this first wave, and apparently it's going to become highly differential from person to person as to what's going to happen. Is it possible that there's a biblical scenario involved in this where two are in the field and then there will be one, two are walking down the street and then there will be one, whatever? Maybe. But the Michael prophecies seems to be indicating, along with other prophetic sources I've discussed, like the Islamic Quran, the Islamic Bible, it's a day of clarification. It's a day where time changes the way that it seems to flow. It's a day where you get this spontaneous psychedelic activation, and everybody has that, and now you're entangled, and now you're going to be hearing other people's thoughts whether you want to or not. You're going to be anticipating things before they happen. You're going to feel the future. The future's going to have a tickle on it that you just kind of feel something coming, and you start thinking about it, and you're like, Wouldn't it be weird if and then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. That's your entry level genius ESP ability that everybody is now going to have as a built-in baseline functioning. The genius level ESP is yours. You're going to hear people's thoughts. You're going to wonder what their name is, and you're going to get the name. It's the kind of things that saints and avataric beings have done. Those are going to be your abilities. But depending upon how much you have adhered to the universal Christ principles of love, goodwill, forgiveness, patience, long-suffering, the farther that you've gone down on the spiritual path, the more of an instantaneous reward you get as this is all coming into view for us. It is still like really crazy dry here, you guys, by the way. We did get some snow, so as the snow starts to melt, maybe it'll help a little bit. But and my humidifier didn't work last night. That's the other crazy thing. I had a little yellow light on it that's not supposed to be on. It meant that the water wasn't dripping down through, so you got to like shake it when you put it on. So I didn't get enough dryness in my bedroom last night because of the humidifier, so that's why I keep picking at my eyelids. Sorry about that. Not supposed to have any ticks, but live is not forgiving that way. So the Michael prophecies was given to me through this process of remote viewing that Art Bell was talking about when I started listening to him in 1995. He had various guests on who were talking about this, and the protocols were released in Dr. Courtney Brown's book, Cosmic Voyage. Appendix 2 explains you don't want to analyze information from your mind. You don't want to have any emotional reaction to it. You go light as a feather, stiff as a board. You're in a deep state of meditation. You don't have to go to the bathroom. You're not hungry. You're not about to pass out. You're conscious enough that you can stay awake, but you let yourself get into a very deep state of meditation. And then they have you start describing your insights on these two random numbers that they give you, which sometimes you don't even get to hear the numbers. And those are called coordinates. So remote viewing was 99% accurate, and now these stories are starting to come out that, oh, well, the CIA says they found the Ark of the Covenant, and now these records are declassified. CIA remote viewing found the Ark of the Covenant. And that's just like a normal headline these days now. So, well, son, I don't know what the hell you were thinking. I see, okay, Bonnie Demlong, she says, thank you for all your hard work. Oh, wow, you guys, we're already got 4,000 people. At 32 minutes in, I'm very, very excited about being here today with you. Truth is stranger than fiction. So when we're talking about this global grid thing, it's very, very interesting to me because it ties together all of these different pieces of the puzzle. And now, the first wave of ascension being in 2025, this is what Michael prophecies are saying. In other words, I was back into doing my own remote viewing in 1995, and I started to learn about it. And then by November 1996, I took it seriously, but I did it for words instead of for visual images, which is what remote viewing is about. So I got phenomenal results. Beginning on November 10th, 1996, the source identified itself eventually as Archangel Michael and as the source of the Law of One, that Archangel Michael and Ra were the same being. And it's just a different name because of time travel, and they want to preserve our free will so that we don't figure out, oh, Archangel Michael is the Ra from Egypt. That's something that we have to discover on our own, in our own time and space. And so I did just do a show about this last Wednesday because now there's this incredible information coming out at us about the pyramid, and it seems to be correlated with this the concept of the first wave ascension, directly correlated with the Edgar Cayce and other sources talking about the Hall of Records. We've now found, again, just so that you're up to speed and I don't leave you out of anything, we found staggering huge tunnels beneath the Egyptian pyramids at Giza. And so it says researchers claim to have discovered vast city underneath Egypt's pyramids, giant vertical cylinder-shaped structures, and this is a very amazing discovery. And what we're seeing right here, based on all the research, is apparently the full size of the structure. An accurate height reference right here. Bada bing, bada boom. So as you look at something like this, realize that these tubes are huge. Just the amount of work it would take to carve them out for 10 or 20 feet down would be an extraordinary amount of work for nothing. I mean, why in the hell would you go to the trouble of building all this? And obviously, you quickly start to think about it. You realize, you know what, dude? There's no way this could be done by any known civilization. So we talked last time about how I'd had this strange obelisk from a thrift store in Calabasas. And I never really knew why I gravitated to this. It seems like, you know what, this is really kind of a, it's not what the pyramid looks like at all. There's no four little round cylinders inside the pyramid or an obelisk or anything. Why did they do this? I don't know. Well, you know what? It was at the thrift store, and it was very inexpensive because it was on sale. It's like an estate sale thrift store. What the hell? I'm going to buy this thing anyway. So I've had this sitting upstairs right next to a lamp that also looks like the pyramid with the shafts coming down. Now it appears that since each pyramid has two cubes in it, two cubes at the bottom that you can see right here in this illustration, if you look way down at the bottom, it looks like it has little cubical feet. Well, there's actually two cubes in this, and each of the pyramidions, if you will, there's these four balls in here, which each pyramid actually has two sets of four shafts coming down. There's two cubes going down into the ground, as you can see right here. So this was a guy, as I said last time, he got trolled. But after he got trolled, he fixed it based on an accurate visualization of the depth of the pyramid in the ground. And then you can see right here that sure enough, his illustration and the illustration that we had from whatever, I don't know who did this, but this is the one that was floating around. They're basically the same. So this is incredibly fascinating. It's a very creative and unexpected way for disclosure to have happened to us. And it validates all of Edgar Cayce's wildest disclosures. So I was reading all these books in college, and everybody liked to come back to the Hall of Records, and that's their comfort zone, and that's where they bring in the divine transcendent aspect, and they talk about that he says there's going to be a fifth root race, that the Ascension was a very common theme in this boom of Charles Berlitz, Bermuda Triangle, Eric von Daniken type of books that came out in the 70s and early 80s. And I read as many of them as I could. I read about 500. So many books talked about the Hall of Records. It got to the point where it's like, I already know, I've already mapped out the entire story. And I'm just reading each book, and it's like, oh, here he goes. How many of the quotes is he going to do? And is he going to have the one where he says that his name was Segund and that he was the keeper of the portals? And I remembered that on Wednesday morning as I was getting ready to do this last show for you. Oh, that's right. There was a Cayce reading that said there's beings from visiting from outer spheres. And there was this guy named Segund who was the keeper of the portals. So, I mean, this was like my whole college life was reading these type of books that always talked about the Sphinx and the pyramids and the Hall of Records. And I mean, I had to have read 60, 70, 80 different books that said this. So I do consider myself to be an expert on this because I would basically grade each book on how much or how little of it they took. And you know, because the other thing is, you run into this crazy problem in publishing, which is unique to writing a book and publishing a book, which is that you cannot use more than 500 words of somebody's writing before you get socked with a fair use copyright violation. So this actually lent itself to people wanting to take just enough Cayce reading material that they were under the 500-word limit. And sometimes they'd even paraphrase to get through a reading, you know. But they're under the 500-word limit, and I've played the same game in my books as well. But if you try to keep the Cayce readings on the thing down to 500 pages, 500 words, you're going to fail. There's far more going on than you can fit into 500. Now, this Hall of Records stuff, as I said last time as well, adds a very personal element for me because of this crazy, I mean, it's like I'm cursed with this. I have to keep doing this stuff, even if I'm not always excited, you know? Here's Edgar Cayce that looks exactly like me, hunched over, the bad posture, everything, you know? And here's the faces side by side, as I've showed you so many times before. Even among stories about reincarnation, this is astounding. And yet, at the same time, it's like, well, I'm not just a science experiment. I'm not just this guy who's got this facial similarity. Greg Theroux, thank you very much. And Trada1111, thank you very much. She says, I hear evil Balal reptiles live in the underground pyramid chambers where they mind control our governments from. It needs to be carefully cleared out. If there was anything like that down there, the fifth root race activation that the Cayce reading talks about, you would be able to blast those demons away, no problem. So I wouldn't even worry about anybody coming up against demons when they go in there. The Cayce readings make it pretty clear that you're not getting in there until you have these ascended abilities. So anybody who thinks they've already been in there, no, not this, not this. So I have this facial similarity, and I'm walking around like a science experiment. My face gives it away. And so that was part of why when I was taking time off from the camera, I let my hair get really long, because that wasn't the brand look. This is more of the normal, I mean, I guess it's curly, that's different, but this is much closer to what I look like on television, on these shows that everybody's seeing all the time. So, you know, being the Cayce reincarnation, you get all kinds of very strange things that happen to you, and people come up with very strange stories. And, you know, it's cool, and I'm always cool with people. I try to take everything in stride. You have to do that. You cannot leave the house if you're having a bad day. But again, in addition to this facial similarity, which is a hallmark of reincarnation cases, according to Dr. Ian Stevenson, we also have an astounding similarity in the astrology, as we said before. We got, as you look it up close, and you look, if you know how to read charts, you got the sun over the sun. That's those yellow dot, the yellow rings with the dot in the middle. You got Venus over Venus. That's the green one right below it. You got Mars right next to Mars. That's the red one. I mean, it goes on and on. There's so many similarities in the charts. And most of the alignments that you're seeing right here are even closer than 1 out of 12. So this is a very interesting thing. It's again, you know, how do you explain this? This is the first time in 157 years after Cayce's death, the only time in that 157-year period. He died in 45, I was born in 73. So for 157 years after he dies, this is the only time you could be possibly born where you get the astrology to line up that well. And only recently, as I said before, Johnny Barnett sent this in, that even Cayce's death chart has, if you look at it up closely here, some very astounding aspect relationships. He does a whole analysis of it. So that's me on the right when I was mostly staying out of the sun. And the way that it was taken with a black and white camera, my hair looks very dark. This is Cayce on the left, wearing a derby hat. But right there, I mean, you look at the shape of the nose. His nose is a little bit different, but the shape of the lips is crazy. The shape of the cheek, the shape of the chin, the little dimple we have on our chin, the shape of the brow, the way the eyes look. I mean, it's really, really freaking creepy. And he's the guy who, if you don't already know, supposedly was the builder of the Great Pyramid. He's the one who in his past life as Ra-Ptah supposedly built the pyramid. And now we're finding out that there's these huge tunnels under the pyramid. So how could he not have known about this? Well, yeah, so the Law of One explains that the pyramid was built in between humans and in conjunction with them. And them being this group, Archangel Michael or Ra. So when we go back to the Cayce thing, why is Cayce so exciting? Because he was doing these medical readings, diagnosing people's problems with no front loading, just like remote viewing. All you had to do is give him your name, and then he'd give you this unusual treatment. He'd know what was wrong with you. And best of all, apart from how many times that was proven right, there was probably 8 or 9 cases at least where Cayce levitated off the table and said, I am Archangel Michael. The voice was supernaturally loud. And so this is part of why it freaked me out when my own source says, I am Archangel Michael. It's like, well, you know, that's the wildest part of the whole Cayce story. His body is lifting off the table. As he speaks, it's resonating off of the walls. It's booming through the room. And as soon as I started talking about this, Hollywood began using it. And one example is Dune Prophecy, and I've seen some others now as well. So, you know, this is a very, very high strangeness. It's in the levitating saint category. Cayce becomes almost like a levitating saint. I've never levitated that I'm aware of in this life, but I did tell you that I had a very amazing Archangel Michael event right when I started to write these books. When I started to unseal all these readings I'd done in the late 1990s in 2022, and I realized they were happening, you know, talking about the present, it was all time loops. It's telling us that there's going to be ascension in 2025, that this first wave of ascension is going to happen. And I was so inspired by these words as I started to unseal them, because I'd felt in some ways that I was not free. I'd felt like I was a prisoner or something. So when the words had really started to sink in and I realized this was true, I went out on my land and I reached a sacred place where I like to stop and do stretches. And the wind was blowing at this insane speed. It was just hurling around me. It was absolutely god-awful wind. And I started to talk in an action movie hero voice. And I said some things, but it culminated in saying, by decree of Archangel Michael, I am free now. That's what I said. And right as that happened, all the wind stopped. And it was crazy. It was like maybe a 30-foot wide bubble in every direction, 30 feet in each direction. The wind just stopped. And then I felt this very strong sense that I might be able to levitate. That's the closest I've come that I'm aware of to it actually happening. So the Cayce thing with his body levitating and this huge booming voice coming in was certainly wild, and I didn't talk about it for a long time. In fact, until I realized that the source that was speaking through me from 96 to 2000 was Archangel Michael, then I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to start talking about this as well. So my own contact was developed with the protocols of remote viewing. We dictated 7 books of Michael prophecies between 96 and 2000, and the 8th book is what we've been reading through on the air every week since September. Again, the source said, Archangel Michael said that we would have a non-catastrophic ascension, no big horrific earth changes. And beginning in 1997, he actually mentioned 25 by the year name in readings going back to 97. And it was dreams as well. So 35 different ancient traditions that Graham Hancock spoke about in Fingerprints of the Gods predicted that we would have a solar flash or ascension. Basically, every ancient spiritual tradition on Earth seems to have been contacted by some type of human-looking extraterrestrial transdimensional beings who do use craft to travel, but they don't live in the same dimension that we do. And these beings apparently contacted all of the startup cultures in our world and gave them the same basic encoded information as Graham Hancock, Santiana von der Shen described. So it's all very interesting stuff, because everything that we're here for on Earth is really a school pointing us towards this culmination of the human essence into an ascended light body being. That you're now becoming a light being. And the Cayce readings predicted this second coming of Christ. And it's apparently not just one entity. It's many, many of us will be able to achieve this activation. And this means that you become as Christ, that you become like a light being, and you have these stupendous abilities. So the pyramids now take on a much greater meaning in light of the new discoveries. This is the 3 pyramids, and then the one in the back there is called Menkaure, and you can see that there's some other stuff going on the ground behind Menkaure. Those are 3 tiny little pyramids. So we're not too concerned about those. We are concerned about the one in the front. You see how it's hollowed in, and that down the side, down the middle of each of the 2 faces that are facing us, there's a straight line. Yes, they do have that feature. And then in the middle, at the bottom of the one on the right, and this is the pyramid in the front, there's a big hole smashed in there. That's how they got inside. So they don't want to do any more damage to the pyramid now. They're like, no, we're done. This was a hypothetical drawing of what it might have looked like inside with the 3 chambers, and we had a donation from Trada1111. Thank you very much. So this is, again, what you see if you're on the ground. I came at it this way in Egypt. I didn't get a cloud like that. That's pretty cool, huh? But it's not uncommon if you go out there that you might come on it this way, see it from this angle, before you actually go into the Giza Pyramid. And the Sphinx, again, is right next door. It's right nearby. You can see that as well. Although when I was there, they didn't even let you go in there. They had the whole thing roped off. Plus, there's this concept of a golden capstone. And so the golden capstone does apparently refer to the ascension of humanity. The pyramid itself, in the original Law of One terms, was a monument to the coming Christ and was supposed to be ushering in the ascension for humanity. It's actually a prophecy. Apart from anybody channeling anything, if you start to look at the pyramid objectively, it has fascinating, time-bending, impossible stuff going on. First of all, it takes 2.3 million blocks of stone to build the Great Pyramid. Each of them would have to weigh between 2.5 to 70 tons. And there is no crane today that can lift such huge masses of stone. The Japanese tried to build a Great Pyramid replica at 1/5 of the scale. They completely failed. It just fell apart. So nobody's actually been able to do this. The total mass of the pyramid in weight is about 6.3 million tons. And if you were going to do it over a course of 20 years, as some estimates that we read last time say, you'd have to lay 1 stone every 2.5 minutes. And oh, well, okay, maybe if there was a lot of people working, but that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every 2.5 minutes, you've got another one in position for 20 years, and you're going to see that these stones are perfectly mortared together in a way that humans could never accomplish. It's probably some type of 3D printing, actually. So, yeah, good luck doing one every 2.2 minutes for 20 years. No corner of the pyramid's base is more than a 1/2 inch higher or lower than the others. That is significantly beyond the finest architectural standards of today. And so again, what does it say? It says that the degree of leveling of the floor that the pyramid was built on, the granite floor, is so perfect. The 4 sides are way more level than any building that would ever be built today. It's ridiculously precise. It's impossibly precise, honestly. Another one, the Great Pyramid is at the exact balance point of the Earth's overall mass distribution. Remember, the Great Pyramid is at the center of the grid. So the north-south longitude lines and the east-west latitude lines cross over more land on Earth where they cross at the pyramid than in any other place on Earth. So it's like a balance point. The probability that the pyramid was built there by accident when this location exists is 1 out of 3 billion. So there's only a 1 out of 3 billion chance that this could have been done this way. It's unbelievable. When you look at all of these different things, the pyramid being on the balance point of the Earth's grid is because it was meant to harness this energy. So the tubes underneath the pyramid now are energetic conduits. The sides of the pyramid align with rotational north to 0.06% perfection, or 3 arc minutes. That's another one that's just so freaking crazy. Nobody ever does that in a building. Nobody ever aligns it so perfectly to north. I mean, you want to align it to the street that you're on, and you hope that your street has some type of rhyme or reason to it. But no, this is 0.06% aligned with rotational north. Again, it's as if it's a machine. It's as if it's built to do something, and it's harnessing energy very geometrically positioned on Earth. Here's another really strange one, you guys. You calculate the average height of land around the world above sea level, where you use Miami, Florida as your low, and you use the Himalayas as your high, or Himalayas, and then you average out the lowest and the highest points on Earth. The total comes out to 5,449 inches. That is the average height of all material on Earth. And that actually is the exact same height as the Great Pyramid. Whoa. So is that a coincidence? No, not at all. Vacapalo. David, how about Coral Castle, Florida? Yeah, we did talk about that earlier. It's definitely something where Leedskalnin figured out a way that these stones could be levitated, and it's very likely that he was doing it on the grid. In fact, in the book Anti-Gravity in the World Grid by David Hatcher Childress, there was a whole section in there about Leedskalnin and the fact that he moved Coral Castle as the grid was moving, and so whatever grid line power he was using to levitate Coral Castle's blocks, he had to move the whole park because the better anti-gravity had now drifted across land. That's a very interesting thing. Okay, so next on the list, which a lot of you probably don't know unless you've already been watching me, the Great Pyramid was originally covered with a gleaming white mirror-polished surface of limestone. And so this is a visualization of what it might have looked like. It's just, again, extreme. I don't even think you'd have strips at the bottom. I think the whole thing was just pure white based on everything that we've seen. So that part of the artistic description might be a little off. But again, this is from a video game, I guess. And they have that visualization of the casing stones on the pyramid. Well, Colonel Howard Vise found some of them left over at the bottom and had to revise his own skeptical theories. Those are the casing stones. So the whole frickin' pyramid was covered with these until there was an earthquake in something like 1000 AD or thereabouts, and the stones fell off, and then they were just a big pile of junk, and they got hauled off to Cairo to build Muslim mosques. So many mosques are built with white, beautiful limestone that had originally come off of the pyramids, and they just hauled them out as building material. So now there's hardly any casing stones left except for right at the bottom. But again, the amazing thing about this is that it would have looked totally extraterrestrial. Not anything that humans could have done. It wasn't until the casing stones fell off that it looked more like maybe somebody could have lifted these blocks, but then, the Japanese tried, they can't do it. We don't have cranes that can lift 70-ton blocks. There really doesn't seem to be any way this could have happened. How could they lay so many stones so fast every 2.2 minutes or whatever it was for 20 years? And then they've got this precision. So it's a total of 115,000 blocks of stone, okay? The average is that they're 8.3 feet or 100 inches thick. That's the average stone using the pyramid. Many of them weighed 16 tons. Good luck having a bunch of people haul that around. And the mirror-polished white limestone was so bright that the pyramid was named Takut, which means the light. Because if you looked at it during the day and the sun's reflection caught the light, oh my God, you were going to get blinded. So you had to be very careful to walk around it during the day at all, because each side looked like a mirror. And if you get a big mirror shot of the sun in your eyes, it's bad. So they actually named it after that and called it the light. The stones, this is where, okay, every 2.2 minutes for 20 years, right. They were fitted so perfectly together that you cannot even wedge your fingernail in the crack. They are at 1/50th of an inch. This is a better resolution, as Richard Hoagland would always say, than the tiles on the space shuttle. And there is a mortar in the cracks that is actually stronger then the surrounding limestone. This again suggests 3D printing. Some of these mortared areas are 5 by 7 in the vertical, 5 feet by 7 feet, vertical, mortared, less than 1/50th of an inch, almost the width of a human hair. It's basically like that, okay? And they're perfect for 5 by 7 feet in the vertical. And they have a mortar in there, and if you break the stone with a sledgehammer, the mortar will still stay after the stone breaks. So this really does look like some sort of laser-controlled type of fusion of stone together. Very, very tight machine precision building. Again, with each corner of the pyramid so perfectly leveled, it's so perfectly aligned with rotational north. And then all these white stones on the outside that have manufacturing techniques that we couldn't do. Right there, you got to surrender and say, look, it's artificial. The pyramid is artificial. It was not built by any technology that we've ever seen or known about. Then, here's another really strange thing, okay? They're built with a special inch. They use a pyramid inch that is slightly different than the English inch. It's 1.00106 inches, or 2.54 centimeters. And what happens is that the passages of the pyramid are all, even the outside, the height, the diagonals, all these things are built in a pyramid inch system. And it's when you use pyramid inches that you start finding out about this pyramid timeline. So you take the pole-to-pole height of the Earth, and if you chop it up into exactly 500 million pieces, that's 1 pyramid inch per piece. So 500 million pyramid inches exactly in the width of the Earth. Now that's another really weird thing. That would imply that the civilization that built the pyramid needed to know the exact polar diameter of the Earth down to a single inch. And so these pyramid inches are exactly 500 million units of the diameter of the Earth. That is just unfreaking believable that it's that precise, but it is. And then if you look at the perimeter of the pyramid in inches, you get the length of the year for the Earth, plus the diagonals give you the precession of the equinoxes. There's all these things. I don't want to get into a bunch of detail, but again, it's 25,826.4 pyramid inches if you go from C, the big C on the left, up to the top, and then down to the big A on the right. Wow, and I got 4,600 people already in the first hour. Thank you for being here. That measurement right there, when you go from C to A across the top, happens to be 25,826.4 pyramid inches, which is no unfamiliar number. That's the grand secret of all 35 ancient cultures, the 25,920-year Earth cycle. The Earth, they think, is wobbling on its own axis. We now know that it's something different than that, but the 25,000-year cycle is an ascension generator. At the end of the cycle, supposedly you get catastrophe and ascension at the same time. We didn't even know that you could get the ascension without the catastrophe until the Michael prophecies. So like Atlantis falls 12,500 years ago. That's exactly half of the 25,000-year cycle. So this cycle does correlate with catastrophes. There was a catastrophe 25,000 years ago. There was a catastrophe about 50,000 years ago. And there was a catastrophe 75,000 years ago, which was the Lake Toba supervolcano eruption. Depending on who you read, the number of humans estimated to survive from that supervolcano 75,000 years ago was only like 10,000 on Earth. So that's, it's a wonder that we're not all inbred. But again, we have extraterrestrials apparently bringing us their DNA from different planets, and we really are a hybrid race. So we're here to learn lessons, we're here to suffer, and at the end of 25,000 years, there's an opportunity for ascension. Well, the pyramid has this timeline built into it, as we've said before, and it's built in Egyptian inches. And this is from Le Mesurier's book, The Great Pyramid Decoded. So these are just visualizations of the different pyramids that have been found. There it is again with the crack in it from space. And the main point of all this is the king's chamber. It is apparently a resonating chamber, and so says Cayce, so says Law of One, and a lot of ancient scholarship, that you would lie down in the sarcophagus, and here it is with Napoleon, okay? Napoleon apparently spent a night in the king's chamber, but you don't get the ascension unless you can face against your own demons. And so he was attacked by demons in his dreams. He ran out screaming, never wanted to do it again. And this is actually something that he hand drew. He hand drew the whole thing. So this is all Napoleon. He has an interesting artistic sense, doesn't he? Julia in Georgia, thank you very much. Why was the last catastrophe aligned with a 1/2 cycle, she said? Well, because the actual thing that's causing that 25,000-year cycle, as I've said before, is that we're orbiting another star. And it's that orbit around the other star that is causing the planet to appear to be rotating on its axis, which really just means that the position of the stars are drifting. So our absolute position in galactic space is changing as we orbit this other star. And so when we get closest to the other star, and there's one of them called periapsis and there's one of them called apoapsis, I forget which is which. But when you're closest to the star, there's an energetic conduit that occurs, and when you're farthest away, there's another geometric alignment that causes another energetic current. So farthest and closest are the ones that give you the biggest bang. So Atlantis happened on the farthest one. Now we're at the closest point, apparently, again. Again, getting back to Napoleon, this is what he drew when he spent a night in the pyramid, and he had this horrifying demonic contact. This is from Manly Palmer Hall's book, and it's got the wrong shape for the sarcophagus, but otherwise it is a symbol of the idea of priests and healers getting you into your Ka. That's the bird-like being that's risen above his sarcophagus. You apparently have an astral experience, an out-of-body experience, and if you go through it successfully, then you get to have ascension. So the pyramid was intended to be a machine that actually allows these trained healers, as you see here, to work on your ascension. And that is a very fascinating thing because, as we said in the last show, we have the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, channeled by Levi Dowling in 1908, that claims that Jesus actually ascended in the pyramid. And that's a very, very intriguing idea, that he completed his ascension in the pyramid, that this technology was built in advance to allow him to complete that mission on Earth. I mean, maybe it could have happened in other ways too, but perhaps not when he was only 33 years old. Normally, he might have needed to age more. The pyramid supercharged it for him. The question is, can he survive this or not? And he did, and thus became the original Christian Messiah. So the law of one's contention is that the pyramid was originally built for benevolent reasons and then was taken over by the negative. So how do we see the Christian connection to the pyramid exactly? Well, first of all, and again, you might have heard me say this before, these are the greatest hits. At this exact latitude on Earth, with all those gleaming white mirror-polished stones that'll blind you if you look at them, that blinding yellow light is actually going to create a sculpture on the ground. And so at the top, what you see is the crucified man. You see the crucified Jesus. Okay, so the arms are up like this, the head is down like this. This is what you've got in the first shot right there at the top. Okay? And then the second shot, so that's December 2nd or 3rd, then that's the reflection on the desert surface. Then February 27th, 28th, you still have the crucified man shape. But then by the time you get to the summer solstice, you've actually got the full-blown Christian crucifix. And the summer solstice is a very important time, the most important time for the pyramid each year. So, is that just some kind of coincidence? Is that just something that David made up to sell books? No, I've read about this in Great Pyramid Decoded. I bought the rights to use their photographs. It's extremely fascinating because aside from my own work, nobody ever hears about the pyramid being Christian in any way. Plus, there's a slope angle to the inner passageways that I'll show you in a minute. And this slope angle takes you directly through Bethlehem. If you just draw it from flat east to west, up from the pyramid, you can see there it's 26.3 degrees. So 26.3 is the magic number. You go due north from the pyramid at 26.3 degrees offset. Look at that, man. You go directly through Bethlehem. You're immediately south of Jerusalem. You cross the river Jericho and you cross into Jordan, which is where the Exodus apparently occurred. So it has all of these very, very fascinating connections built in. And then there's also another one, which is that the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid begins on the 153rd course. What's that all about? Well, you measure the number of stone tiers up from the bottom, and at number 153, that's where the King's Chamber begins. And so 153 is in the Bible as the 153 fishes in Jesus' net. So this particular author, Peter Lemzurier, said that he believed that this was not a coincidence, that this is actually supposed to be this way. Like, wow, that's crazy. Yet again, we have Mesoamerican pyramids that are very similar to the Great Pyramid. Law of One says they were working together, angels working with both groups that were working together in the higher realms. Yakatecutli looks very much like Jesus. It's a bearded man carrying a cross. He's the Aztec pre-conquest Lord of the Vanguard. Larry Schmidt, thank you very much for the donation. So then, this is the Christ story, and we get into another very, very strange thing, right? Which is that the story of Jesus is the hero's journey that Joseph Campbell found in every mythology around the world. It's a galactic template. Jesus became the embodiment of the galactic mind. So he goes through his life, his humble upbringings, his amazing teachings, that there's this big villain, that the villain actually kills him. He appears to be dead for 5 pages of screenplay, which every Hollywood story, your hero's quest is supposed to be dead for 5 pages. Then he resurrects on the cross. Oh, isn't that weird? They got the same thing in Mesoamerica, crucified man. So maybe there's something more to this. Maybe these beings were Christian all along, and they kept trying to teach us the same stuff, and this one didn't stick as much in Mesoamerica as the Christ version did here. But again, Jesus achieves ascension after dying on the cross. They roll away the stone, and he shows up, and he says, look at my hands. This will prove to you that it's me. It's actually me. But he looked apparently different. His body had completely changed. So that's the hero's journey. And Jesus is the hero that the pyramid was built for. The King's Chamber of Ascension's on the 153rd course. You got the 26.3 degree angle. You've got the crucifix on the desert surface. You've got the exact equivalence between the Ark of the Covenant that they now say they found in Ethiopia, the CIA documents, exact equivalent in size between the Ark of the Covenant and that King's Chamber granite sarcophagus. Well, the Ark of the Covenant is a Christian symbol of the Old Testament. There again, connecting Christianity and Judaism to the pyramid in a way that we would have never expected. It's very, very bizarre. This is very, very bizarre. Like, what the heck is going on here? How come this one didn't catch on as much as Jesus did? Well, Jesus got it right in Jerusalem, and the pyramid knew that. So the passageways reveal a stylized image of the hero. If you've ever seen this before, this is fascinating. You've got the King's Chamber. First of all, it's like a stick man. So the main vertical line that everything's being, granite plug descending passage, that vertical line is like the stick man. So the pit would be his feet, and you can see his feet sticking out. Then the grotto is actually his reproductive system. And you can see that's appropriately shaped, although he hasn't been very well endowed, unfortunately for this guy. But they didn't need it to be bigger than that. It's not it's what you do with it, man. The, the queen's chamber is the heart. The king's chamber is the head. And then the chambers of construction, as they're called in this diagram, above the king's chamber, would be the crown. So this is the ascended being. And the crown represents your body of light, your crown of light. So the king's chamber is the head. And again, this is the hero's journey. That this is the Christing of humanity. All of the planet is going to go through this. So to get the timeline again, you got to start the year, and you have to have a fixed astronomical alignment, which they used the alignment of the pole star with the Pleiades. So the Pleiades are directly overhead as the pole star shines down to the bottom of the descending passage. So what you're seeing here again are the three. Oh, we had some big donations come in. Kenneth Bates donated $100. Thank you very much. He says, David, thank you for your hard work and perseverance. I can't imagine how much hate you have endured. Well, it's a little bit easier when you understand that it's only one guy that's doing it, and his friends, his minions. Roger Zabarik, thank you for connecting all the threads together. You are truly remarkable. Thank you, Roger. Yeah, I'm really, really excited about doing this show, and we're now at 5,000 people almost at an hour and 16 minutes in. That's phenomenal. So thank you for the great turnout. I mean, yeah, I'm so pumped. I'm so blown away. And this was stuff that I wanted to get into on Wednesday, but it's like, man, I just can't do it all. I can't do the white limestone. I can't do the timeline. We're just going to have to space it out into 2 shows. That way, you know what I know, and you're getting to see what I see. So again, there's only 3 passages. There's the ascending passage, the descending passage, and the Queen's Chamber passage. There's only 3 chambers that we ever recognize, plus the grotto. It's basically like his meat and 2 veg, mate. Something like that in the middle there. Okay, but yeah, so you got the King's Chamber. That's all they're supposed to be inside. The pole star shines down through the descending passage. You see that there on the right. There's a line coming off of that star. And then you notice the line. It's white. It goes into the pyramid at the bottom. And it goes down that black passageway. Those are passages that have been defined in the pyramid into that underground room. Right at the bottom, you can see the pole star from the bottom of the pyramid looking up through that shaft as the Pleiades are directly overhead. That particular moment in time was fixated by what are called the scored lines, and everybody in the pyramid books ended up agreeing on this. You can see right there that in the big white area below the shaft, it says scored lines, and then in parentheses it says 2141 BC. So, you also look to where it says entrance. Now we know that if you bore below that hole of the entrance, there is a vertical shaft that goes straight down, and that gets you right into this massive set of undiscovered passageways inside the pyramid that this scientific team discovered. If you want to get in there, I think the best way to do it is going to be you crash down through the entrance, you go straight down, and then you're going to have to rappel or take a ladder or something. It's going to be scary as hell, claustrophobic, but then you get right down into these lower chambers, of which it looks like there's 11 bedrooms down there that are much bigger than the King's Chamber. They could hold a very nice amount of space. They might have flush toilets. They might have internal water features. They might have a bedroom. Beautiful accommodations. It appears, as I said in the last show, human ETs were living in there. So again, this is how you enter the pyramid. You go down the descending passage, and these things called scored lines are actually etchings in the wall that you can find, and they very precisely say, use this date in your history when the Pleiades align with the pole star, 2141 BC, start counting right here from these lines forward at 1 inch equals 1 year. And so when you do that, you get all kinds of really great stuff. Part of it is based on an Egyptian numerology where each number is given a numerical meaning. And so, like for example, the one right up at the top is 286.1 inches. It says gain or loss of enlightenment. That's the height of the ascending passage once it turns into the Grand Gallery. But then if you look at the symbolism, it says number 1 equals unity or the one. Number 2 is production, generation, productive. Number 3 is perfect, utter, and complete. Pi is eternity, the eternal, the divine, the spiritual. The number 4 means physical, terrestrial. The number 5 is initiation, an initiate or messianic leader, or the great initiate. Then you have 6, which is preparation or incompleteness, imperfection / evil. 7 is eternal spiritual perfection. 8 is rebirth. 9 is 3 times 3. Utter perfection. 10 is referencing a cycle of time, like the 25,000-year cycle, for example. So it can mean eternity, it can mean a millennium or a messianic age. 11 means physical reality, realization, and achievement. 12 is human beings, all humanity. 19, you then jump up to 19, that number means death. 25 is a fantastic number. It means the messianic ideal human, the great initiate, or the one who is to come. And this again refers to all of us as we start ascending. 99 represents culmination. 100 is ultimate reward or retribution. 153, there it is. Remember the King's Chambers on the 153rd course. Enlightened or enlightenment. 1,000 equals 10, and it goes on from there. So then they do some math equations to point out how these different philosophical concepts in number actually collide with each other. It's fascinating if you want to pause and read that. I'll just read you one of them where it says 4 times 5 equals 2 times 10. The terrestrial great initiate, i.e. the rebirth of the one who is to come, produces the new millennium. So it's just really interesting stuff, and it gets very, very heavy and very, very deep. But the idea is that you're looking at the basic structure of the passageways. Somebody wrote something that looks interesting. John Patrio says, besides the 153 fishes synchronicity in John 21:11, where Yehoshua instructs Peter and he gets a miraculous catch after nothing all night, 153 equals 17 times 3 times 3, the letter Q, and utter perfection, perfect perfection. That is so funny that 17 is in there. I hadn't even thought of that. That's great. Thank you. So again, this is all they're supposed to be, you guys. Now there's a lot of words on here, but basically you're just looking at, again, you got the King's Chamber up top in black, you got the Queen's Chamber, they got passageway tunnels leading into them. That line that you see in the middle is the granite. That's where the bedrock starts, okay? So everything above that is brick. Everything below that is solid bedrock. The well shaft is actually drilling through the bedrock, and then you can see, again, the descending passage and the subterranean chamber. So here you also get to see where the gable is over the entrance passage, and you get to see the scored lines. So then you begin counting 1 inch equals 1 year. You can't go directly through the ascending passage because it's blocked by these 3 granite plugs, as you see right here, and the hidden lintel hid that from us. Then you'll notice it says AD 33. That's the exact year that Jesus reached the Ascension, and that's when the height goes to 286.1 inches. That's the first great initiate, and he's coming back, so he's going to be the second great initiate too. And the main part of the message is that because of those granite plugs, we have to go through the descending passage. We cannot go up the ascending passage. We have to go through hell on earth together and then escape by crawling up through that well shaft. So the well shaft is also really fascinating. I want you to look at that closely. And we now know something we didn't know before. So if you look at where it says grotto, that's again the generative organs of the hero. If you look at him sideways as a stick figure. But then what you have is there's the descending passage at the bottom. You can see that, and then there's a hole you can break through the wall, okay? This is what the Egyptian priests were probably doing. There was a false tile on the wall. You can pull it out, and you can access this little shaft, and you can climb up through that thing. If you see how it goes away from the descending passage, it goes up at a certain diagonal angle, and then the angle changes, we now know that if you keep going straight up at the same angle and you blast through the ceiling, that you can get into these 2 chambers that are underneath the Queen's Chamber. The Queen's Chamber has a weird hidden passageway that leads off to 2 new rooms that we didn't know about, which is very likely the Edgar Cayce Hall of Records. So all you have to do is go up that well shaft, and it's I'm trying to figure out how to move my hand, but it's going, let's see, like that. There we go. So it comes up like this, and then the new shaft goes straight up like this and not on a different angle. So again, that's where it is. It's the second diagonal line up from the bottom. If you follow that straight, it goes into a whole new passageway that we didn't know about. So then the descending passage leads to the pit of hell, and they call it an unfinished chamber because the floor is all wavy and made of like loose rock, like they never finished building it. So again, this is out of the timeline of 1 inch equals 1 year, off the scored lines, beginning at 2141 BC. You got 1440 AD, which is the Renaissance and the Reformation, Martin Luther demanding that we get to read the Bible. AD 1521 is the first printing press. 1848 is the first telegraph. 1914 is World War I. 2004, you got to knock 3 years off of that one. Then you get 2001, and thus you've got your Twin Towers, and it even looks like that in what they call the Chamber of Ordeal. Those even look like the Twin Towers in some ways. So this is all pretty interesting stuff. The rest of the years, 2133, we don't care about those. But anyway, when you zoom in on it, this is what we see. There's features at 1911, which ties in with, the beginning of World War I. 1945, of course, is the end of World War II. Again, it says 2004 AD, but they explain you got to knock 3 years off of that. We'll get to that in a minute. And then the one at the bottom, that's the very middle of the pit. The middle of the pit would be hitting at 2032, but the timeline also goes through the ascending passage, and we'll talk about that in another show. So you got to read all 3 passages, not just the descending, but I'm doing that one for now. So again, the book gives us proof that 2032 and 2004 have to knock 3 years off. So then that becomes 2001, the year of that event, and 2029, which is only, again, very near in the future from where we are now. It's only 4 years away. So yeah, right in the middle, it's 2032 or 2029. And what can we do with this stuff? Well, again, this is the grotto. You see where the well shaft comes in. The book says directly on that page that you can subtract 3 years off of the dates. So just so you can see that I'm not making this up, we're going to zoom in on it right there. And here it is. Moreover, there are indications the datings for the whole chamber may be adjustable to the extent of some 3 years. Consequently, the minimum tolerance, let's see if I can go back to that, of any datings arrived at will be of the order of plus or minus 3 years, but plus or minus 5 would not be surprising. So again, it's really focused on the 3. So you got to adjust it by up to 3 years. And then it says right down here, it should be borne in mind, however, that the chamber seems to have what we have described as an adjustable join with the passage leading into it. Consequently, a tolerance of at least 3 years should be applied to all the dates given. Well, boom, now you got 2001, which, yeah, that was as big of an event as World War I, World War II, Renaissance, Reformation, Martin Luther, you name it. It had its own impact. That's very, very interesting, because the world is supposed to hit rock bottom in the timeline, which I'll show you. It's supposed to hit 2004, but now that means that we hit it beginning in 9/11. So here is the deciphering that he gives with the pyramid code of this passageway. He says, in around 2004, the bottom will fall out of the world. Both world civilization and its technologies will quickly collapse to rock bottom by 2010. And if you knock off 3 years, that's the 2008 financial collapse we've never really recovered from. It really began in 2007, okay? So you got 2001, which now we know is World Trade Center, et cetera, et cetera. Everything collapses as a result of that to the year 2007, which is when you get this big economic collapse. Yes, that becomes a 2008 economic collapse. And it will remain at that level for at least 15 years. So remember 2010, because you got a 3-year slider on there, so that's what he thought it was. So 2010 minus 3 is 2007. Again, the economic collapse. What about the 15 years? You add 15 to 2010, lather, rinse, and repeat. Boom, it's like magic. All of a sudden now you've got the prophetic year, 2025. The pyramid has been telling us this is the year that you're going to discover these amazing new passageways. This is you're not in the pit of hell anymore. This is when the first wave of ascension actually begins. So it's hidden into the message of the pyramid. It's so amazing because this triangulates the Hall of Records and the discovery of it that we've just had with the first wave of ascension. So what is the first wave of ascension going to be like? Well, the Egyptians have this Hermetic text, supposedly very ancient, called Asclepius's Lament. Graham Hancock was way into this. And so this is the prophecy of ascension, folks. So wait for it. This was from G.R.S. Mead's Thrice Greatest Hermes, 1906. It is impossible to base upon it any certain conclusions as to the date of the original or its precise worth that you could even try to define in the history of religion. That, however, our Latin translation is an ancient one, is provided by St. Augustine's verbal quotations from it. So he already thought it was ancient at that time. So this book's been around for a very long time. It was thus in existence around 400 AD at least. Tradition, however, has assigned to it a much greater ancient antiquity. And so Graham Hancock combined 2 modern translations, one from Copenhagen, one from Scott, and we're going to read from that out of Fingerprints of the Gods. There will come a time when it will have been in vain that Egyptians have honored the Godhead with heartfelt piety and service. The gods will return from earth to heaven. That's what Michael says is going to happen. Oh yeah, in the year 2025, which is when we discover the Hall of Records in the pyramid and under the plateau, just like the Cayce Readings said, they predicted you're going to get the Hall of Records. There's a timeline in there. 1 inch equals 1 year. 500 million inches is the polar diameter of the Earth. It's a very cosmic number, this primitive inch. It starts at the scored lines. You follow that down into the descending passageway. You get 2001. You get 2007, the beginning of the collapse, and you get 2025. And so this Hermetic passage seems to be talking about the ascension that we're going to go through. In 2025, as we're now being told, the gods will return. Well, originally they go away, but then they eventually come back. That's the point. Right now, they're just leaving. The gods return from the earth back up to heaven. O Egypt, Egypt, of your religion nothing remains but an empty tale. And remember, it all got converted to an evil religion according to the law of one. The original religion was very positive. Only the stones, that's the pyramid, only the stones will tell of thy piety. What is piety? Piety means being spiritual and religious. And again, the stones show you the coming Christ. They show you the crucifix. They show you the slope angle that goes through Bethlehem, right where he was born. They cross the river Jericho. They go into Jordan, right near Jerusalem. Whoa, the pyramid's king's chambers at the 153rd course. It's really, really interesting, you guys. Only the stones will tell of your piety. And in that day, men will be weary of life, and they will cease to think the universe worthy of reverent wonder and worship. And so religion, the greatest of all blessings to humanity, will be threatened with destruction. People will think it is a burden, and they will come to scorn all forms of religion. Hey, doesn't that sound very promising for the present? You bet. That's where everybody is, or not everybody, but nasty movements against religion. So as for the soul and the belief that it is immortal by nature or may hope to attain immortality, as I have taught you, all this they will mock, and even persuade themselves that the soul is false. The gods depart from humanity, a grievous thing. Only evil angels will remain, who mingle among men. Demons, right? And drive the poor wretches into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds, and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Sounds like the DS, doesn't it?
Yep, that's the prophecy of the DS, you guys. Then will the earth tremble, and the sea will bear no ships. Heaven will not support the stars in their orbits. All the voices of the gods are forced into silence. The fruits of the earth will rot. Ooh, I mean, this is all the stuff we've been going through. Except that we're not going to get the earth actually trembling, per se. There's going to be bad earthquakes, but not the end of the world. The soil will then turn barren, and the very air will sicken with sullen stagnation. All things will be disordered and awry. All good will disappear. That might be a bit exaggerated. It's harder to find it. And this is called Asclepius' lament, right? Lament means you're sad. But when all this has befallen, Asclepius, then God, the creator of all things, will call back to the right path those who have gone astray. That's the Ascension, calling people back. He will cleanse the world of evil, washing it away with floods, burning it out with the fiercest fire. And again, we just had this massive fire in LA, and expelling it with war and pestilence. This is very important. This is a karmic burn that we're going through, cleansing the world of evil, calling us back to the right path. And thus, God, in whatever form you choose to identify, will bring back the world to its former aspect so that the cosmos will once more be deemed worthy of worship and wondering reverence. Such is the new birth of the cosmos. Woo! That's Ascension. The whole solar system changes. The new birth of the cosmos is a making again of all things good. And think about the Zoroastrianism. Phrasokereti means making wonderful. It is a making wonderful, a making again of all things good. It is a holy and awe-inspiring restoration of all nature, and it is wrought inside the process of time. And I could write a whole book on that, which I did, the process of time being the cycles. We talked about that a few weeks ago. It is wrought inside the process of time. So in other words, cycles design this to happen at the end of the cycle. We go through this ascension by the eternal will of the Creator. So I really love that passage. And the pyramid is giving us a timeline for ascension. So again, you saw on that list of things where, okay, number 1 equals this, number 2 equals this, 3.14 is pi, that means divine perfection, blah, blah, blah. The very first one at the top that I had you read was 286.1 inches. Because as the ascending passage kicks in, it gets suddenly a lot taller in there, and that symbolizes this massive spiritual breakthrough. So when we get these new pyramid features that are so much bigger than what we thought, in pyramid timeline symbology, this symbolizes the world having a breakthrough and realizing that we are not alone, in my belief. That's what I think we're seeing. These tunnels have actually turned the pyramid also into something like an obelisk, which I find, again, remarkably fascinating. We now know, and I'm not going to go through it all like I did last time, just a little touch on this, but there's cubical sacred geometry at the bottom. So these big giant rooms are 80 frickin' meters tall. They're almost as big as the pyramid itself. And maybe they're landing UFOs in there, and maybe they're walking up those coils. The yellow coils that you see could be like a stairwell inside these massive tubes. Who the hell would build a septic system for the pyramid that was this big? Granted, some people are saying geothermal, and that's very possible. You're 2,000 feet down below the surface. You got these two big cubicle rooms down there. You could be developing heat in these rooms, and then the heat is going to go up through ventilation up the shafts, and it will warm up the pyramid on the inside. And one of the weird things about the pyramid is that it's very comfortable in there, and it's always temperature controlled. It's a little bit cool, but once you adjust to it, it always stays the same temperature. And again, we now know that these tunnels are under all three of the pyramids. These are maybe where they're landing their spaceships. They apparently can fly the Vimana through the rock. Vacapalo says, Rumi 822, creation groans in the pains of childbirth. I love it. We got 5,000 people watching. That's an amazing turnout. Thank you for being here. My schedule has been totally discombobulated. We had to do 2 weeks, not on Sunday, but this is the biggest audience we've had since that started, so I'm glad you all are here. The bottom line is, folks, these are mega structures far beyond our current technology. If the pyramid wasn't weird enough, now it's much weirder. The Hall of Records was a passageway that begins under the Sphinx's right paw. They don't exactly explain where it goes, and I'll show you that. But it's said in the Cayce Readings, this is the final step of our planetary ascension. And again, you remember I read all these books, and they always quoted from the same stuff. I'm not going to do all the ones I did last time, but I'm going to do some of them. So this is 5748.6. Many of these authors I read quoted from this. That Arart and Ararart, which ended up being the good guys in Egypt, although they didn't start out that way, they began to build upon those mounds that were discovered through research. This again implies that they were already ancient ruins before the pyramid was built. That's very interesting. With the storehouse or the record house, where the records are still to be uncovered, i.e. Hall of Records. So it's a record house. Well, the pyramid is looked at as a house. So that's the first clue that the Hall of Records is the pyramid. There is a chamber or passage from the right forepaw of the Sphinx. This is like Indiana Jones. I mean, it's freaking great. So many of these books I read, 50, 60 books, quoted this. To the entrance of the record chamber or the record tomb. Well, the tomb is another really big giveaway because the pyramid is built to look like a tomb. There's an open sarcophagus. The record chamber or the record tomb, the record house. So it's not a room under the right paw of the Sphinx. People always confuse this. They've even drawn images of it online. Oh, look at this big room under the Sphinx. No. There is a passageway under the right paw, and we need this archaeological group to confirm this for us, but there's a passageway under the right paw that leads you to the Hall of Records, which is a record house or record tomb. Whoa. So the Great Pyramid, if it's got new chambers in it, which it does, boom, there's your Hall of Records. This proves it right here out of 5748.6. And most likely those chambers in the Great Pyramid have not been left empty. There's some great holographic stuff waiting for us. They were filming in 3D holographic video, most likely. This is some of the Cayce Readings implied that, actually. So this is why I tell you we're not going to get in there earlier, and don't worry about any reptilians hanging out in there. This may not be entered without an understanding. For those who were left as the guards, we don't know what that is. I'm just going to be clear. What were the guards? But whatever they are, they may not be passed until after a period of regeneration in the mount. And again, we're all going through that King's Chamber sarcophagus effect that made Napoleon go crazy, and or the fifth root race begins. So humanity is regenerated and the fifth root race begins. That is Ascension, the first wave of Ascension. Again, 2025 is right in the pyramid timeline I just showed you. We have all been through regeneration because we are the ones in the mount. The mount represents the earth. The pyramid is the earth. It's a symbol of the earth. We've been through trauma. We've been through the pit of hell on earth. It flagged the year 2001. It flagged the year 2007. It nails the 2008 economic collapse. And then it says that world collapses to rock bottom at that point and stays there for 15 years, which brings us right to 2025. The fifth root race begins. That's what the Michael prophecies are saying, dude. And so isn't it weird that Michael says that, yes, your fifth root race will begin in 2025, and you can't enter into the pyramid until 2025 when the fifth root race begins. And we just found out for the first time that these chambers are there, and these huge underground tunnels and these giant cubes beneath the surface. So this is totally amazing. And that's why it wasn't going to be good enough to get 5 hours done on a Wednesday. I didn't even go into the political stuff. I just covered the technical details. We're not going to do all the science again because some people love it and some people just want to get to the meat. I would be glad to know that the science is there, but then my real focus is on the philosophical discussion. So we're going to have to regenerate and begin the fifth root race, and we cannot enter it. The guards will not allow us to go in, whoever they are, and they're probably angelic. There are angelic beings that will not allow anyone to get inside until you have regenerated and begun the fifth root race. So given detail, this is another one that was in every frickin' book I read in the late 90s. Every book I read had this quote. Give in detail what the sealed room contains. A record of Atlantis from the beginning of those periods when the spirit took form and began to encase. So apparently spiritual beings took on human form that they didn't need to, but they did. That's basically like what Michael is doing when they project into human form. The developments of people throughout their sojourn with the record of the first destruction, that was 50,000 years ago, the changes that took place in the land. So all of the stories of Atlantis, which we now know, again, from government, military, Area 51 insiders, multiple insiders have all confirmed that we, some of us on Earth, are the descendants of people from the asteroid belt before it exploded, when it was a watery Earth-like planet of massive size. This goes all the way back to the earliest Richard Hoagland stuff in 1993 when I was reading his book, Tom Van Flandern and the Exploded Planet Hypothesis. The idea that there was a planet there, that Mars was its captured moon that also was like the Earth. It also had oceans. It was also habitable. So imagine that. You got a big planet, you got a little planet, and they both orbit each other, and they both have perhaps different civilizations on them. And maybe those two civilizations go to war. You have an entire planetary history on this one planet over here, an entire planetary history on this other planet over here. They've never come in contact with each other. Maybe they get along, maybe they have a war. That could have been what it was. So Mars was the small watery moon that gets destroyed and blown away, and then the big planet completely turns into the asteroid belt. So the Hall of Records, ostensibly, if it is the beginnings of Atlantis, Atlantis is a settlement of people who were orphaned off of that planet. And the planet might be called Tiamat, it might be called Maldek, and it's also called Lucifer, the fallen angel. So very interesting, deep research you can do on all that stuff. So a record of Atlantis from the beginning, that could mean that they migrated from this other planet. The Sphinx and the pyramids look the same as the face on Mars, pyramids on Mars, very similar stuff. With the final destruction of Atlantis 12,500 years ago and the building of the Pyramid of Initiation, ooh, that sounds like the Great Pyramid. With who, again, and then it says the opening of the records. Right after they mention a pyramid, they say opening the records. So that again suggests the Hall of Records is in the pyramid. With who, what, where would come the opening of the records that are as copies from the sunken Atlantis. For with the change, it must rise. What is it? The temple. Again, the pyramid is the temple of humanity. The opening of the records, the Pyramid of Initiation, they just mentioned in the first line. With the change, it must rise, the temple again. And so that is a prophecy of when the pyramid will rise, because now it's got all this stuff underneath it. It's got all these tunnels underneath it. In the year 2025 that Michael already warned us about, all the way back with Saint Germain in the 1700s. He said Jesus will return in 2025. That's when you get this cosmic ascension and the galactic family reunion. The Roswell entity in 1947 was saying we're all going to come back in 2025. Other people that worked at Groom Lake, Area 51, Dreamland said 2025. I can't tell you anything before then. There was the Luis Elizondo stuff where apparently people in the Biden administration were thinking something was going to happen in 2027. It was only 2 years off of 2025. What was the something that was going to happen? Mass ET contact, mass galactic family reunion again. So again, the Pyramid of Initiation, the opening of the records, the temple must rise again. I believe the Hall of Records is in the pyramid. So many people missed this, but it's pretty obvious once you look at it. This in position lies as the sun rises from the waters. The line of the shadow or light falls between the paws of the Sphinx that was later set as the sentinel or the guard, and which may not be entered from the connecting chambers. From the Sphinx's paw, the right paw. And again, the connecting chambers, the Sphinx is right next to the pyramid, so you could take a chamber underground, go into the pyramid. It totally makes sense. The line of light is probably talking about the global grid. I think most of these authors missed that. This will not happen until the time has been fulfilled when there are changes active in the sphere of the human experience, meaning we get upgraded to the next level of humanity. That time has to be fulfilled. Only then do we get to go in the Hall of Records. And then it says, between then the Sphinx and the river. And it's 1:53 right now, local time. So again, the line of light may be the grid, and again, this sounds like the pyramid to me. Now they're telling us they found an entire city under the Giza Plateau, perfectly fitting with the passage coming down from the Sphinx's paw. What is the significance of the empty sarcophagus? That there will be no more death. Don't misunderstand or interpret this, but the interpretation of death will be made plain. Well, yeah, that's Ascension. You get this awesome light body. You're not subject to normal death anymore. You have abilities that are much greater. And again, in Michael prophecies, he's saying that based on how spiritually you've lived your life, the principles of Jesus, how loving are you, how genuinely noble and kind and fair in your personality are you, patience, long-suffering, lack of ego, humility. I mean, where do you find people like this? Well, the people who are the most like that are the ones who are going to get springboarded the most into their ascension activation, apparently when this thing happens in the year 2025. No more death. Once you ascend, you're in a whole different game. So then they asked him, have the most important temples and pyramids been discovered? And they say, not all of the pyramids have been opened. That's exactly what we're now finding, new passageways. Their associations, their connections are being replaced or attempting to be rebuilt. Many of the second and third civilization may never be discovered, for these would destroy the present civilization in Mexico in order to uncover them. Then they said, in which pyramid or temple are the records mentioned in the readings given in April 1932? As given, the temple, because they want to know, okay, where do we find these records? You guys said it's off the right paw. I want more, okay? And then it says, the temple was destroyed at the time there was the last destruction of Atlantis, but the time is drawing near when changes, that's Ascension, that's what they're saying, changes are to come about, changes in what it means to be human. As we go through this Ascension, as we go through the first wave, you may then open those 3 different places. Whoa, 3 different places? What? Yeah, it's Egypt, it's Mesoamerica, and it's Bimini. 3 different places where the records are won to those who are initiates in the knowledge of the one God. The temple by Iltar, we don't know what the hell that is, will then rise again. I guess this is the one that's in the Bermuda Triangle. Also, there will be the opening of the temple or the Hall of Records in Egypt. Again, the pyramid is a temple, so there's another clue. The Hall of Records is in the pyramid. And those records that were put into the heart of the Atlantean land. Again, from this planet that got destroyed and crash landed in Atlantis, here on Earth. They didn't start there. They had an exploded planet. Those records that were put into the heart of the Atlantean land may also be found there. They have been kept for those who are of that group. The records are one. It's so incredibly exciting. Reading number 440-5 says, the records of the manners of construction of the Atlantean power source they called the Firestones, what they got all their energy from. And that's one of the things that's in the Hall of Records, apparently, is how do you build these power cells? They're in 3 places on Earth as it stands today. The sunken portions of Atlantis or Poseidia near Bimini, which is literally off the coast of Florida. So apparently that area used to be above sea level, and that's where one of the Halls of Records is. The temple records in Egypt, which again, temple implies pyramid. And then the records that were carried to the Yucatan in America, which may also be inside a pyramid, in this case, the massive Kukulkan pyramid. And one of the big clues, you guys, is that the Kukulkan pyramid has the same exact perimeter at the floor, the same exact base perimeter as the Great Pyramid. They're almost identical. So maybe we need this team to go look inside the Kukulkan Pyramid, as I said, as well. This is 5748-5. In the information as respecting the pyramids, their purpose and your experience, in the period where there was the rebuilding of the priest Rata, i.e. Cayce's past life, during the return from 9 years in exile, some 10,500 before the coming of Christ into the land, there was first that attempt to restore and add, and they say attempt, to restore and add to that which was begun on what is called the Sphinx. And again, its head looks like it was carved down out of a larger head that might have been a lion. We don't know what it was originally. The treasure or the storehouse facing the same, that's the Hall of Records, between this and the Nile, in which those records were kept by Arart and Ararart in the period. Then with Hermes and Ra, those who assumed or took up the work of Ararart, and again, there's your Ra group, that's what the Law of One says it's been written by, shows up in the Cayce Readings. Ra began building that now called Giza. Oh, and Cayce also said Hermes was the past life of Jesus. And I just read you from his text, the Hermetic texts. That's from Hermes, okay? That's who wrote Asclepius' Lament. There began the building of that now called Giza, the Great Pyramid, within which, inside, there you go again, those prophecies that had been in the Temple Record and Temple Beautiful were built. In the building of this that was to be the Hall of the Initiates, or that sometimes referred to as the White Brotherhood, again, it's just gleaming white beings. It's very out of context now, but please give him credit, he was unconscious. This then receives all the records from the beginnings of that given by the priest Ararart and Ra to that period when, there's going to be a change in the earth's position and the return of the great initiate to that and other lands for the folding up of those prophecies that are depicted there. This sounds very messianic, very exciting, except we don't really want the earth to change its position, but again, we now know this is going to happen non-catastrophically. All the changes that came in the religious thought in the world are shown inside the Great Pyramid, in the variations of the passageway from the bottom to the top, or to the open tube in the top, and I was just showing you this. These are signified by both the layer and the color, in what direction the turns are made. This is the purpose for the record. Again, they call it a record chamber. The meaning to be interpreted by those who have come and do come as teachers in various periods in the experience of this present position in the activity of the spheres of the earth. And again, that might mean we're moving into new energetic spheres that activate ascension, as I believe. We could geek out on that one, but we're not going to. In this same pyramid did the great initiate, the master, Jesus, take those last of his brotherhood degrees with John, the forerunner of him at that place. And then in 2067 it says, John first went to Egypt, Jesus joined him, both became initiates in the pyramid or the temple. So yes, the Cayce Readings confirm what the Aquarian Gospel said, which is that Jesus ascended in the pyramid, and it's in two different passages right here on the screen, 5748-5 and 2667-11. So again, the pyramid is now far more significant to Christians, far more significant because it was stolen by the negative. They want to make it into an evil symbol. Oh my God, the all-seeing eye. Oh my God, it's the symbol of their group. It's the symbol of their organization. No, it didn't start out that way. It was used by Jesus to ascend. It was built as a prophecy for our own ascension, knowing that we were going to pass through these spheres of energy that would be activating this new fifth root race, the new humanity ascending from the energy that we're getting. The Law of One said the pyramid was not built, but it was thought into existence, and this now is looking much better with what we're seeing from these discoveries. The larger pyramids were built by our ability using the forces of one. The stones are alive. It has not so been understood by your people. The purposes of the pyramids were two. Firstly, to have a properly oriented place of initiation for those who wish to become purified. They don't say Jesus, but everything else does, and they do validate Cayce as being accurate. So a properly oriented place of initiation for those who want to be purified and initiated for the Law of One. 2, we then wish to carefully guide initiates in developing a healing of the people they wanted to help and healing the planet itself. Pyramid after pyramid, charged by the crystal and the initiate, were designed, so that means they did it all over the world, and remember, they're all on the grid, to balance this incoming energy of the one creation with many and multiple distortions of your planet. In this effort, we were able to continue work that brothers within the Confederation had effected by building other crystal-bearing structures and thus completing a ring, if you will, of pyramids around the Earth's surface, and this was again after Atlantis to keep the Earth stable on its axis, to balance the incoming energy of the one creation in a ring around the Earth's surface. 56.3, we are assuming you wish to know the principle of shapes, angles, and intersections of the Great Pyramid. In reality, the pyramid shape does no work. It does not work. It is an arrangement to centralize and diffract spiraling upward light energy. And I've been telling you guys how awesome this is because literally, what better way to centralize spiraling energy than to build spiraling tubes that are 2,000 feet long underneath each of these pyramids? So again, the theoretical implication was right in the Law of One, that's why you would build these tubes, is to centralize and diffract spiraling upward light energy. The spiraling nature of light is such that your magnetic fields are affected by it. Certain shapes give you an echo chamber to intensify this spiraling prana. Other shapes, which are arched, groined, vaulted, conical, or like teepees, so think about churches, cathedrals, etc., and if you have cathedral ceilings in your house, that's why I always tried to get that. These shapes are going to intensify that spiraling light. So it literally, there is something that we're not seeing that's rising up out of the ground in the opposite direction of gravity, because gravity goes two ways. It's energy flowing in to make the Earth and then energy flowing back out. And I still got 5,100 people listening, so I haven't lost you guys yet. Pyramid, fire in the middle. Pyramid, pyramid. It means that it's capturing this energy that is seemingly invisible but does create photons inside the pyramid like a funnel, and it needs that echo chamber of the tunnels to make this work even better, thus creating Jesus' ascension. So you can get it with teepees, you can get it with cones, you know, the steeple. Your caves being rounded are also places of power for this same shape. So is living on top of a mountain, which I've been doing for a long time. It is to be noted these shapes are dangerous because it accelerates your karma, basically. We are quite pleased to engage on this subject because there are many wrong uses for these curved shapes, i.e., the evil people did ceremonies in the pyramid. It's part of what they're implying. They say it much more clearly in other places. With improper placement, improper intentions, or the lack of a crystallized being functioning as a channel, the sensitive entity will be distorted more rather than less in some cases. And again, you might get car crashes, your relationships might collapse, all kinds of crazy karma can happen if you play around with pyramid energy too much, unless you're really ready to handle it. It is to be noted that your people, for the most part, build square or cornered habitations because those shapes do not concentrate this power. It is to further be noted that the spiritual seeker has for many of your time periods of years sought rounded, arched, and peak forms to express the power of the Creator. And then he says the pyramid acts as a funnel to increase the density of energy, just like a little whirlwind, like a tornado, like water is spinning inside the pyramid, basically. It's like a fluid-like energy. You can't see it, but it's there. Is this correct? And then the answer is, yes, this is correct. So the pyramid does act like a funnel. This spiraling lines of light, they behave like a liquid. So the tunnels, again, channel them through these cubes at the bottom, channel that energy into the pyramid, which acts like a funnel, and it makes it all concentrate into the king's chamber. The whole pyramid is built to concentrate the greatest power into the king's chamber so that that power can ascend you, because this machine allows you to get into the ascension energetic frequency before the whole planet does in apparently 2025. You can get that ascension energy concentrated in a machine earlier than that. And that's apparently what Jesus used to complete the ascension. So it's a very incredibly fascinating discussion. Now here what they're saying is that the pyramid energizes your cells in space-time and in your astral body time-space, like it's hooking you up to electricity. It gives you a sharper mind. It increases your physical and sexual energy. It attunes the will of your spirit. And all of these things are touched by the pyramid's energizing influence. So you get smarter, you get a lot more aroused, and you have a much greater sense of will. And I've been living in this log home for 4 winters now, on the top of the mountain, 8,600 feet, in the pyramid. There's a, right there, I can see the vaulted ceiling, okay? And it's all made out of wood. So I've been getting this effect, and it's been very intense. And yes, I've had a lot of struggle and hardship, but it's all coming full circle now. It may be used in any of these ways. It is possible to overcharge a battery, and this is why we caution you to remove the pyramid after you've received a charge. Don't keep yourself under it all the time if you build one. So then they say, again, this is the main point, how were the blocks moved? The answer is you must picture the activity within all that is created. This energy is finite, but quite large compared to what you normally understand. This is an obvious point well known to you, like zero-point energy, but little considered. The energy is intelligent and hierarchical. Much as your mind-body-spirit complex, that's what they call a person, dwells within a hierarchy of vehicles and retains the shell, shape, or field and intelligence of each ascendingly intelligent or balanced body, so does each atom of such a material as rock. It's got multiple bodies in the rock. When one can speak to that infinite intelligence, the finite energy of the physical or chemical-based rock body, i.e. the rock that we would normally think of as all there is, that energy is put into contact with infinite power resident in more well-tuned bodies, either human or rock. With this connection made, a request may be given. The intelligence of infinite rockness communicates to its physical vehicle, causing a splitting and moving to then be carried out by displacing the energy field of rockness. This is crazy, isn't it? From finity, i.e. a finite rock, to a dimension we may conveniently call simply infinity. So you communicate to the rock itself, and you say, I want you to make these nice straight lines, I want you to carve up this way. You give the rocks the blueprint with your consciousness. And the rock says, okay, we'll make all this vanish. Well, this was crazy enough with the pyramid and all the interesting ways in which it was built so perfectly, as I said, the alignment to rotational north, the leveling of all 4 sides, the fact that it's got the average height of land above the earth in inches. It's at the exact navel of the earth in its latitude and longitude coordinates. The white limestone casing stones on the top, and the whole pyramid is covered with them. It's like, wow, man. So all of that stuff was done through thought processes telling the rock what to do. That explains how they could clear out 2,000 feet of massively wide tunnels. Because all you have to do is portal it out. You tell the rock, hey, we don't want any rock here anymore. The rock says, oh, okay, I'm out of here. So you just drill with consciousness, and you can make it as precise as you want because you have a very precise blueprint that you're operating off of. That's what they're saying. So this perfectly fits with the new discovery of the tunnels. That's my point. That which is required is accomplished due to the cooperation of the infinite understanding of the Creator indwelling in the living rock. Boom, there's your tunnels. This is, of course, the mechanism by which many things are accomplished that are not subject to your present means of analysis of action at a distance. So then he says, was it built by the mutual action of many of your people? And remember, they look human, they can project that way. The pyramids which we thought built were constructed from, indeed, thought forms created by our entire civilization, our social memory complex, as they call it. This is slightly trivial, he says, but I was wondering why, in that case, the pyramid was made out of many blocks If you could just think it into existence, why didn't you make the whole thing in one big piece? And then he says, there is a law we believe to be one of the most significant primal distortions of the law of one. That is the law of confusion. You have called it the law of free will. We wish to make a healing machine or time-space ratio complex that was as efficacious or effective as possible. So it's a healing machine. And healing is ascension. Once you've become fully healed, you then ascend. They explain that in detail. However, we did not desire to allow the mystery to be penetrated by the people in such a way that we became worshipped as builders of a miraculous pyramid. So they did not want to become the gods. They knew we were going to do that. Thus, it appears to be made, not thought. So again, I'm not doing all the ones I did last time, but 1681 from Cayce, we got to get that in there. So this is the last one. And this is a life reading for somebody. Before that, we found the entity grew up in the Atlantean land. There we find the entity was very close to those in authority, which would include Rata and Hermes, being that one who was the keeper of the portals. Ooh, portals? They actually use the word portals in the Cayce readings. Yeah, it's right here. Go look it up. Keeper of the portals, as well as the messages that were received from the visitation of those from the outer spheres in the latter part of the entity's experience there. The keeper of the portals, the visitation of those from the outer spheres, and even I love my little Turkish lamp, right? Because it's got like little UFOs making up the lamps. Dude, the Cayce readings, they knew about these people visiting from other spheres. They knew that there were portals. They only admitted it this one time in 1681-1, but it doesn't matter. Once is enough. This source of intelligence is talking about portals, and it's talking about extraterrestrial life visiting us from other spheres. It's absolute wonderful confirmation. It was the entity that received the messages to the need to divide the children of the law of one, to preserve their truths in other lands. Hence, we find the entity was among those directing the expeditions. This is to plant the Hall of Records in 3 places, right? That's what it's going to say. Or the leaving for many varied lands just before Atlantis actually sank. Hence, the entity outlined in the most part, it might be said the expedition guided by Axtel and the ones to the Pyrenees and the Yucatan and to the land of Og. Those are where the other halls of records are. There we find the entity gave those communications established later by the entity from the Pyrenees and later again established in the mountains in the Grecian land. And there were those messages that called for the meetings of nations. So that would have been like a world peace thing after the fall of Atlantis. Later, with the revivifying of the priest in Egypt, this is Rata, he was rejuvenated in a pyramid. The entity was among those who set about to unify. This is the Hall of Records. Unify Atlantean teaching, Egyptian teaching, India, Indochina, Mongoloid, and Aryan people's teachings all put together. All of those were the activities of the entity, for he was the messenger and the message bearer, the means through which transmissions of activities were set up, and his name was Segund. So let's remember, he was unifying the teachings, he was building the Hall of Records, and he was the keeper of the portals with the visitations and messages of people from outer spheres. Unbelievable. So again, this was somebody's visualization. I don't think the crystals would be there, but stone rings, yeah, that's probably... Some of our intel says that there are stargates that look like that. So again, the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, was built to represent the Earth. So when we have a huge discovery on the pyramid, that means it's prophetic that we are going to go through this quantum leap. So 2025, to have this discovered this year is unbelievable. Again, Cayce himself was Rata, and this has now astoundingly verified the statements that we just read, perfectly supporting the Law of One and the Michael prophecies as well. It is as if this whole entire narrative was hand-delivered to support our work. And he co-built the pyramids in his last life, 12,000 years ago. There probably was a facial similarity there too, because of reincarnation. And so the work is time looped to 12,500 years ago. So as I've said, if I am the reincarnation of Rata and there's a holographic video, then it may actually look like me, maybe with a longer skull, but he might actually have a similar face to my own. And given all the stuff that's happened to me with Michael prophecies and how weird all this is, if Michael did design the plan, this actually makes sense. So again, I believe this has huge significance for our 2025 prophecies. Let's again take a look at what we got before we go on to the prophetic stuff. 8 cylinders beneath the pyramid were found, and what did Michael say 2 weeks ago? Most of the hunger we want you to experience has been canceled due to the pristine environment of change that has been brought about in other, more weighty manners. Well, there you go. The amount of weight that was pulled out of those tunnels is massive. The pyramids themselves are massive. We find that the testing period has indeed ended now, and you are nearly complete. Well, it certainly looks that way as we've been tracking the Alliance's story. Once they release these files, then they can make arrests, and that's when all the big stuff starts to happen. It may be 10 days of darkness. There may be a power outage. You may get messages on your phone, emergency broadcast system, that will be videos. People who all they do is believe the narrative, believe the mainstream, watch television for their news, or otherwise have been hornswoggled by this stuff. Now they're going to be told the truth. They're going to be really freaking scared. So if you know people who have been laughing at you and joking behind your back and saying, oh, you're so crazy and this isn't real and you're believing all this conspiracy theory stuff, there's going to be a point of no return. And then as it unfolds, however long this is going to take, and remember, there's major legal stuff that's starting to happen in May involving, and I got to be very, very careful, but certain entertainers and what they were doing. That all starts in May. You remember that? Well, now it's looking very orchestrated because May is only just over a month away as of right now. It's all coming to a head, man. So the testing period has indeed ended now. You are nearly complete. Once they do this, we're going to learn that these people were engaged in evil. It's going to freak everybody out. They're going to start praying, and that actually allows the beings to show up in person. It's that mass prayer. Once people learn that evil is real and they get scared about demons and all that kind of stuff, they're going to pray for help. Believe it or not, that apparently a mass prayer event is what needs to happen for these beings in their own system of rules that they must follow. That mass prayer event gives them permission to actually show up. It's incredible. So we say, okay, hunger has been canceled. Weighty matters have come in. The testing has ended. You're nearly complete. Hallelujah, but buckle your seatbelt. And then again, it says waiting in the lanes. We read this just before the pyramid discovery came out. Waiting in the lanes are a few more surprises. What are the surprises and what lanes? This will be met with great force in due time as you would have it. So my original note from the 17th said the Alliance is going to be very bold once they do the arrests. But then now we're saying, yep, the lanes are prophetic of the tunnels under the pyramid. Waiting in the lanes are surprises that will be met with great force. This is a surprise that is met with great force. This is from the team. They're using advanced radar, acoustic imaging, micro motion they're sensing, and it goes all the way down that far. So think about the idea of these being lanes, and then it all starts to make sense. Again, the hunger that we want you to experience has been canceled. There's more weighty matters. The testing period has ended. You are nearly complete. And then right on to the next one, that we are discovering this right as our testing has ended, right as they're about to drop the arrests. Waiting in the lanes, again, those are the tunnels. That would be the surprise. The surprise is the tunnels. And it's great force because the pyramid is so huge. In due time as you would have it. So there we go again. So on Sunday, March 23rd, as I said in the last show, this is definitely worth repeating, the Alliance gave us a very exciting message. They said, and there was a video there with a frog, that 47 is unveiling JFK, MLK, and other files in a way that pieces together a story of control, deception, corruption, basically this global evil DS. The first set of files exposed the moment a powerful group Ooh. The moment that a powerful group seized control of the U.S. government by orchestrating a coup and assassinating a sitting president. That's normally not how we talk about it, is it? Nobody says, oh yeah, this powerful group showed up right after Kent. Not the case. And we know where this group is because they keep telling us the small country it's affiliated with. Okay? The next set of files is going to reveal how this evil group targeted and manipulated anyone who dared to challenge their authority. Then the final round of files will pull back the curtain on how this evil influence spread into every aspect of society, politics, finance, Hollywood, and beyond. Their final act is a desperate attempt to silence the truth before everything comes crashing down on them. As we said, the year that we discovered all these passageways is probably meant to be 2025. The capstone returning to the pyramid symbolizes Ascension, where it becomes a five-sided object because it no longer has a flat top. And now we're seeing that the pyramid itself has become the capstone of the prophecy. It looks like the top of an obelisk. And again, the composition, height, and material in the pyramid prophesies the future. So if you have a sudden burst of new architecture, this means Ascension. And now that they've given us proof that ETs had to build the pyramid, that means we're ready for the truth. They've satisfied their laws of free will. They have a mandate to appear openly, which they've apparently been planning to do in this year, 2025, for centuries. So there's massive underground structures in there. Again, these 8 different 2,000-foot-long cylinders that merge into 2 huge cubicle rooms at the bottom. And that's the feet on this drawing, and then there they are again down there. 5 chimneys in the second pyramid, like the King's Chamber. That's all brand new. As I said, they call them Zeds. So there's a total of what appear to be 7 new chambers in the second pyramid alone. What all are we going to find in there, you guys? All of the tunnels and rooms that you see here are brand new, and all of these rooms are interconnected as you zoom in on them. Once you get in there, you can go to any of the rooms you want. And again, Cayce's readings tell us to expect highly advanced holographic projections. There might be at least 4 different ways to get in on the ground level. As I showed you last time, I'm just reminding you about this stuff. And again, the real key is that it's 2,100 feet below the surface. Here's another illustration somebody made, but it doesn't cover the full length, whereas this does. And we talked again about the 80-meter cubicle rooms that specifically look like the Tesseract. So this is another thing I geeked out on big time in the last show, how the Law of One explains that the Tesseract is their way of traveling through time and accessing multiple dimensions. And if you build a stone room in the shape of this, you're going to generate this. This is why I wanted to talk to you guys about the obelisks rising up, the orbs rising up out of seismic fault lines along the global grid shape, right? Now we got 5,200 people watching. That's great. So the orb has this type of geometry inside of it. You can't really see it most of the time, but every orb has an underlying geometric resonance because the geometry is resonance. So when you build something in the shape of the Tesseract, like you see down here, it actually causes that vibration to make one of them, to make a giant orb, and then the orb is captured by the tunnels, harnessing upward spiraling light energy, and then bringing it into the pyramid. So we talked about how the Law of One said that this was the key to multidimensionality. How did we get all this stuff? Again, I'm not going to go through it all because it takes a long time, but it uses something called synthetic aperture radar and micro motion, which is tiny little movements caused by seismic activity and whatnot. They published this in a mainstream scientific journal, so again, all the trolls want to say, oh, ha, 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 who would believe this stuff? Well, the Remote Sensing Journal peer-reviewed it. Look at the academic editors on the left. It got peer-reviewed and published. They said this is a scientifically solid study. And again, it was first published, this is so weird, right before I released Michael Prophecy's book 1, August 30th, and it was published on October 19th. It's less than 2 months before we actually released book 1. That's very strange in light of me being Cayce, the pyramid is my focus. And by this point, I'd already read all the Michael readings. I knew what it said. I knew about 2025. I was so excited. So the team proved that their weird radar technique worked by showing you these full color images of the existing chambers. And again, the King's Chamber is the one that's the most obvious. If you watch my other show, they use something called multichromatic analysis, or MCA. They get tiny seismic variations that they can detect with a very large radar called synthetic aperture radar. And then it turns into colors. So when the rock is there, it's like the dark blue color, but when the rock is missing, it doesn't move anymore, and that changes the color. And they can pick this up just off of the surface of the ground or the surface of the pyramid. They don't need to look inside. They can analyze with 3D geometry where those little fluctuations are inside the pyramid by having a wide aperture radar and looking at multiple parts of the pyramid surface at once. It's jiggling over here, it's jiggling over here, it's jiggling over here. You connect those 3 points, boom. Draw a color pixel right there. That's how they're doing it, okay? So they have figured out an ingenious way to non-destructively see inside and notice where hollow chambers are based on the vibration. It's freaking amazing, you guys. I'm so excited about this. And this is the one where you really see it. Again, you got the King's Chamber on the left, which I showed you earlier. It's like the hat on the ascended man, the hero. Look at all that red and yellow. That's because there's no rock to be moving in there, and they're catching this off the surface of the pyramid using radar and analyzing the micromotion. The large room is creating your yellow and red spectral lines. The Queen's Chamber is also pretty easy to see. You can see it's yellow and green right where the passageway would be and the room. And this also includes a new hidden room and chamber underneath the Queen's Chamber, which is that one there. That's what we're seeing right here. So that red box, that's a brand new frickin' room. The black box that goes down off of that blue chamber, that's brand new. We have no idea what is in there. And then where you see number 7, that's all part of the interior passages. It's so freaking huge, you guys. All these rooms we did not know about until they looked inside and found all this stuff using this radar. And right there, you can see underneath the King's Chamber, which is surrounded by the orange square at the top. It's the black room. And that line, that diagonal line that comes down from it, that's the ascending passage. Underneath it, that black shape is the Queen's Chamber. And then the red room again underneath that. So look at the King's Chamber now, and you can see that if you go to the far side of the room, right around where the sarcophagus would be, you can go under the floor. And look at that white box. There is a white chamber down there. They discovered nobody's ever frickin' been in there. And it wasn't until, I mean, this study was originally published in October 2022. I'd never seen this before. Nobody ever emailed me about this. Nobody else ever found this. It was totally new, totally groundbreaking, totally undiscovered. It has shocked me to my core. I'm so excited about these new rooms in the pyramid, I can't tell you. So then they said, this subsection describes all of the tomographic measurements, that's holographically reconstructing the inside. The entire internal structure of the Great Pyramid, Khnum Khufu, has been redesigned as we propose in Figure 22. The complete list of rooms, corridors, and tunnels has never been inventoried until now. And that's in Table 3. Each structure that they found, each new thing, was assigned a unique tag from 1 to 20 in Figure 22, and we have not used any simulated data or predictive math, but rather we report in a scientific matter what this Cosmo SkyMed satellite has brought to our attention. And so drum roll, please. If you didn't see the last show, if you don't need all the science, you can just watch this one. It's okay. Holy crap. Holy crap. This is so much more stuff than what I was showing you in all those pyramid timeline illustrations. You can see it. You can see the descending passage. You can see the Queen's passage. You can see the King's Chamber. But look at all that step pyramid stuff, the 12 or 11 bedrooms right under the surface. You see what I'm saying? You can break through the hole at the front and you dig down that tunnel. You go straight down like you're rappelling or going down a ladder. And now you're in this like apartment. You're in like a hotel. They built a hotel into the pyramid where if that was your bedroom, man, you're styling. You're talking about probably, that's got to be at least 1,500 square feet, maybe even more. I mean, they're big rooms. So this is a lavish hotel accommodation. And then, as I was saying before, you can climb up the sides, those jagged staircases you see on both sides. You end up climbing up those passageways, and then where all the black lines are that go to that orange square in the middle, those are tunnels that you can use to access the area around the king's chamber. And apparently this was done either with, maybe it was Jesus' apostles, maybe it was angelic beings, it could be both. But you stand in various places as somebody's going through the initiation, and you're helping to heal them inside the pyramid where they can't see you, but because you have spiritual sight, you can look right through the stone, you can see them, and you stand in that square to know where you need to be. I mean, this has really gotten me excited, you guys. Everything has gotten fresh and new again. This is their name of the different passages they found. Okay, fine. But again, you go down to these bedrooms at the bottom, and if you go off to the left there, you'd have to climb up through that big cube. Let's hope there's some stairs in there or something. But then you get up going on that stairwell. Or if you do it on the right, here's that room over there. You can see again, you'd have to climb up through that big passageway. Let's hope there's nice, easy ways to do it that don't scare the crap out of you. But this is what these beings apparently were doing. They would land down in the cube at the bottom. They'd climb up the big spirals, and they'd get to the top, and then they have this as their hotel room where they can stay in these beautiful rooms and then access the whole chamber system. So another thing, as I said last time, that's really amazing is the green room, number 19. That's probably the main hall of records. God only knows what kind of cool King Tut's tomb kind of stuff we're going to find in that green room. I mean, this could be the biggest, it is going to be the biggest architectural discovery in human history. What is in that green room is anybody's guess. The Larry Hunter material said that it was a human in stasis, levitating was one of the things. Apparently the Egyptians have been into that one at least. And it's very odd that when I first did this work with Archangel Michael, and I was trying to get my website online, the first website I had was to publish on Larry Hunter's website in 1998. That's true. Larry Hunter's website is where I published my first information, and he had discovered room 19 on his own by hearing sounds of echoing. He heard hammers, chisels being echoed through the walls. Somebody was working in there. They weren't quiet enough, and he figured out that there was room there. And then local people told him that they could get in there, apparently, and that there was this floating stasis being in there that looked like him. A white Caucasian male floating in stasis. It's probably Rata. So the body that I had back then may actually be floating in this room in stasis. Wouldn't that be freaking wild? I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I'm really tripped out, you guys. So again, we've looked at this very in-depth in the last show, that the orange square is where everybody would be standing to help you in the and it is tall enough that you could stand up in there, just so you understand the height. And it also introduces the architecture of Mesoamerican pyramids, the step pyramid. When you look at it from the side, my God, it's a pyramid with steps. And as far as that chamber that goes way down underground, that again could be a well. You might be able to get water out of there, and it might be geothermal. The water might be warm at the bottom at least. So this could be used again to keep everything warm and comfortable, because the ground's already going to start getting a little warmer down there. So it appears now that the right paw of the Sphinx is really just a passageway, and the pyramid itself is the true Hall of Records. Whereas the Mesoamerican Hall of Records may actually turn out to be Kukulkan. They can use the same process and look in that one. So in this time loop, I appear to have entered into the Great Pyramid itself. Now, it's not like I don't end up opening the Hall of Records, but the dream ends in a very fascinating way that shows how the Hall of Records are going to come into existence for us on a planetary level. That does seem to be in there. So let's Oops, I'm opening the wrong file. I'm trying to open my file so I can actually take a bathroom break here. And I got to wait for this one to open. So in short, this is very, very exciting stuff for me. As you can imagine, it feels like my whole life, everything that I've been doing has led up to this. And there was some interesting stuff in the what happened is it opened right up to the Uruel reading. So let's see if I can find that. There was this one passage in there that was really, really cool. Let's see if I can find it. Because this is a very, very interesting thing that happened. This is a great one right here. I mean, we already got this, but it's so central to everything. That's probably why I pulled this up. As we head closer and closer towards ascension, there might well be the manifestation of the right person at the right time as a projection of consciousness of angelic beings even more than any physical human entity that might arrive. Think about that for a moment. And I didn't get the briefing about ETs projecting into human form until September 2021. So again, it's all this idea of the galactic family reunion, that they're getting ready to come back again. So this is another one that if I'd had more time, I would have actually built this into the show, but we'll do it right now, where it's prophetic of the coming pyramid tunnel discovery. Do not be bullied around by the lower self, who will gladly amplify your fears for you into towering demons of unwaverability. Well, these tunnels are now towering in size, and then it immediately talks about the pyramid. Do not climb the stones and believe that it is a mountaintop, when in fact all you are doing is clearing rubble away from a structure that you yourself built. At the time, I was just associating that with clearing ice. But again, the mountaintop, climbing the stones, clearing rubble away, it's as if they knew that we were going to be entering the Hall of Records and towering demons of unwaverability. And then let's see if I can find the other one here. Mercury and Pluto. Hold on. Bumping into things. Yeah, so this is another example. This is another one that could actually be prophetic of our discovery of these inner passageways. What we don't want for you is to repeat your mistakes, indulging in old behavior patterns that you should have gotten past by this point. Look at this. It's probably dark inside these tunnels, right? We don't want you to continue to stumble around in the darkness, bumping into things and cutting your legs and arms in the process. That's exactly what would happen if you're bumping around in strange, mysterious, hidden chambers in the pyramid. It talks about it's time for the bruises to heal. Scoop up other selves around you. Accept yourself as the divine creator. You are the Christ. Let's see. And they talk about Hitler being defeated. Yeah. How about that? How about that? Check this one out. In light of what we just saw, know then that there will be the time for you to transmute your physical vibrations and come from the aquarium, so to speak, into the greater room itself. This is the ascension. So the bottom of the tubes probably has water in it. That could be like the aquarium, and there's a greater room. The greater room is like that room number 19, the passageways inside the pyramid. It's freaking amazing when you look at it that way. And this is, again, associated with the time of transmuting our physical vibrations. So we had a donation, Julia in Georgia. Too bad we don't have the chance to lay in the sarcophagus for more than a few minutes. I laid in a very short time. Spent the lunar eclipse 2023 in the King's Chamber, paid money to be there for an hour with a group. What can happen in just a few minutes? Well, the point is, again, the pyramid was a technology to create this energy focusing system on its own without you having to get in there and actually be in a pyramid. The whole planet now is like the pyramid. The pyramid just gave you a head start. But now, because of our spheres of activity we're passing through, as the Cayce Readings said, we're moving into the energy of ascension. You don't need the pyramid. This is happening to everybody right now. But the Uruel reading had a lot of detail about it, which is fascinating. So let me go back to this, and I want to make sure that I got all the ones that I wanted to see. I just didn't have time to do this. Sudden whipping wind or maelstrom. I am Uruel. Lay of the land. Yeah, I mean, here's another one. Here's another one. It's all over the place in the Uruel reading, you guys. Here's another one. Depending on where we are moment by moment, the lay of the land can be seen in your immediate future. Well, we've now seen the lay of the land inside the pyramid, right? We know what's inside now. As Cayce himself often said, you could do the same work that I do if you're willing to pay the price. The price he speaks of is the ability to set the ego and the self aside to then open the way so there is a passage in the heart that allows your higher self to meet with you. A passage, opening of the way of the passage. The lay of the land can be seen. It's talking about finding new passages in the pyramid, folks. It's talking about the Hall of Records. This was in my readings that we read all the way back last December. I skipped ahead. I read this one first. It was prophetic of the moment that we're now in, the things we're now discovering. It's astounding. Whoops. And every time I got to flip through slides, we have to do that. So let's find any others that look like the pyramid. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Here's another one. They're everywhere, man. I am aware that a certain city arises into being and form. There is a city under the pyramids. That's what they're calling it now. It is a city too unspeakably vast and glorious and beautiful to be rendered in the physical terms right now. Doesn't that sound like the passageway? And again, I said this is the Ascension metaphor in New Jerusalem, right before we aired. That is why when we have a good story, there also has to be a good ending. So the good ending is the certain city arising into being and form, so unspeakably vast, glorious, and beautiful that you can't even see it in physical terms. We can't enter these hidden rooms yet, but we know that they're rising into form. They're unspeakably vast, glorious, and beautiful, and there is a good ending to the story. So again, this is really, really mind-blowing. But let me see. There's one more that I wanted to catch that I know is in here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, so there's the altar of sacrifice in the dream. So let's talk about this one. As this ego crucifixion continues to occur, be not dismayed by that which comes up on the altar of sacrifice to be purified. And that appears inside the pyramid in my dream, the altar of sacrifice. If you continue to hesitate and falter in chopping off those portions you no longer need, you will find they grow into tangled quagmires that continually drag you down until they are processed and dealt with as such. Boom. Altar of sacrifice. That just showed up in the dream. Okay, let's see. Physical space. Acceptance of what men do not... Okay, hold on. It's such a beautiful reading. I wish I could just read it all again, but we... Oh, yeah, so here's another one. Here's another one. There's so many of them. They knew this was coming. The messianic harps that will be played by the angels are indeed referring to the second coming of you, awakened Christ's self. So become your own Messiah. Prepare for your ascension on the Mount of Transfiguration. Well, in this case, the Mount of Transfiguration is the pyramid. So again, it predicts that there was going to be something about the pyramid that would come out. I love it. Let's see if I can find the one that I really want, because I think it's very close. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the last one there. There was another one from another reading where it says this edifice, the stone edifice that we build our work upon is worth more than $300 million or any other sum of money. That was the one that I thought was in the URL reading, but it wasn't. And that's okay. But we do want to actually, if it'll... That file that I just opened is very big and very scary. It's very large. I'm gonna be pulling up our turkey video now, or it's not. I think since it snowed. Actually, yeah. Let's. It's not snowing right now, and I had so much fun. My turkeys just came back, so we're going to go back to the Daddy's Turkeys Return video because I think it's good enough to be seen twice. I mean, it's simple. So this is just a little meditation. Imagine that you're in my yard. Imagine that you haven't seen these turkeys all summer. Imagine that they suddenly show up and they're so happy to see you. The funniest part of the video is right at the beginning Because I go, turkeys, turkeys, and they go, "Wah, wah, wah, wah," and they have this really loud gobble that they're doing. But I need to take time to take a bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. So I got to mute my microphone, and then we'll roll the turkey clip. Here we go. All right. So I'm back now. I'm about to take my break, and I really needed it, dude. I've needed to pee for like 40 minutes. Please hang around, don't leave. We usually lose about 500 people. That's probably going to happen anyway. I get it. If you got to go to bed, I understand. But those of you who stick with me, it's only a short clip. Let's roll the tape so I actually have time. At my age, 52 years old, you don't just pee in 30 seconds. You got to sit down. You got to stand up. It's true, man. That's what I'm dealing with. So anyway, without further ado, take my break and we'll roll the tape. Here we go. All right. All right, we've got 2 male turkeys who just showed up. And here they are. And they're hungry. Hey, guys. It's Daddy. You're back. You're my children. Yay! Turkeys! 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 Yay, you're awake and you're alive! Turkey! All right, I'm coming, you guys. I'm coming. I'm going to feed you guys. It's going to be so awesome. Let's get that done. Okay, we're going to get it done. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. We got food for our gobblers. They just came back for the first time all year. They are very hungry. They are very, very hungry right now. So they're going to eat this whole bowl. Yay, turkeys! Turkeys! Yay, turkeys! Daddy's turkeys are back. Daddy's turkeys are back. Whoop! Now they're both doing it. You guys got older. Okay, here we go. Look! Look, turkeys! Yay, look! Look at this! Come on, get it! Yay, look! Yay, turkeys! I got 2 guys. You're the first ones to show up, other than some of your sisters did. Yay! Oh, it's okay. See, they're a little bit scared. It's all right, turkey. Look at how you guys have grown. You starting to get your gobblers a little bit? You're still adolescent, though, because you don't have the big old gobbler down there. You don't have a big old flap of skin that just wants to hang and gobble. But you guys have got the gobble down. Oh, you look so big. I'm so proud of you guys. You made it through the winter. You hibernated. You did everything right. You dotted the I's and crossed the T's. And you really got in there and slept off all this crap that Daddy's had to deal with, Because let me tell you something. It's been pretty freaking intense around here. But you guys are such supernatural looking birds now. Your faces have changed so that you've got some gray and you've got some blue and white. That's kind of new. And then eventually you're going to scrub all the feathers off of your heads and give yourself a big old bald neck. You might end up doing that this year. We'll try to catch you on film if you're going to do that. Oh, don't you just love these turkeys? I got to say, I'm so happy that you guys are back. We've had wind all day and it's finally starting to go away. Yay, turkeys! See, they're like, okay, that's about it. All right, you guys, whoa, look at this. Come on, turkeys. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, they get a little scared. We'll get some more food for you guys, okay? This is going to stop the video for now.
but we'll get that food going for you. I know it's so cold, isn't it? It's crazy, you guys. All right. We keep it all rolling here for the whole turkey clan. You got 4 of them together. Yeah. Look. Good turkeys. Good turkeys. Daddy only wants your health and happiness, you know, that's it. He's not trying to make you afraid. You can come back and eat. I'm going to get you more stuff now. We'll end the video and keep this train rolling. Okay, we're on round 2 for the Turks. Okay, Turks. You guys ready for another dose of happiness and magic? Yeah? Oh, yeah. You came back home to Daddy. You know how happy that makes me? Very, very happy. Look. Yay, turkeys. They are undoubtedly hungry. They've been in there since late November. This is the first time I've seen them. So I assume that they weren't really eating anything. Just in some, it's not really hibernation apparently, but it's a hibernatory type of state of some kind. Hey, turkeys, look. See, they always got to be like, nah, we're out of here. And you got to go away, and then they magically come back. It's okay, turkeys, don't fight. You be good, turkeys. Yeah, you be good. I can hear your funny noises. Yeah, it's okay. They're like, yeah, we're going to take our time here. This is very, very frightening. It's a human being, you know. Yeah, it looks like Daddy, sounds like him, but let's just spend a little bit of time making sure this is okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm turning it on now. I got to put this under my shirt. I stopped the video. I'll turn it back off so that you don't hear your ears explode when I rustle my shirt. Here we go. Hold on. It was one of you guys who taught me to actually put it up a little higher like that, because then you hear the voice better. And anyway, wow. I so needed that break, so thank you very much for indulging me in the time that it takes to do that. We did lose like 200 people. We're still at 5,000. That's great. It really is true with the prostate. There's a hidden chamber. There's 2 hidden chambers. I think there's the kidneys, then there's like the bottom half of your bladder. So first you sit down, then you stand up, then you try it again 30 seconds later. You kind of have to break it down that way. Anyway, yeah, so here we are back in the show. This is really great stuff, you guys. I appear to have entered the pyramid in this week's time loop. And Nina Zerker just donated $25. Thank you very much. So let's get right into our time loop. Now, this has some other dreams and some other stuff in it besides the big one, but I wanted to give Michael a chance to speak. And we have some prophetic dreams that are very interesting in light of the whole mass arrest scenario. It's like, whoa. So you will not be disappointed, I promise. Thank you for staying with me here. We got 5,000 people watching. Okay, so the first one, I have to say this dream was a real gas. It was one of the most enjoyable comedy dreams I've had in a long time. I was with several other people in a similar situation. We were undergoing education. And that's in the last week's show, the dream about education. Or 2 weeks ago, I guess.
This time we were being taken into some sort of a school facility again. There was a back-to-school metaphor. We were being informed right off the bat that this was a very big satire. Everything that was happening was tongue-in-cheek and not meant to be taken literally. Okay, so what is this about? Back to school. We are all having to go back through our spiritual school to learn about the realities of who we are, what's going on in the universe, that there's good and evil, that both sides can influence us. And as we, the angelic, a lot of people have angelic souls. That's one of the bottom line messages of the Law of One. They call them wanderers. It appears that I have those characteristics. If you're watching this show and you're a fan of this, then you probably have that wanderer soul too. So for us, we're going back to school. We're in third density again. People lie, they deceive, they cheat, they manipulate. It's like, oh my God, what is all this stuff? I'm not used to this. So I was taken advantage of many, many times because I couldn't really understand deception on its face. So ultimately, the beings want you to see that all this crazy stuff that's happening is really just like a big satire because we're in an illusion. And so on one level, you can actually laugh at the things that are bad. And that's what we do on this show. We look at really, really nasty stuff, but we're like, yeah, this is just what we need to learn to accept with, a known sense of resiliency. We're not going to let this stuff keep on happening. We're not going to allow this to occur because it is so heinous. But part of it is, again, to take it tongue-in-cheek and to learn how to laugh at it. So that's what this dream is talking about right here. Not meant to be taken literally. Well, I mean, it is literal, but there's a way in which you can be sarcastic about what you're seeing. So in the dream, I picked up multiple girls. I guess I did pick them up because this is about the parties. That was a good Freudian. They were wearing these big wigs and pretending to be blonde. And this was hilarious because I had just done the Valley Girl impression. I did a Valley Girl impression last Wednesday that everybody loved. Sorry, my mind is onto this other thing that I'm going to be talking about. And it did kind of sound like impress the nation. These things are going to impress the nation. Once you find out the truth, it is huge. And so the wigs and the blonde, I think it's actually talking about me doing this show and how funny it is that I have these characters. So again, Michael is describing this on these tapes that I recorded originally in 1999. This is from February 25th, 1999, so it's right in here somewhere. And it's time looping into the present in very, very interesting ways. Impersonation, I got to remember that one. So this is right where the transcription jumps from April 2nd, 1999, all the way 7 years into the future, now 7.5 almost. Well, no, 7. I'm doing it in July 2006. And so that in and of itself is interesting because we've just had this big timeline jump discovering the tunnels in the pyramid. So that feels very significant to me. There was a great satire going on. Some of it seemed like it was all a big mock-up or making fun of the show Roseanne. Now, isn't that interesting? Because the show Roseanne had already been on television back then, and now she's very involved in speaking her mind and speaking what she feels to be the truth. So this is another really hilarious time loop because, again, Nino, who I've been on Nino's Corner several times now, he just interviewed her. And that happened right before I unsealed this. So Roseanne got into the time loop. And she has an attitude where you can laugh about it, and that's what we need to do. So I saw these 3 girls who might not have even been girls, right, because it's talking about the trans, and that's certainly been something that we've all been seeing lately. Not in 1999 so much. They were wearing these very light-colored, flimsy-fitting blonde hair wigs with little pink bonnets at the top. And then, again, that's talking about that other side of things. Nino's Corner just interviewed Roseanne, so this is where I talked about that. You can watch him here on YouTube. It's a great show. And he says, Roseanne Barr, no holds barred. She picks a fight. Come and get it! She texted me and told me she was ready to come on my platform and let the punches fly. She has grown tired of anti-Semitism, which I think is a good point. There's way too much of that going on. It's not really the bottom line at all. It's very misguided. Poisoning the minds of both conservatives and liberals. So, this was right. She had just gone on Nino's Corner right before I unsealed this. And now it's got the Trama character in there. She's a comedian. She's laughing. The time loop is just amazing. I've got to say, this one was very impressive. We got into the class. The instructor was moderately like the main person I dealt with as Cayce's reincarnation at the ARE in 1998. And he was very dismissive, by the way. He was a skeptic. They're not going to put somebody out there who's going to believe you when you tell them something like this, believe me. It did seem there might have been an ARE feel just a little bit. The point was to get us laughing. I had been to this class in the other dream, and the class was still on my mind. So, hopefully my comedy has been an inspiration. I know Nino does funny routines, and again, you work with whatever you already know. So if you can do certain impressions pretty well, then just throw yourself into the impression, start using that funny voice, and then just don't have any notes or any plans about what you're going to do. You have to learn how to improvise, which is to just throw words out of your mouth. But you also have to be careful, because some people who are not trained in this, your subconscious comes out and you'll say something very incriminating about yourself, for example. Or you'll admit to some secret that you shouldn't admit to. Improv is dangerous. That's one of the things that I got to say is if you learn how to tap into your subconscious as a stream of consciousness, you put on the most hilarious, phony accent that you can. I mean, certain ones are probably going to get you in trouble now, but there's plenty of them that you can still do. You throw yourself into that character and you just start throwing words out of your mouth and you don't edit anything, but you have enough of an editing facility that you're not going to say something like totally crude, sexual, or outrageous. That's the point. So this is what the dream is talking about. It's advising all of us to tap into our inner comedian. The point is to get us laughing. They just showed us Roseanne. We do need that. If you don't have that lightheartedness, you're not going to be able to handle what's going to happen here. You're going to have to help people cheer up. In an earlier dream, I was in school in more than one place of Virginia Beach. Took me past this woman named G. We'll just call her G. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, we can't tell him anything. There was a dock I had to cross. There were tires on there. It was something you had to drive on. It was a little bit scary because there were no railings. So this is interesting because before I transcribed the tape in 2006, back in starting in 2004, I lived on the border of Indiana in a tiny little rural town of northern Kentucky called Milton. I was in Milton, Kentucky. And I had to drive over this bridge to get into Madison, Indiana. And the bridge was only wide enough for 2 cars. There was no shoulder. If you don't stay right where you're supposed to be, you're going to crash into the guy next to you. There's 2 lines going down the middle, but you got nowhere to go. I mean, even just thinking about it is horrifying. So that's part of it, but then another part of it is the dangerous narrow passage, and that's talking about the pyramid. So this, again, I think partly is time looped in on these new hidden passageways, these cramped new tunnels that we're finding in the pyramid. It's talking about it right here, crossing this scary dock with no railings, which again was prophetic of where I'd been in 2004, I guess, 2005, those 2 years or thereabouts. Maybe it was 2005, 2006, something like that. I was at that border of Indiana, and there was this terrifying bridge. So I saw it back in 1999. There were tires in the road, too, like they were trying to steer you in one direction. That's talking about how, I believe, part of the metaphor is how the DS is trying to steer society. But we did manage to get across this perilous passageway. Obviously, my car is like it is now. There was damage, but we were able to do it. So I think this is talking about the alliance and the arrests and the idea that it's a very scary, narrow passageway that we're going through, right? This is nothing fun. We're all being tested to the limits of our patience. We all want it to be over now. If you watch this show, you're not like, oh yeah, you know what? The Alliance can take as much time as they want. Just keep on going. Everybody's impatient. They want it to get done now because stuff keeps getting scarier and scarier. We keep losing more and more of our freedom. It's like, when is this ever going to end? When are we ever going to get out of this cycle of bankruptcy and poverty and desperation and debt? And everybody is feeling it. And the goals that I'm working on are intended to unlock prosperity and wealth on a massive scale. We don't need to live in poverty. We don't need to live in fear. But we have to find out what the root of the poverty was. What caused this to happen? Why did we end up this way? How did it turn out to be so frickin' weird, where the media can no longer be trusted, and where the institutions and pillars of our society seem to be crumbling in front of us? It's a very scary time. And again, I threw up when I was on the phone with my father, and I downloaded the fear that I didn't throw up on the phone, but right after we got off the phone, the sense of food poisoning overwhelmed me, and I hurled 7 times into the sink. 7 frickin' hurls in a row, which thankfully just tasted like lime and bile, because I'd had some kind of lime yogurt or something. I got really lucky. There was no meat in there. There was none of that chunky, nasty stuff. It was just this beautiful liquid that kind of came out. Like, okay, well, you know, I had to go through that. It was very bad. And it made me remember what people are going to experience when they learn the truth. And that's why we need the sense of humor. But now the passageway that I'm driving over in this dream is talking about the fear that made me want to throw up, of people who are discovering that there's this really dark evil, but they're not sure what to believe. They don't know if they can believe anything. They're angry. We're seeing ridiculous acts of violence that should not be happening. As you know, I do not support violence. When people actually start getting violent, that's when it gets intense, and we have to focus and really try our hardest to convey why that is a foolish idea, because it may piss you off and you may be scared, but this is all going very much in the right direction. So I got across the bridge. At one point in there, I saw these little children, and they were fishing. I was driving around the beach in the summertime. It was sunny and warm. Everything that was going on in the classroom was pretty fun. There was a slight Christian backdrop. I didn't let it bother me. So, children fishing, fisher of men, Jesus, you know, as the fisher of men. Lest ye be as these little children, ye cannot come unto me. So there again, it's talking about a Christian metaphor of children fishing and how you have to be like a child. And the Christian backdrop is very important, because when Michael was doing these readings through me in the late 1990s, I really didn't want to hear Christian stuff. I didn't want to be a Christian channeler. I knew that I was supposedly Edgar Cayce before, but the Law of One had appealed to me because it was Egyptian. So I thought it's this being called Ra. I didn't realize that was Archangel Michael. I didn't put all these things together back then. So I really didn't want Michael as my source when I was speaking the words. I'm just being honest, I'm sorry, but I didn't want it to get too overly Christian sounding. I wanted it to be non-sectarian, because that's what I thought at the time was what we were supposed to do. Now it turns out there was all this stuff in there that I missed, and it's very, very interesting. So I have had to learn how to acclimate to the fact that this is a Christian source, and it's proven to me that I have something to believe in. I find the evidence in front of me, and I connect the dots, and I look at the Bible, and I say, okay, Jesus is casting out demons. Are there such a thing as demons? It turns out there are. Okay, what if there's higher dimensional beings that know that, and that Jesus was hard at work trying to get rid of them, whereas now most people don't have any way of seeing them. You're not going to cast them out in some visible way where this horrifying face appears over somebody. But I realized, like, wow, all these dots really connect. So that's why the Christian backdrop has been something that they've proven to me as I've looked at various things. I looked at the Fatima 1917, the silver disk goes in front of the sun, creates rainbows in the night sky. During the daytime, it blocks out the sun. You can see the stars, creates colors all over the sky, and it's Virgin Mary, or at least it wanted to be interpreted that way. So yeah, these readings were something I had a hard time with, and this is portraying that right here. I'm just going to have fun with the Christian backdrop. The guy said at some point this was the last day of class. That's great because that means that the Alliance is about to do the job and this is almost over. That's what that metaphor, that's how I'm interpreting it in the time loop. When I realized that, I was quite glad. I said, wow, that means all this school and learning stuff is almost over. Yep, we're not going to have to keep suffering. We're not going to have to keep seeing evil on the run and hitting back at us. There's going to be a moment of truth. There's going to be a whole new change. I was pretty psyched. And I said here, further prophetic confirmation, the Alliance is about to do its thing, and the testing is now over. That is so exciting. The testing period has ended, Michael just said. The whole idea, and again, I have even worn wigs on this show before. I have a funny old man wig. The whole idea was for everyone to wear a wig and pretend they were Roseanne. And we've also had Rosie O'Donnell, so another Rose, interesting person we've been talking about lately. I went to the bathroom. I had put a wig on. It was more like light brown curly hair. I had to arrange it in a certain way so you didn't see my sideburns. And again, this is prophetic of my Tramma and Angry Daddy characters. And when the voice gets whiny, you call that doing the Roseanne. Yeah. That was what was so funny. I watched her show when I was growing up in high school. And she would do these certain lines really loud and it would all project out of her nose. And I did some of that in the Angry Daddy character not that long ago. Or he's talking like this and then he's going to get on. Whoa. So I called that doing the Roseanne, and that was something I'd done a few shows ago. And now the time loop is actually making fun of that. In the time loop, it's talking about my making fun of Roseanne and wearing a wig. It's hilarious, because I never would have thought I'd be doing a Tramma character. But here I am. At some point, I realized I did make a pretty darn good-looking woman. All right, go David. Work it, girl! No, I'm just kidding. I realized it looked like everything was going to work out. I went back into the classroom, and then the guy started running us through various skits. So you see where this is going, parallel life memories. And I started to take on a voice more like Popeye. So now this is talking about something dark because I'm in a school, but yet I'm dressed up this way, and now I have to do skits. And this, unfortunately, was a part of the parallel life that I went through, supposedly. We're not going to talk about it too much. I don't want to get too specific, just for multiple reasons. I mean, let's not drown the vibe down. I'm not even sure why Michael brought this up. But again, it's all very timely with the things he's shown me over the past few years. And again, what it's really doing, besides being personal for me, is it's talking about the kids that we're saving. And how there's all these kids in terrible positions, and we're going to be learning about that. We are learning about that. There's rescues going on all the time. This is now showing you that dark passage that we all have to go through, the rickety passage, the final initiation before the testing is complete. We have to see this kind of stuff that the dream is now talking about. We have to deal with that kind of stuff. And so, you know, it's a very sad thing that this happens at all. So we have kids dressed up in drag. Woo, this got intense. Got kind of hot in here. Taking on a voice more like Popeye, running through skits. So again, I say parallel life memories. And again, it's happening to many kids. They have to go through crazy stuff. I was going along and bantering with people in the voice of Popeye. Oh, go, 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 go. Right? That kind of stuff. And people loved it. They were laughing, and it was really cool. And Popeye is a great one. Actually, I have to say there are certain aspects of the Angry Daddy voice that I kind of borrowed from Popeye. When I do the Angry Daddy voice, I tend to pull my lips over to one side because you get this kind of funny sound where you have a lisp that comes out in the front of your mouth. Hey, doesn't that sound a lot like Popeye? You see how you could have taken the Popeye, oh, go, 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 go,
and he's got that same thing, and he pulls his mouth off to the side. So I definitely did my Angry Daddy character off of a lot of different ideas, and so if I heard some Popeye, I could get really into it again. But anyway, they were laughing. They loved my comedy. That's all prophetic. That's all time loop. At one point, we had fake plastic records. Well, isn't this talking about musicians and showbiz and how fake we found out that they are and how plastic they are and the things they were doing that we didn't know about? He was saying how horrible they were because they had bad content. And that is now prophetic of the public and how they're turning on the ones making the fake plastic records. So this was very interesting. Immediately after we see kids dressed up, we've got fake plastic records. So you can see where this is going and the events that are coming in May. I was using my Popeye voice and making real funny comments about what was going on. And so again, I think this is prophetic of the media. We're now seeing it as fake and plastic, that it's horrible, it has bad content, nobody wants to watch it. Very interesting. At the end, my friend from college, whose name does start with the letter Q, so we'll call him Q, Q was there. He was a fellow suite mate of mine back in the first and second year of college. He had this thing planned where we were all going to throw something at the teacher as a gag. I reluctantly agreed to do it, even though I wasn't sure it was a good idea. Well, this is very obviously talking about what they're doing with 47 and with Elon. And it's not even just throwing things at them, it's actual attempts that are getting scarier and scarier. As I said, we do not believe in violence. We got to abstain from all that stuff. So isn't it interesting that they produced that particular letter, and then in our class, again, this is like the organizing of mobs, that we're getting ready to throw something at the teacher, and I didn't want to do it. I was getting pressured into it, but I wasn't sure that it was a good idea. Now we're learning all these riots and these attacks are all being orchestrated by small groups. Right after that, I felt my body and I pulled myself out of it. So that's the end of the dream. I guess the gist of the humor was making fun of fundamentalist Christianity and their condemnation of rock and roll music. I'm not sure about the wig part. I did not want to commit anything. I was like, boy, this dream is weird, but now it makes sense. Okay, now Michael comes in and he's going to comment on all of these current events themes that we just talked about, Roseanne, everything else. Were we to have it any other way, the villain would still seek to be the perpetrator in these cases. In other words, if there was any other way but what the Alliance is going to do, remember they said military is the only way forward. Now, if the Alliance didn't do this, the perpetrator would still exist on Earth. There would still be this villain. Nothing would change. It has to be done this way. And then they're going to change the metaphor, but there's deeper layers. It's always a multidimensional metaphor. The victim is that portion of the self that feels incapable of laughing and very serious at times. So think about how often they reel in people who have that. They're so hardened up they can't laugh anymore. And if I do comedy, they don't think it's funny. But if I'm in front of an audience, like every person in 1,000 people is laughing. So yeah, they're too serious. So, Michael says, what we wish to do here is to take things that still represent areas of difficulty or strain for you, such as the concept of the ARE, the Edgar Cayce Association, and or fundamentalist Christianity, and reframe them in a way that is more suitable. The pyramid discovery has completely reframed how we see Edgar Cayce and his organization as the ARE. The pyramid tunnels have completely reframed the discussion. It could not have been built by people. You can't clear out that much bedrock that deep into the earth with any identifiable technology. Michael is saying they did it with extremely powerful and advanced thought forms. So the lines can be very sharp because, again, it's like operating off of blueprints. They know the blueprints. They download, these are angels. They know the blueprints. They download them from the Akashic record. And then they print the pyramid into position. And so the tunnels were just printed right into position. They warped out a whole bunch of rock. And nobody ever noticed until I heard about it, not even 2 weeks ago. It was just about 2 weeks ago.
I had done a show the Wednesday before last Wednesday. So the 2-week anniversary of that is this coming Wednesday. And it was that night that people started texting me and saying, David, something has happened. You got to check this out. There's rooms and tunnels under the Giza pyramids. I'm like, oh my God, wow. But at first, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to get sucked in. So I did a very intensely egg-headed show last Wednesday, and it's 5 hours just on. We have more of the passages of the Law of One, more passages from Edgar Cayce, and we go a lot deeper into the Tesseract and how they identified the images inside the pyramid, the satellite technology they used. All that stuff is available. But again, now we're getting into the time loop, which for me is always the most fun part of the show. We didn't have one on Wednesday. And now everything Michael is saying is thematic to all these events that are going on in the present. So the pyramid discovery has reframed the concept of the ARE and fundamentalist Christianity for me in a way that I'm now finding more suitable. Because I want to stop the villain, and now it turns out the villain wants to be the perpetrator. The villain is basically the concept of Satan and demons. And it's like, wait a minute, all this Bible thumper stuff that people used to say in New York, we get very cynical about this. We kind of are condescending and we look down on that as a unenlightened, uninformed viewpoint. That's what I grew up in, intelligentsia and upstate New York, and we're going to think for ourselves, and religion is, misguided at best, criminal at worst, because fundamentalism plays us against them, and it creates a cultish following in a small group of people who now think that they're God's chosen, and you can't talk to them, and they're only going to try to proselytize you, so just stay the hell away from them. If they knock on your door, don't answer the door. We had a big thing about this in New York. So for me to move to the South, to Virginia Beach, and then get into all this Christ-oriented spirituality that was New Age, there was no New Age Christ spirituality in New York that I'd ever heard of. But it was very prevalent in Virginia Beach, and that's how I started to get introduced to this stuff. But at the time this was coming through in 1999, it was still kind of like, oh man, all this, I wasn't asking to be a Christian angelic messenger. But that's what this source wants to do, and I'm not going to edit it. So it was coming out that way, and I'm like, all right, well, you know what? That's the way it happened for me, and that's part of why I walked away from it. After I got done doing these readings, I didn't talk about them anymore, and I just picked up doing what Hoagland told me to do, which is just focus on your science and spirituality, and that worked great. I ended up on Ancient Aliens. So again, this is very, very interesting because the discovery of the pyramid tunnels or the Hall of Records has indeed reframed the ARE, the whole Cayce story, in a way that is more suitable. So it's a gigantic time loop. We are glad that you enjoyed this dream, as it was meant to be a further reward for your good progress and a means of allowing you to have some fun. Remember, we were dressed in drag, pretending to be Roseanne Barr, and doing the nasally voice. That was what we were doing. Right away, you can see the colors brighten and enhance your aura in just a little bit of laughter, even in the dream plane. So from their perspective, when we start laughing, our aura immediately gets brighter. And so that's why we need this to help go through this negative stuff. This is what we want for you, as you are correct in thinking it is important for you to have a full awareness of the spectrum of life experiences each day. Sabrina, who was the girlfriend I was just starting to get at this point in 1999, we ended up not getting along very well. She will help you to regulate this as well. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So I wanted to point out that the radar is doing multispectral analysis, and it does multichromatic analysis, which is a chromatic spectrum of color. So the whole basis of the pyramid discovery is off of synthetic aperture radar with multichromatic analysis, if you watch Wednesday's show. And then they say, and remember, you can see the spectrum of color inside the king's chamber of where the mysterious rooms are. It looks like the rainbow spectrum. And you get reds and yellows where the room is. So then they actually said this, important for you to have a full awareness of the spectrum. All right, and we had a donation come in, so let me grab that one. 7 Erica America. Thank you, David. I'm so glad you're back. I can listen to you for hours and learn from you every time. Thanks for giving us all a little hope in this crazy reality. Thank you, Erica. And we're still holding really good. We're just at about 5,000, 4,900, something like that right now. So again, why did they mention the spectrum when we were just looking at multichromatic pictures inside the pyramid? Probably because Michael in 1999 can see 2025 and he's working both sides at once. So he's saying things in 1999 while looking through a time loop into our present. He's here with us now. And we're being guided through this whole thing, leading apparently towards what you could call a second coming of Christ, what you could call a first wave of ascension, what you could call galactic family reunion, because beings show up when this happens. We're not alone as we go through this. They're not going to leave you alone. They're going to be there with you when this energy change occurs. So that was a really, really cool one. Then on the next 2 days in a row, we have prophetic dreams yet again. So here's the next one. I was in bed before midnight, awakened by the sound of my own breathing, and it sounded like someone crying in the dream. Well, that right there means that people are having a hard time breathing. In general, they're very sad. There's lots of traumatic things going on. That's how I read that. Early in the dream, it seemed I was doing psychic readings. The analog was loosely like Linda C's house, is one of the first people I lived with in Virginia. She was into the Christian stuff. I might have even done more than one reading there. I might have done several readings there. I definitely remember one point that involved her daughter, who had totally changed the way she looked. She started out with glasses and long hair. She lost her glasses and got a shorter haircut. She had more makeup and did not even really have the same face, but I still knew it was her. And so as I said here, this is prophetic of the new cultural zeitgeist that we just went through the last 4 years. The shorter hair, the rebellious daughter with the short hair and the punk look, that's what this was about, that she changed her look. So again, what we're doing is we're seeing how Linda was the Christian mother and has this daughter who starts to deviate and go in what is now actually a political battle between factions that, you know, and they just had me dressing up as a woman in the last dream, make me the fall guy of their joke, their angelic joke, okay? So this girl with the short haircut represents the people who are believing this agenda right now, and they're starting to take violent action. So the dream is very time looped. We had to go up a pretty big staircase to get to this place, an outdoor staircase. That is the pyramid. That is the whole thing, folks. The really big staircase. Remember, if you're down in the basement there, where the bedrooms are, there was 11 of those tags coming off of that one long room. They're bigger than the king's chamber. You'd have to go up a huge staircase to get up to the top because the pyramid is 5,000 some inches tall. So it's very, very big. So you're not going to get up there easily. I went up the ascending passage, and man, it's tough. You're leaning down. You can't stand up all the way. You just keep walking and walking. It's hot. It kind of stinks in there. Like, you know, just ass and dead animals. Sorry. Oh, he's never going to go to Egypt again now that he said that. My God. No, I'm just being honest. I mean, there's all kinds of smells that you'll notice. Maybe I should just stick to the slide. You know, let's just keep it safer that way. So the outdoor staircase is like the inside of the pyramid, the steps that we were seeing. So that's a very fascinating time loop, given that I'm reading this right after I discovered these things. It's as if Michael set the whole thing up. There was definitely something strange about where I was doing these readings. I'm not sure. It looked like a big white kitchen inside. And so I said, this is prophetic of where I live now, where we have stairs, and where I lived in Sedona, where we had the summer kitchen that was big and white. And we also had the internal architecture of the pyramid's chambers. So the big white kitchen, if you think about it, if there's bedrooms for the apostles or the angels, there's going to be a kitchen in there or something the equivalent thereof. Maybe they don't eat, but maybe they're, you know, burning incense or something. And maybe they have a sink and, you know, who knows what's going on. I'd like to think there was a great catering. I'd like to think it was a restaurant, and you have this beautiful kitchen. But anyway, inside the pyramid, if you have normal people, you're going to need to feed them. So there's going to be a kitchen in there, and it's inside this area that's all big and white. And remember, the pyramid limestone blocks are white limestone on the outside. So you could put those inside these chambers. You could build them with that white limestone so that everything is marble when you go in there. And it just looks frickin' totally amazing. Such high-end decor. Think about how the expensive houses have the granite countertops, right? Everything in here is granite, or everything in here is marble of some kind. And so it has that white appearance, but it's just stunningly, stunningly beautiful. So the big staircase, the big white kitchen, this is all talking about the pyramid. We were worried about people on the outside stealing things. And again, the reason we'd moved to Sedona was to be free of the risk of break-ins or other neighborhood violence in the year 2020, because we were right in the middle of Los Angeles, and it started to get too scary. We were in Burbank. It was too scary. This is also talking about the riots that are happening right now. I mean, people are outside doing bad things right now, like breaking windows and stealing things. So this, again, is prophetic as the violence comes back in the world, in this case against Tesla dealerships, which I think is very misguided again. We're seeing it in my dream. The dream is showing us this for Michael to again reveal that he can look through time into our future. It's fascinating. I realized at one point that I left all this stuff of mine outside on the table. And so that could be the Hall of Records, that I brought my own stuff in as Rata. I left the records that I wanted people to have. That seems to be what this dream is talking about in symbolism. At first I thought one of the items was my own book that I had written, but then it becomes The Code by Karl Monk. And I left it there. Well, this is mind-blowing because it's prophetic of the dazzling new pyramid tunnels. Karl Monk's work showed that Giza was built on the original prime meridian of the Earth. That's where the pyramid is. Just like we were saying, it's the global grid. It's the navel of the grid. A worldwide code was built according to this anchor point. Karl Monk shows how megalithic architecture around the world self-encodes its own global coordinates with Giza as the prime meridian. So I didn't want to try to explain all this in the slides, but you look at the number of sides, the number of faces, the number of stairs. He combines different specific numbers, and a lot of the Mesoamerican pyramids have funny shapes, or they'll have a little caboose on the back over here, and then that's got stairs on it, and there's 3 shafts, and then it does this and that. He counts all that stuff up, and then he has certain numerical constants that he uses. And what he ends up doing is showing that the pyramids, each pyramid has a symbolic code in its shape that tells you where it is on Earth. And it's not just pyramids, it's also like, he does it for like the Serpent Mound in Ohio, and he does it for the Cahokia Mounds in Illinois. Some really weird stuff in Wisconsin. Places like that where you got these old stone, they're like hills or burrows, and apparently, if you read the ancient legends, there were giant skeletons found in these places with giant weapons as well. They were building these mounds out of just like dirt, but they'd get pretty big. I mean, you look at Serpent Mound, it's pretty big. They'd build these mounds, and then Karl Monk is analyzing the mounds, and he's looking at, okay, the number of geometric da-da-da-da-da, and you read his book, and I probably am going to present on this because Michael is basically feeding it to me. I'd have to go dig his book out, or maybe I can find it again online. It was only available in a hand-printed, hand-bound form. It was called The Code 1999. But Richard C. Hoagland was talking about it ever since his book in 1993, Monuments of Mars. He would come back to Karl Monk in the early glory days of Art Bell, 96, 97, 98, 99. He always kept talking about Karl Monk because you take the number of faces, the number of geometric features on the outside of this pyramid, you multiply them by certain numbers that he uses that are called constants, and he explains why. And then they tell you their exact latitude and longitude on Earth if you put the prime meridian through the Great Pyramid, which is already, as I said, the balance point of the Earth's mass, the navel of the Earth's grid, is Giza, Egypt. It's the center of the global grid. It's where all that geometry that you find from Bermuda Triangle places around the world, it all emanates from this navel. That's why the pyramids were built in the best place on Earth. That's why they have the big tunnels. It's balancing the whole Earth's gravitational mass, actually. So Carl Monk is showing you how individual pyramids, and he does it in so many examples. You take this number of this number of that, and you multiply it by this, and boom, there's its longitude, and boom, there's its latitude. And it's like, dang. It's very impressive. You kind of have to be a math geek to get into it. But so here's this dream, right, where we're in this big room, and it's got all these pyramid-like features, and there's all these stairs I have to climb up, and then I leave something out there on the table, and it's the code by Carl Monk. And so that's the code that we used to build the Great Pyramid. We, as in Rata, or whoever I was back then, and my associates, we built this stuff, and now the dream is talking about it by mentioning the code, because Carl Monk deciphered how we built a worldwide pyramid network off of this, where the latitude and longitude is encoded into every pyramid. So now I've given you a long explanation, and I'm going to run out of time, but that's okay. I think I know what we're going to do. You're definitely going to get the dream where I go into the pyramid, but we might save the reading for the following Sunday, because I think the readings get really sparse after the beginning of March 1999, because I was getting very traumatized when the farmer John asked me to leave. So the time loop breaks down a little bit, but right now, I mean, it would be great to go into the Alliance slides right now. So let me finish out this discussion and then the pyramid dream. And then when we get to the pyramid reading, we're going to do that one next Sunday, because that makes a lot of sense right now. I think that's what we're going to do. All right, so back to Carl Monk. Here we go. It's a worldwide code where the Great Pyramid is at the center of the prime meridian, and the world is all, the coordinates of each pyramid is encoded into the design. It's built in. Richard Hoagland was a major proponent of Carl Monk's work back in when he wrote Monuments of Mars in '93 and on thereafter. Carl Monk gives a wide variety of examples to back up his claims with provable evidence. Hoagland presented this knowledge on many different Art Bell shows, which I began listening to in November, December '95. Monk's work perfectly complements in the dream the appearance of it in our time loop here. That appearance perfectly complements that we've now discovered new pyramid tunnels. Monk revealed that megalithic stoneworks around the world were built in a uniform set of principles, including recognizing the prime meridian as going through Giza. Monk and Hoagland theorized this was the work of an advanced civilization, either extraterrestrial or from a highly sophisticated Atlantean culture. Remember, the point of the dream was that people were trying to steal my book, which was actually Carl Monk's The Code. It looked similar to one of my own. My story is uniquely tied in with the Great Pyramid as Cayce's apparent reincarnation, face in astrology. I've also inherited the past lives, one of which was supposedly Rata, who worked with the ET group Ra and Thoth Hermes Trismegistus to build the Great Pyramid, and apparently everybody else who was building them was using our code, using this design. The Cayce Readings mentioned a hall of records under the right paw of the Sphinx. Rata helped design the architecture and the hall of records. It's basically his project. The new discoveries at the Giza Plateau put it way ahead of all other ancient sites in terms of the degree of anomaly it possesses. At this point, the extraterrestrial explanation is the only one that makes any sense. This was not built by ordinary humans in any era we recognize. So in this case, I was trying to do readings, but I was upset because I wasn't, in the dream, I was doing psychic readings, but I wasn't getting very deep. I was too conscious. So the words weren't really coming from the best place. I had done a reading for someone, but I hadn't made 2 copies of the tape. I'm not sure whether the reading was for Bruce. I had only made 1 copy. That was what happened last night. I only did 1 for Bruce. I didn't try to do anything else. Okay, so I had gone over to Bruce's house. He was the director of our church, the Fellowship of the Inner Light, which was a metaphysical, New Age, Jesus-centered church. It had all those things included. We did the Jewish communion. We did Christian communion. We had Native American ceremony sometimes. We had Lakota Hasty Sweeney. She came in. She was doing the Native American stuff. So it was definitely very open-minded and not at all traditional. But then we had, you know, sermons that were pretty straight-ahead Christian as well. So Bruce actually worked as a prison warden. And so that theme showed up in this dream because I had actually done a reading for Bruce at his house. So, and Judy Reese, do you think many of us here watching were wanderers and or had past lives together back then? Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely part of what's going on. Okay. I definitely felt there were problems with one of my readings. I'm not sure what the problem was. Then there was this whole thing around a duck. People had killed and fried a duck. It was there to eat. I saw fried salmon, but just a part near the head. So this is the symbol of the DS's goose being cooked, as well as what we've seen with the mass cullings. So I end up becoming a prison warden, and I have to serve this duck to the prisoners. It's a very weird, interesting metaphor, but again, the duck is about their goose being cooked. The duck was, this is a dream metaphor. They get very strange sometimes. The duck was actually stored in what looked like Office Max or Copy Max paper boxes. This is further proof that the goose being cooked is the metaphor that Michael wants you to have, and it's because of the 80,000 documents that we've just seen and many others that are going to be dropping. The cooked goose is in the document box. It's hilarious, isn't it? There were some other fish that had been cooked and fried, like in fillets. I was now working as a probation officer in the front office at a huge prison. One part of my job was to prepare the cooked fish and the cooked duck. My front office looked like my old bedroom at my father's house, only it was bigger. One of our parolees came in the front door, but tried to act like he was just a random guy. And so I said here, the DS is still lying about everything. So that is kind of what my job is like. So this is very symbolic. I am reporting on what the Alliance has to say and getting you into those details more than ever before. Reading from their highest level briefings. I apparently am the only one doing this from their posts, and there was an interruption in the post for a whole day, 24 hours, quite frightening. Thank God that Ezra has decided he's going to keep doing this. And, you know, we can talk maybe in the next show about what that might have been. But it is interesting about some of the stuff that happened. We are going to get into that. I'm backed up on their slides. So we're already at the point where I should probably cut over, but let's get at least through this dream first. We've already been inside the pyramid round 1. There's pyramid round 2 that we'll do in the next show. I think that's what we're going to have to do, because I just can't be on the air more than about 5 hours. My voice is going to fall apart. My eyes will fall apart. So here's this loose guy. Think about him like Hunter, one of those type of characters, okay? He said he wanted to come back behind to where I was cooking and taste the food, and I said no. So they want to find out what the Alliance is going to do. That's what this means. They want to see how their goose is cooked, because it hasn't happened yet. Then he went back into the other room. He started wandering around. He went off into another room. These were both off-limits areas. I demanded that he come back to the front office. Once he came back in, I got mad at him. And I said, look, you're in prison now. You've lost your privileges. Last night when someone was here, they started goofing around and making the same mistakes that you're making now. Things were getting really heavy, and they were getting yelled at. Well, there you go. This is the prophecy of the upcoming arrests. People that think they can do what they want, that they've been getting away with this, they're not going to get in trouble. They'll just kill anybody that gets in the way, or they set you up, or they ruin your reputation, or destroy your marriage, or say, oh my God, look, you know, David was horny and his hands basically were grabbing every ass around him. Oh my God, he's a grab-assing man. I don't do that. But the point is, well, okay, in certain cases I have done grab-assing at home, but we'll leave that for another time. No, I'm not even going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. It's just that I do believe in the virtues of grab-assing if you have consenting adults. It can be an enjoyable experience to All right. You do 4 8-month winters in a row alone, you start thinking about grab assing. Okay, wow. So they were getting, you're in prison now, and so remember, this guy is like fast and loose, and he thinks he can eat the duck. This is all prophetic of the way that they know, they want to see what's going to happen, but they already know that it's going to come. And so they're really pissed off, and so I get attacked, and everybody else is getting attacked who does this. I was telling them I don't really want this to happen to you, but you've got to realize that right now you're not towing the line. You have lost all of your privileges. I must now order you to check in the guns that you have been carrying. Oh, this dream's about to get really interesting, right? Because what do the guns look like? Well, in an ordinary life, they would just look like guns, but the dream takes a symbolic turn here. It says, in order for me to arrest you, we have to reveal you have to reveal your guns. What do you think they revealed? This is very, very clever. The guns had an odd look to them, like cheap plastic boxes that might have held chiclets. And so there you go. The guns represent, I didn't see it at the time, but there's other things where you get a little vial in a little box, right? You know what I'm talking about. So holy crap, think about this. The guns that they were using to do the crime that they're now being arrested for looked like little pill boxes. Wow. Very nuanced from Archangel Michael in a dream in 1999. Why would he know to make the guns into pill boxes in 1999? Well, because he's looking through time and he's giving us a metaphor about the present. It's incredible. And then I joked about it. I said, the guns you just checked in are so classic, they look like chiclet boxes. That was a little candy. That's showing my age once again, like how much time I need to pee. These so-called guns were made of the chintziest plastic you could ever imagine. I asked him if you could really kill people with these guns because they looked so cheap and crappy. He assured me that you could. So there again, if you're still asleep and you don't get what's been going on here, this is a prophecy of these people being arrested. The guy who had used these as his guns was now being turned into a prison that I was running like the warden. And again, it's like being a warden communicating everything the Alliance says on this show. So it's very interesting, isn't it? Amazing dream. Obviously, since I just went to Bruce's house and he works as a probation officer with prisoners, I must have picked up something because that was last night. The fish at the end looked very similar, that's the cooked fish, to the fish that we see in the compost pile here at John's farm. So that was one of the things I forgot, is it was the rotting fish heads in the compost pile that we were using to create manure for our crops. I think there was a metaphor of being a fisher of men, composting humanity by taking them and turning them around, that kind of thing. So, yes, the fisher of men metaphor is you take the parts of your food that you're not eating, you compost it, and then that rejuvenates the land because now you can plant new food in the land and you're not tied in with the lack of soil nutrients that you had before. So that's what I think part of the dream was. But again, it's about the fact that his guns looked like pill boxes and he himself looked a lot like Hunter, from what I can remember. And he just thought he could walk around, do whatever he wanted. And I'm like, no, look, it's over for you guys. This is the end. This is the last few steps. And yes, they're pissed off and they want to hurt us and they want to take our lives away and take our freedoms away. But I just keep doing this, it's for whatever reason, I continue to be brave and I'm happy to be here with you guys. But we are going to hit the Alliance slides really soon. David, I am your future girlfriend. Please contact me if you feel called, Shelley. That's probably not how it's going to happen. I'm flattered with those invitations. I would not want anybody to be going through this with me right now because what I've been through, the attacks I've been through, are horrendous. And so at least until the company gets funded, which is very close now, I don't even want to talk about it anymore, but Chris is now taking flights. The flights that he's taking right now are going to close the deals that are going to get us the money that we need. And he left last night, late at night, he took the red eye and he landed somewhere. I won't say where, but we're very, very close. So it is kind of this nail-biting anxiety, but I do believe it's about to happen. So anyway, back to this dream. The prisoner has the pillboxes for guns. Then I get another dream later that morning, and we're going to read this one too. I ended up in a class. Again, the idea of a class, like, oh, angelic beings, we got to go through this class one more time. My old buddies were there as usual, Brad, Chris, and Don T., who sometimes indicates 47, maybe not really in this one. These guys are becoming standards in my dream. They already have been. They show up over and over again. My childhood buddies. This time I was in a boring class and I really didn't want to be there. I wondered what the hell I was doing in the school and why I needed to be there at all. My wondering why I should be there took the form of really goofing off and doing stupid things. So once again, it's this idea of the rebelliousness that they've created in society. My character he doesn't want to learn. He doesn't, he wants to keep the knowledge that he has. He doesn't want to learn anything else. He's being stubborn and he's doing stupid things, and it's going to get really crazy. At one point, Don was throwing wads of crumpled up paper. You could interpret that as 47, with tariffs and stuff like that. That might be part of what that's about. A lot of people are mad about that right now. I think it's all going in the right direction, though. I'm not worried. There were all sorts of weird things going on. The upshot of all this was I was bored and I did not want to be there. And again, for my own personal self, it is difficult to do this 5 hours a week, and this is now the third one I've done in just over a week. So that's like 15 hours. It's incredible. There was a weird, epic past life feeling in this case. Part of it was happening in a very old place, but part of it was happening in a new school where, again, I was bored. So this ties over to the Rata lifetime, apparently. It seemed to shift between, and again, this is before I knew that the tunnels in the Hall of Records were about to show up. It seemed to shift between historical periods from some sort of rural country farm type of school to now. I was definitely looking for mischief at this point. There was someone who heard a tap on the window outside. There was a metal grate over the window. They wanted to know who was doing this. I looked outside and saw the guy's face. He was a little standoffish, and he had these funny, thick-rimmed glasses on. And so actually, based on the fact of who this character is, that he doesn't want to go in there with us. He wants to stay on the outside. He wants to be mad. He wants to criticize. And he's wearing this kind of V for Vendetta outfit. I think this is actually the personification of Stephen. Because in this week's Alliance postings, they revealed that they have a fact checker who's been coming after them so much that Ezra, the alleged author of these posts, said, I don't even know if I want to do this anymore. I got this fact checker, and every time I post, he's on my case, and he wants to tear me down, and so that's it, I'm done. And I was really freaked out. I didn't know what to think. I mean, I kind of felt like, well, I doubt that that's really going to stop because we need this so much. The Alliance is communicating to us. But okay, let's ride with it. So then I posted messages of support to him, and they became the number one comment under each of these two posts, the one where he quit and the one where he came back. The first one had 14, the second one had 5. Stephen had attacked me 13 times on the post talking about their one fact checker. 13 times, 13 different aliases, because when I clicked on it, since I blocked all of those already, only one came up. So, as I showed you in the second to last show, he's been doing weird cannibalistic death threats. He's done terrorism. He may very well have stolen my credit card number and taken money. He certainly tried to blackmail us, death threats. I mean, it's a very strange situation because he just loves to do this stuff. And no matter what I talk about, he has undying anger for me at all times that is never even slightly altered. He's just stuck angry, and he just hates people, and that's what his show is about. So here, he gets an honorable mention before they're about to scoop him up and bring him down to Cuba, which is probably where he's going to have a nice little room somewhere down there very soon, I would imagine. I can't imagine why he's doing this, but anyway, there he is with his thick glasses looking through the window. He was wearing a black jacket with 2 red stripes in a V shape, clearly illustrating V for Vendetta in 1999, long before the movie was even made, which is fascinating. And yes, from his perspective, he's doing vigilante justice. He thinks I'm a fraud. He's trying to do what's the right thing for him, which is to try to stop me. Okay, well, nobody else agrees, but fine. He's going to do it. I told everyone inside that his glasses looked like this guy Rob from high school. The glasses were a little different, not as tall in height. When I described him to the class, they realized who he was. So Rob did have very thick glasses. That was part of his deal. And again, this character who's always attacking me does videos where he's wearing these glasses, actually. So the whole video is him talking like this, basically. And I only do this if I get caught with them on. And I'm even like, you know what? Let's upgrade the sunglasses. So these are from Steel. Woohoo! These are chainsaw sunglasses, dude. Check this out. It's got the Steel logo. And there it is in focus right there, which is actually annoying as hell. Like, if I was going to review these, I'd say, love the brand recognition, but like, put it up here. Leave this part open, because when I'm in the woods, I might see this. So these look a little bit more sophisticated, I think. But anyway, if you want to rock the Steven, you just got to get these glasses. And then say that you hate David Wilcock more than anything in the universe, because I'm apparently just a real jerk. So he thinks. And he's never going to change his mind. Nothing will ever change his mind. Okay, so it goes. We got the team. We're in position. They said he was a really smart guy with a really high IQ. And again, this guy's done some pretty genius-level stuff against us. Hacking, impersonating journalists, you name it. So he's got a high IQ, but he didn't want to come to the class. He just wanted to be by himself. Then so that's the Steven section. Now we're going to leave that section and go into the David being horny with the teacher of the class section. And again, this is talking about the DS and how they get themselves in trouble. So I'm about to go off and have an interlude with this. I'm an adult, she's an adult. I wasn't part of the class, but I was in there, and we ended up hooking up in the bathroom. Maybe I ought to read this. Yeah, we're actually at the 4-hour mark, but let's get through this at least. That way I don't have to read it again next week. She looked like the red-haired switchboard operator at Mohonk. She was young, thin, intelligent librarian type with short hair and glasses. For some reason, I was seriously looking into goofing off. I left the classroom, went into the bathroom. I'm not sure why, but then she showed up in the bathroom, and she started initiating everything, and all that kind of stuff happens in full romantic interlude. Okay? We're going to be as delicate about this as we possibly can. I was starting to get a little nervous because someone was in the bathroom. Somebody came in. I said, how the hell are we going to go back into the classroom? How do we arrange this? If we both go in there at the same time, it's going to be very obvious what we did, or at least that we did something. Why don't you go first? I'll hang back and wait a little longer. Now, unfortunately, this is really talking about the kind of weird, dirty behavior, sexual, kind of sleazy sexual behavior that we're going to find out was very, very prevalent. And in one of the last Alliance posts that we just got, we're hearing that one of the people who's a hero for the administration, that these accusations are coming out against him now, and that he's going to be completely defamed by it, and he's probably going to have to leave that job that he's got, which is a very prominent job. And no, I'm not talking about Elon. This is actually somebody else. Elon's thing, that kind of got put in a strange box, but this is apparently going to be multiple complaints, and it's going to be irreversible, and you're not going to really be able to recover from it, apparently. And so there's all this chatter. I didn't want to get into all this, but the time loop is actually talking about it, because here I am, doing that kind of behavior that they want to expose you for, which is like sexual trysts and interludes and quiet places when maybe you shouldn't have been doing that, So that's what this is talking about. I'm being used again. My main character is the guinea pig, where I play out the effects of the DS. And so now they've been caught. Somebody caught them doing this stuff, but they don't want to be caught. So they're like, well, okay, you go back into the room first. I'll go back into the room later. Let's try to make this whole thing just as quiet and cool. Let's be cool. Let's be as cool as possible. I'll hang back and wait a little longer. You go first. Okay. Then I went over to a bathroom. It had old-fashioned green toilets. There was a toilet there, and water was overflowing on the floor. There was waste in another toilet. It was very gross. Someone hadn't flushed it. So again, this is a metaphor of unprocessed sexual trauma in our mass consciousness is coming out with these people doing these dark things. Also, Rata himself, basically when you read the Cayce readings, they explain that his desire as king to have more than one wife at a time really got me in trouble. And so there was, polyamorous relations. I guess it was done through marriage, but I was a very active king in that lifetime, if you would say that it was me or it was some other aspect of me. And I had all this karma to work off as a result of it. And so that's why this lifetime for me has been so rough, because I had all this karma that I had to work off. So when you see toilets and you see that they're not flushed, this is usually talking about backed up emotional energy, things that you haven't processed and cleansed because you have to release this from the body. It's waste. You can't hold on to it. You shouldn't hold on to these emotions. That's what he's talking about. I went back into the classroom. When I did, 3 people were surrounding my desk, including Jen V from Mohonk. She was my original front desk manager. She was the one who promoted me. She took me into a small room and told me they were going to give me a better job. I think that's where she comes in. She was there along with a couple of others. So this is strange because I was worried that I had gotten caught fooling around with this other person, this woman, female teacher, that we'd gotten caught somehow. And I'm figuring, oh my God, now they're like leading me into a little room and they want to talk to me alone. I'm like, I'm about to get fired. Oh my God. But no, just like what happened at Mohonk when I got promoted from front desk to reservations, they wanted to give me a better job. And so I think what this is talking about is that as I've done my job exposing this and I've been alone here in the woods on these cameras, that there is some really exciting new phase of my life that we're going to be getting into next. I sat down at the desk and boy, did I feel like I was in trouble. I felt they were going to tell me I was expelled or some kind of horrible punishment for how I'd been goofing off in class. I'd largely forgotten what happened with the teacher because my mind was focused on the new problem. So again, that's me working off the karma, 4 years of isolation. Believe me, you'll get serious after that. Before too much longer, Jen produced this packet of paper. She gave me $50 right away. Then it looked like they had 2 more $50 bills with a rubber band around them. And they told me they would send me to a conference in Florida. And so this is again prophetic of future work with the Alliance. Of course, 47 has a major center down there. Michael keeps on mentioning Florida, Florida, Florida. So what do you think that means? I don't know. You tell me. But I'm ready for it. Whatever this is going to turn into when they do the arrests, if the work that I'm doing right now ends up being seen as heroic, and if it goes on a wider level, and if I get invited to do something with them, then I'm going to say yes. I mean, I'd love it if I could keep running the company. But even if I had to resign from the company due to conflict of interest, I've already said, I told Chris, hopefully it would only last for a period of time. But, we'll just see where this is going. I have no idea. But if Michael delivers on his promises, this is a very big deal. And it's going to affect the whole planet. So a conference in Florida. And then I just said over the microphone, there's no way I'm going to be able to get in any reading today. I'm already too awake. I got the subtle hint that the conference could be about psychology, but they didn't say that. And that made me leery, like they're going to psychoanalyze me. Then it seemed my desk turned into an old-fashioned computer. I started typing a response to this woman like I was typing on a computer. That could be about the Hall of Records. I said that just because they were trying to psychoanalyze me, this must be because I'm a genius. They're trying to understand me. And again, we got trolls and we got, the Alliance is playing along with this Michael stuff in a very interesting way. So they couldn't figure out why I didn't want to do my work. Well, yes, it's tough to do this every week. So she didn't respond that much. And also, the typing that I did, this is so crazy, you guys. The typing that I did do, that they were trying to psychoanalyze me and say I was a genius, was nearly identical to the website I saw from Larry Hunter about a gigantic secret room inside the Great Pyramid. A dazzling time loop with the Great Pyramid as we see it today. Wow. And all the new stuff that we just learned. Larry Hunter was the first guy I published with. He had the original website that talked about a hidden room in the pyramid, which has now been proven true with this synthetic aperture radar technology. It's incredible. How the hell did this happen? Is anybody credibly going to be able to say this is not time looped at this point? Because in the dream, the typing that I did was nearly identical to a website about a secret room inside the Great Pyramid. You don't get better than that. You can't expect better than that in the field of prophecy. That's as good as it gets. They obviously took me to be a genius. They were going to fund an all-expenses-paid trip for me to go to a faraway seminar in Florida. So this is not only 47, but it's also aerospace. One of the places we may end up having a plant would be somewhere in Florida. That's entirely possible. I was going to lecture down there or learn something, and I realized not very many other people were doing it. Well, that's true. And the cabinet is already being threatened in various ways. I dealt with them politely, and they were gone. By now, I felt like I didn't even need to stay in class anymore. I went to the back. The paper recycle box was there. It looked the same as papers I have in my own box. The gist of this was there were brochures in the box for people who were less advanced than me, but were still being invited to the conference in Florida. I looked at some of the names and realized they were various fake names my brother or I had taken at various times. And this felt like a lower grade of the overall job they want me to do. Okay, so there's different ways we can look at this. I mean, the reason why I'm so good at doing these videos is I can create a complex slideshow. I can build a narrative that lasts over 5 hours and tie in all these interconnected elements. We've got the pyramids, we've got ancient prophecies, we've got Cayce readings, we've got modern prophecies. We're reading prophetic dreams I had in 1999, and it's integrating. And so this is also, again, a Stephen prophecy because he uses multiple identities. And again, it says right in there, various fake names that were being taken. And I have hired a 6-person team to fight Stephen. There used to be 8, now we've got 6. 2 of them, I guess, got tired of dealing with all this, said, I'm out of here. But the 6 people are doing very well now, and we've got it down to that. And they're on the chat right now. They're making sure that nobody's going to be able to just try to defame me and insult me as they love to do. Every time I post on Twitter, usually this guy's attacking us within a minute. So I always structure it where I write the letter to them before I make the post, so they literally know simultaneously as the post comes out, okay, there it is. And I even text people, let them know, okay, it's coming, boom. That's how we have to deal with this. That's how serious this is. It's a minute-by-minute fight for the first half hour or 2 hours or more. And no matter how many times we take the stuff down, he's just undyingly motivated and he keeps on going. So I think part of this thing that makes the class unhappy is, yes, we have this troll who just never stops. We are going to sue him. I've got it all written up. We just got to fund it now. So this is like a lower grade of my overall job, but I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to go after this guy. When I looked at it and realized what it was, I saw at the lower level, they wanted these kids to design a very advanced looking bicycle car that looked very aerodynamic and bullet shaped. It had 2 big wheels in the back and a small one in the front, and it was a test to see if they could design this thing. Well, this is totally amazing because, again, the reason I would be going to Florida, one of the reasons is to do hover cars or to do some other type of aerospace project. Well, this is a very advanced-looking bicycle car. We're going to do this in Florida. I'm being paid to go down there, which is one of the places we might have a plant, and it actually looks like a hover car. It looks like a machine. Beverly Adams says she just got here, going to catch the replay. Much love, thank you. Thank you, Beverly. So this is totally prophetic of Stavati, and again, Stephen is also attacking our company really, really badly. That's going to be probably where all of it rolls into one lawsuit. There might be 2, I'm not sure yet. But the company is going to have to go after him because it's just way out of line. Then I got angry. I believed some sort of corporation wanted to buy my brain to do some advanced technology design for them. Well, this happens to these Area 51 types all the time. This is actually real. We had countless buyout offers. Many of them were very suspicious, but I've been working constantly to help the Alliance. So yes, the swamp has tried to absorb us over and over again. They want to buy our brain and use our advanced technology for them. This is incredibly prophetic. I really don't think this dream was meant to be bad. It was meant to be inspirational, I said. It was a big problem, a big promotion, and I went from small-time stuff to this huge, huge expansion. So we have another highly prophetic pyramid dream that showed up on February 27th. But again, as I said, we're so far into the show now, I want to cut right to the Ezra stuff. We're so glad that he came back. So we'll start with that. But let's see, do I have... Okay. So, I'm going to show you a little of the shoveling video because I'm going to take a... Actually, yeah, we'll do that one. It's been snowing. You get to see some snow. I'm going to be back quickly. I'm just going to run right over there and take a leak. But that way I can do the last part of the show in total peace and happiness. So here we go. Let me play this one for you. And then I'm going to take my microphone out. Here we go. Okay, microphone is off, the video is running, and here we go. And I will be back momentarily. It's only going to take me a short time to shovel all this up, but I love how I create my patterns, and in fact, we can see how it all turns into something that looks like a weird natural formation. When in fact, it's just it's me practicing my own type of artwork. And I like it, you know? Makes it more bearable to be spending 3 years in solitary monastic isolation at 8,600 feet. And I say that laughing because I've actually really enjoyed the 3 years, you know? So, it won't be this way a whole lot longer. We're about to get funded. Things are happening, so life is going to keep on cranking. But, yeah, that's my snow story. It's a beautiful thing to do. And I don't know how long this is going to take, but the main thing I wanted to get done is just to get that broken glass in the garage and take care of all this crap. It'll be probably an hour of shoveling, and then it'll be clear. And now we're not at risk of it melting and turning into ice. But I have patterns I'm going to follow. I'm going to use the same lines and make it look cool again. So that's it for now. Now this is starting to get fun. I've got my patterns and I'm burning into the snow with my extra wide cow plow. And I'm starting to make some inroads. Get this thing all set up. So this is fun for me. It makes shoveling more interesting. And you got to keep doing it because if I didn't, this would cause us incredible trouble. So there you have it. We're starting to make patterns in the snow, and eventually we'll have a shoveled driveway. Well, I've hit another nice interlude shape here. As it's paring down, it's now starting to look more like geometric lines and feathers. This is one of the last stages before it's all clean. I gotta do something.
the ways that I've tried to stay sane. So look
All
at
right.
all those patterns.
Good enough. Thank you for allowing me to do that. We're still holding true at 4,500. This is all the water I've got left. So we'll do as much of the Alliance slides as we can. I have them all. But I'm even foregoing my normal commercial just to say that we'll do it really quick here. We have the over 35 hours of high-quality, amazing video and all 7 of the Michael Prophecies books. If you still haven't seen this, it's well worth it. We talk about the global grid, the pyramids, the geometry, all that stuff. Type in the discount code Concrescence. Go to thedisclosure.com, and you can get the whole thing for $144. It's the best deal we're ever going to offer on it. And it's a labor of love that I spent. I mean, if you include the videos, it's really like just 4 years of my life where this is about all I did. Really, seriously. I mean, I guess you could say 3 years, but it's a long time. So anyway, the pyramid, I can't tell you how much better I feel, by the way. Like I had an absolutely full bladder. Again, it's been ridiculously dry here. And my dehumidifier didn't work last night, so I'm really feeling that in the show. But we persist and we keep on going. If my eyes are red, I'm sorry. I can't control that either. But anyway, Ezra really scared us because as of whatever it was, I forget exactly what day now, but he says, that's it, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not going to post anymore. It's like, dang. So maybe there was something more to it. There's some stuff that they said in TG that we'll get into in the next show, because they had Elon post and he says, this is a test, and it came off of X. It's like, And then they said something about, there was a poll they gave in advance that said, do you want us to return? And people said, hell yeah. And it was like 97% voted hell yeah. That was before he said this. So, okay, we'll get into that. But anyway, we're going to actually do about 2 weeks of slides all at once here, if I can get through them all. And so we're not going to read the same stuff that we read before. Like if I read the extra things that come off of the posts, the original, this letter of the alphabet as we're seeing here, 2017, if you know what that is, then you're way ahead of the game, because we quote from those. And they keep on giving us videos in these posts that have a certain length of time. They meaning the Alliance. This is what I'm talking about, okay? The posts have a certain length in minutes, and then you take that, and that's the number of the post that you look up. And they've been very reliable. And this is something that I believe is the Alliance, which is this international but U.S.-driven coalition of people who are actually saving our planet from the greatest evil that you could ever imagine. So the evil is going to fight back, and one of the things the evil wants to do, apparently, is turn off the lights, give us a power outage. That may happen for up to 10 days. They've called it 10 days of darkness. So that's part of what I'm thinking about right off the rip when the first slide that we're going to go back to is that 3 different countries had blackouts at the same time. It's very, very suspicious. And then we had all these things that we saw, the length of time. And this one, 35, well, guess what? 35 is the classic post. Oh, now you guys, donations are flying in. Gina, the one and only 22, please make a turkey gobble laugh track. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. The Chosen Bun, thank you for all that you do, David. I've been in a bit of depression lately. You really pulled me out of it. Thank you. I'm going to do a sensory deprivation tank tomorrow to meditate on positivity and your teachings. Well done. And yes, sensory deprivation is part of what the Law of One says the pyramid was for. So it's a great technology. Thank you guys so much for the donations. It's very kind. And again, they talk about blackouts, and then they give us number 35. That is like the pivotal mass arrest, that and 34. Those two, if you get either one, it's the best that there is to let us know that they're getting ready to do this. He will be well insulated and protected on board his plane, Air Force One, and or abroad, specific classified locations, while the operations are conducted. This would be arrests. And this is because of the nature of entrenchment. It is time to take back our country. It's time to make the country great again. Saluting and praying for brave men and women in uniform undertaking this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. Well, it is, because he's getting millions and millions of views. That's another reason why it was so crazy that it seemed like he was going to stop. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everyone here can understand. Yes, this is not normal. Follow the questions from previous threads. Remain calm. The primary targets are within this one district and remain on the top. Any spillover in the streets is going to be quickly shut down. Look for more negative things to happen. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. So, wow, this is just wonderful. They're telling us again this is getting ready to happen. At this point, we're far enough along you can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. So then 47 promised that we were going to get these files within weeks. And so remember, we're still waiting for the main files. And he said this in the middle of the month. So weeks is not months. So we might be very close to the big grand finale happening. I knew also that it could be a fake out, that some of this might come out in days, not weeks. And sure enough, JFK came out later that week. So I was right. He personally delivered a major update on these files, announcing they'll be released in just a few weeks, that after his executive order, they suddenly uncovered 2,000 new things. And he assures that every file will be made public. He looks very confident. And then we got post number 93. Oh, look at this. It's talking about your favorite female on the planet. You love her so much. We all do. She was a puppet, but her strings were recently cut. She's now on her own and fighting for her life. Well, yeah, interesting. So everybody's becoming like their own separate little faction. And this is what we're getting again, right as he's saying that these files are about to be released. So nobody wants her back right now. Nobody wants to help her as these files are about to come out. That's what it means. Interesting. Okay. So then we've got this very upsetting ceremony that they're trying to do at the Kansas State Capitol. Like, what the heck? They want to hold a black mass during the lead up to Easter, openly promoting it as an opportunity to blaspheme Christ and worship Satan. The event is organized by Jay Frazee, who uses a he, they pronoun and wears face makeup with upside-down crosses. There might even be tattoos. I mean, I'm not even sure about what those are actually tattoos. His profile photo bears the caption, "Worship thyself. You are your own God. Hail you, hail Satan." Great. No, this is definitely not what we want you to do. It's just the opposite. The grotto describes itself as a community for Satanists and allies following the left-hand path. So somebody like my dad, "Oh, I don't believe any of this crap you're telling me, son. This is a whole bunch of nonsense." Well, Dad, how about the Kansas City? Here's this guy. You know, that's how I would say you could use this stuff. And I hope I was on the slide. Put the slides up. I'm getting tired. Yes, I am. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I hope I didn't miss too many slides. I don't think I did. So this is what we were talking about. And I won't make a mistake on the slides again. I am tired. The pyramid thing is really huge. Pun intended. So these people are planning to hold a black mass at the Kansas State Capitol during the lead up to Easter, openly promoting it as an opportunity to blaspheme and worship. And you already heard me say all this. They describe the grotto as a community for their Satanists and allies of the left-handed path. Yeah, sorry about the sunglasses, but at least I showed up for you guys. Post number 132 is, again, building the map. And they say confirmed correct, so they definitely want me to do this. I don't want to fall behind. That's why we're going to get through these slides. So then they talked about a 190-mile-an-hour tornado, hitting Arkansas. Winds reaching 190, carving a path of destruction. Entire houses ripped from their foundations, leaving neighborhoods in ruins. Over 360,000 residents remaining without power. The most powerful tornado they have seen in over a decade. Now, why would they say this? Because these are weather attacks. This is not ordinary stuff. This is not normal stuff. This is the result of them using technology, and I also suffered with it. I mean, I'm still recovering from the fact that we had 5 days of very bad wind in a row, and then I had basically 1 day off before I did that show on Wednesday, and I had so much information that had come in about this pyramid that I had to just do a whole show on the pyramid, and then it's like, oh my God, now I got to do another show on Sunday just to tag off the stuff that I didn't already get to. So this has been intense, as you can imagine, very intense. Well, that wind might not have been random because, again, it was hitting every single Sunday over and over again. Well, sure enough, I think they want you to imply here that this could be done by some type of technology, that it's an attack on America's heartland, and I do believe that. So 53 seconds gives us this one. List out all those who have foundations. Why is this relevant? Could they use this donation money for personal reasons? Yeah, they pay themselves to do books and lecture tours. The level of corruption in our country is so severe, there is only one way. And again, that would be, they're talking about the military. Then they made this kind of funny joke. How do you return the Statue of Liberty? UPS? Because remember, France said, we want it back. Not going to get into all my French right now. Parlez, we're not going to do it. We're not doing it. So the auto pen, we heard about this one before. This is one of the ones I had last week in the 2 previous show. Invalidated these things, claiming they were signed that way and are therefore null and void. As a result, blankety, 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 blank could now face immediate arrest. Whoa. You see what I'm seeing here? How cool this is getting? And then he said it right here. These pardons are no longer, I got to be careful how I say this, that there is void, vacant, and of no further force or effect. You can read the whole thing. Anyway, if I read all the text, we're never going to make it. 1.5 million views. That was very impressive. And again, they're pointing out that he was completely unaware of what he had apparently signed. He was confronted about his decision to halt natural gas exports, but he had no idea that he had actually even done that. That means that there was nobody really running the show here. According to Johnson, he was completely unaware of something he had supposedly signed. After battling the staff for 9 weeks to secure a meeting, he finally got the chance and was then ambushed by the other person and these 2 other people upon arrival. Seemingly confused, he asked others to leave so he could have a private conversation, and then it turns out in that private conversation he had no idea what was going on. These other 3 people were trying to stop that knowledge from coming across. They don't want you to realize what's happening. So then we got number 210, and he says, check my last post. And so I said, okay, well, let's go look at the one before this. Maybe that's what they're talking about. So then, here we go. They're mentioning Elon. Why was it that Obama scuttled the space shuttle program? And what really is SpaceX Expand Your Thinking? Very interesting, huh? And now that seems time loop because of all the attacks that are happening, that he is actually trying to do good. They want you to expand your thinking. So then we see that he tried to normalize the use of this technology. The Justice Department redefined signing in 2005, ruled that did not require the use of the direct hand. It's almost like they were setting everything up. At the time, Graves raised concerns about implications. If this could be done, what could happen if the president became incapacitated? Right. Could a handful of members in the cabinet take control as the president is effectively sidelined? Well, that's what they're implying actually did happen here. So then there's the same quote again, and post number 15 is another one that is very, very powerful. Our wizards and warlocks, which is an inside term for their own people in the alliance, we are not going to allow another satanic, evil, you-know-what to be running things. Realize that all these scary names are actually being controlled by only 3 families, and the 4th was removed after the event of 2016. Then again, we've got 11.3 and 6, which is talking about people being indicted, and that actually has to do with the Law of War Manual, the DOD, and enemy occupation of your country is what that code really means. Stopping the enemy occupation. The corruption that is going to come out is so serious that we must actually have these things happen, have deals, because otherwise you're going to see 70% of these people in office being implicated. A deep cleaning is occurring, and we are preventing and defending against pure evil on a daily basis. Wow. So then we have yet another magic money scam that got turned up, and he just exposed what he calls a massive scam, accusing us of creating magic money out of thin air. Apparently, this involves computers that generate cash out of nothing and distribute it at will. Yikes. What could go wrong, huh? Oh, no big deal, man. These machines don't just actually print, they fabricate payments and send them around worldwide, and it has 14 of them in this particular office. Wow. People are never going to hear about this on TV, I'll tell you what. Post number 75 is one that we see more than once in this whole collection. The strongest weapon in the U.S. is a patriotic American. And then it says, by the time he returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. This implies an imminent time frame. And then the rest of it, where are the biggest donations originating from? Again, we're always back to Saudi, that they were really at the epicenter of this up until the November 2017 revolution, where now the alliance is in control. So then we have dear old Klaus, and he's telling you the world is going multipolar. You gotta, anybody can do a Klaus with some degree of quality. The whole point is, even if you don't do it very well, it's funny, right? So you don't actually have to do the impersonation well for it to actually have great comedic value. And he's got... I did actually spend some time listening to it just so that it was in my mind if I felt like busting out a little Klaus. So there, you got some. He warned that we are transitioning from the industrial era into a so-called intelligent world, which will reshape everything of our daily lives, government policies, business models. He says the world is undergoing profound transformations, moving from a once stable unipolar order, yeah, they love it if they're in control of it, to a, unfortunate for them, multipolar reality that he's calling filled with instability and conflict. We never have lived in such turbulent times. Kind of sound a little bit like Arnold, too, but that's okay. You can screw up and it's still funny. Remember that. It's a big part of comedy. There is no mistake. Okay. Post number 108. So then he's talking about this stuff. If you posted something, you broke operational security, and he says, what occurred? It flushed out BO. Why is that relevant? So again, he's going to be centrally involved in this. It's sad because I used to like him, but, I bought into all the stuff I was being told, and then I learned a bunch of other things. Okay, so then he promises that the files are going to come out tomorrow. This actually did come true. We had it in the last show. So we don't need to read that again because we already did, but we didn't get to the post. And it says again, we can't disclose everything because so much ties back to the foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed, but we can't have transparency at a cost that we can't recover from. Next in line, I found a uniquely embarrassing shot in this video where their security clearances have been revoked. He's got the craziest eyes you've ever seen. Somebody's yelling at him on the phone in this video. It doesn't sound fun for anybody to go through this, but that was a unique face that he made during the argument. So the Secret Service protection has been officially revoked, and this comes as he had already fled to South Africa to evade legal trouble. In under 24 hours, it was all voided, and he's also been stripped of protection. Wow. So both of those things have now happened. So yeah, that's about the face he's probably got right now. Just zing yourself away. Zing it away. Okay, so 61, he says, refer back and collect my crumbs. We've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. So you better believe that the 10 days of darkness, or however long it might be, maybe one day, that could still happen. I always wonder if this is going to be the last show I do before it happens, and then it keeps on going. So we don't know, but he said weeks away, and we're already 2 weeks since he said that. So this small country was warned in advance. They warned us in advance of what they were going to do. And again, there's back channel stuff going on here. So Caroline confirms that they had warned the administration in advance of tonight's strikes. She declares that these various groups will face consequences for threatening security. She reaffirms unwavering support. And again, right for now, that's what we're doing. That's what we have to do right now. But they've explained why it has to be this way in many other cases. Vowing to stand with its law-abiding people and to uphold the alliance. She makes it clear U.S. military strikes are going to continue for as long as necessary. The beatings will continue until morale has improved. Where have you heard that before? So, we got 91 seconds here, which gives us this one. And the truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil, paying gangs to kill their opponents and insulate against exposure. Yep, that's all going to come out. So then the day before the files actually did release, there was a live-action roleplay or LARP account on X, complete with the government checkmark, started posting cryptic messages. Eerily promises all answers will be revealed tomorrow, speaking in first person, leading some to wonder if it's JFK himself. Now, he's not speaking from the afterlife, unless somebody thinks they channeled him or something. My fellow Americans, tomorrow he releases hidden files on my assassination. Let these truths unite us in pursuit of a stronger nation. Well, they're just showing you some of the junk that's out there. Fake accounts, that's all this is. He's not actually channeling through anybody on Twitter. Sorry to let you down. And, it turns out the account was a crypto scam that had purchased an old government-verified account and converted it. It has since been shut down. Someone else has taken over the ad. Well, there you go. It's the bane of my existence, too. Like, if every comment that anybody writes on every YouTube video that I do is going to be answered by somebody saying, do you want to buy crypto? So we have this built-in thing that I put in the description of every show. Sorry, we love you, but unless you hear from me in live chat here on the show, when it's on the screen right over here, unless I'm doing it that way, I don't go into the comments, I don't interact with anybody, and I'm certainly not trying to sell you anything. So that's what this was. It was another one of these scams that we see so many of. It's very frustrating. Anyway, now we start to hear about the major new revelations, and I already read these before, so some of these we can kind of blow through. The deputy press secretary hinted there would be a major revelation and that the American people will be truly shocked by what they are going to learn. Set to be released this afternoon, and by God, it did happen, 5:05 p.m., I think Eastern time or whenever it was. So 10 seconds in, 3.3 million views. Let's read post number 10. And I think the really important part here is the bottom. I mean, we've read this so many times. I don't need to keep doing it, but good people forced into bed with evil under threats to themselves and to their family. I get this constantly. You know who it is. I already said his name. Let's not give him any more happiness. Every time he hears it, he gets really happy. So, could you live with yourself helping to cover up such evil, despicable acts if you were given a safe way out? That's the key. These people worship the devil, and some of them are openly going to proclaim that. Yep, you're darn right. So then we have the director, the new director, saying, I've already read everything. I watched this video. He said, look, I've already been through all of the files. And he says the answers that we're looking for are already going to be found in there. Quote, the things we can't release have nothing to do with the questions you're asking. So again, you know where this is all going. And that had 5.8 million views. Wow. Post number 87. My signatures all reference upcoming events that are about to drop if this hasn't been caught on. You see why I don't want to wait to do these slides? Like, oh yeah, David is tired and he had these kind of chainsaw sunglasses on and he wasn't looking at the slide, man. I got so mad. I can't believe it. Why did he screw up? These do help a lot. And I think they look better than these. I mean, honestly, if you A-B the two, or maybe you put both of them on at the same, it's like, these are not good enough. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to look like the old man anymore. But events about to drop? Whoa. Okay. That's very interesting. Then it sounds like some cleanup was being done by the swamp because it turns out that C.S. Lewis, Aldous Huxley, and JFK all died the same day. Did you know that this all happened? Well, think about it. And so I read some of the comments to give some insight on this. Brave New World was published in 1932, a year after C.S. Lewis had converted to Christianity. And then there's a post-1932 that mentions the term the Great Awakening. Right, we got to awaken to this brave new world. And so C.S. Lewis was giving he was giving us a preliminary view of the swamp. Aldous Huxley was into mysticism and various types of psychedelics, hailed as a prophet by a generation of hippies. C.S. Lewis was an Oxford Don who provided inspiration to many born-again Baptists. Both men contemplated the existence of suffering and evil in the world, a level of seriousness not found in their contemporaries' work. Surely, blank easily ties into that narrative, JFK did, as he was fully aware of the suffering and evil in the world. But again, I think what we're really seeing here is you got the guy who writes this book, Brave New World. You got Aldous Huxley writes Doors of Perception. These are the tools that are going to break people out of the matrix. And so on the same day that we lost Kennedy, we lost these other two guys. Yeah, to me that looks like a cleanup, and that's what they're trying to get you to think, is this is like, let's deal with this big event. While everybody's distracted, we'll get rid of 3 people at the same time. That's what I think we're supposed to see here. Oh, so then this is just like so hideous. This particular senator, and I can't really read too much of this, but it was something where he was walking in on what he thought was one thing and it turned into something else. He arrived in a pickup truck and boom, no time to play out this fantasy. Oh my goodness. Post number 40, again, is the initials DJ and T. You know what that is. So yeah, he's working on this. Now this is stuff that I read you last time. So the first thing, as you probably already know, is the company was directly involved. 1964 article from the Italian Commie Party, rumors marked in red, alleging that our friends orchestrated this, according to new files. And you can read that right there. And again, I already went through all these, so we're not going to do too much because, again, I just want you to see them. Small clique within the company is responsible for everything. You can read that first thing there. Less than 6 months later, the guy who was the whistleblower was found dead in his apartment with a wound behind the ear. And nonetheless, it was not ruled as suspicious. But then there's this letter right here. You can start reading it at the top. And so this testimony says, Gary was very agitated. A small clique within this organization was responsible. He confided, but he was afraid for his life. That's a big bombshell. So anybody says, oh, there's nothing in there. No, this one is in there, dude. And then we find out that they had kept this particular intelligence service classified. And again, it's just a few at the top. I'm totally fine with, I hung out with so many people, so it's like, you get it. But then they found out, again, there's a secret pipeline between these two agencies. Wow. And that's what they're talking about here. So it was overseen by this individual, James. This wasn't just routine sharing. It was a deliberate effort to conceal the involvement in sensitive U.S. operations and bypass standard intelligence channels. This individual acted as the sole gatekeeper, ensuring that all the intelligence went through only him. Can you imagine that? He controlled the flow of intel to the FBI, scrubbed reports, made sure they were never directly named as a covert operation hiding in plain sight. 1.9 million views. So then if you want to zoom in on these, I've already done that. And you can see what you need to see there. Pause it if you need to. But again, it's all proving the stuff that they were just saying. And then all of a sudden he says, so many accounts have suddenly stopped talking about these files. I wonder why. Well, he's often said that there's a certain number, maybe even a large number of people in this truth community who are actually in one form or another either being bribed or blackmailed or coerced or something or other, or maybe out of just a sense of loyalty. Maybe they don't even need to be paid. They're just happy to do it. but that this contingency does exist and that they are, in fact, not as trustworthy as you think they are. So there's big names, there's people who have attracted millions of followers, much bigger than I am now. I peaked in the past, you know, back when Gaia was putting out ads for me all the time on YouTube. I mean, anybody who wanted to do anything about UFOs, there was a David Wilcock ad popping up. And that created phenomenal exposure, and I do thank them for that. And so the views that I get now with all the crazy stuff that goes on is much, much less than in the heyday we were getting millions of views on every video right away. And a lot of that did have to do with that advertising, which I don't even think could be done now. I don't even think I could do it if I had the money, honestly. Okay, next. So this is very, very creepy that regime change can be brought about through certain means, as you're seeing right here. Agricultural sabotage to trigger crop failure. That this was considered as a way of changing out the regime. You could have spraying, and there could be subtle ways of doing this to avoid detection and ensure there was no clear link. See, I got to be careful about how I read it. So we already went through this one before, I believe. Emphasized the extreme sensitivity of this operation. Disastrous results would flow if something went wrong, particularly if it was attributed to the U.S. Ooh. The possibility of producing crop failures by, can't say that either. It would appear to be the result of local disaffection or a natural disaster. We must avoid external activities and or release of chemicals unless they could be completely covered up. Yep, so that's a big juicy one. I haven't seen anything at all, son. Well, no, it's right in there. All right, then this was the last one we ended on last time, the odd standoff at the company headquarters. Right as the documents come out, there's somebody with a gun, SWAT teams surround the entrance, and there's a tense standoff as they're attempting to defuse the situation. And of course, it all worked out. I assume it did. Wow, so I guess I'm starting to run out of hard drive space on my hard copy. That's sad, but we'll keep doing it as long as it lets me. Can I do that? Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go grab a new... I can't do that because I have to format the hard drive. Okay. Whenever my hard disk fails, then we're just going to have to go with the YouTube version of this, but I'll keep going anyway. It's flickering like mad at me right now, like it's on fire. That means my hard drive's about to fill up. Okay, never mind. Once again, we got the DJT initials. And then sure enough, what does the general say? They've launched a ground operation, and the headquarters is on full lockdown as they respond to a barricade situation. Teams have surrounded the entrance, and they're deploying drones and a robot as negotiators engage with an armed individual. My God. So that's all because they're so afraid. They're setting up these events, trying to distract, whatever they can do. So then we see that the same organization saw the church as potentially exploitable. A key asset in propaganda, exploitable access to inner workings, and they were exploiting all different kinds of people, as you see here. Teachers, students, etc. And then we have this, and we can zoom in on it, the halfway point. Whoops, let me go back. I made that too fast, sorry. So if you want to read all this, this is the beginning of the document about peace demonstrations, quote unquote. This is the guy who signed it. Then we go to this one here. Groups which they have exploitable access or entree include women, labor, students, teachers, jurists, and other professional classes. International contacts with labor organizations and members of this organization, the church, will also be utilized. Okay, that one I can't really read, but it does have to do with Kanye. And he's accused his former wife of criminal activity. Yep, that's about all we can say. So drink that one in. She's wearing this reptilian costume on the left. 7.5 million views. Can you even believe that? And I guess I missed that one. That's post 38. Sorry, I was working too fast. But anyway, we'll come back to it maybe next week. So then India. oh my gosh, this is really interesting. They're actually raiding these foundations now amid accusations of working against their own country's best interest. It followed an investigation into violations of a Foreign Exchange Management Act. The authorities are claiming that this fund had funneled money to companies in India in order to bypass restrictions on the amounts of foreign donations. Interesting. So this is, again, the whole world working against the usual suspects. And so 4 minutes 34 brings us to post number 274, Godfather 3, be prepared for what you find. Boy, isn't that ominous? It's just so short and to the point. Be prepared for what you're going to find out. It's going to be bad. And that's why I've been saying, in my dream, we dressed up as Roseanne, we were joking around. We're going to need that sense of humor as this comes out. Okay, boom, here's the one that the whole 2 last shows have been about. This is when it happened, the 19th. Megastructures below the Giza Plateau. New radar scans revealing an extensive network beneath the second pyramid, spiraling cylindrical formations stretching over 1,970 feet deep, 8 massive tubular wells leading to 2 underground cubical chambers, which we've been through now twice, fueling theories that they once supported an advanced energy system. Preliminary evidence suggests a highly complex underground infrastructure. And here's the girl in the video completely freaking out about it. 1.5 million views. And she's just so excited about this, as we should be. And then that one is where it actually showed the name of the paper that led to me doing all this work on these last 2 videos. So there it was in the sequence of messages. So I did my show on Wednesday. I was being attacked by the wind. The pyramid information came out that night. I didn't know that the Alliance had posted this until Friday. And I've been obsessed with this ever since. Right in the middle of all the wind, we had the 5 days of horrible wind. I didn't even care. And so when the Alliance mentions this in a positive way, obviously, in my view, they're watching the show. Obviously, they know about Rata. Obviously, they know about the Hall of Records. This cannot be seen as anything but a great endorsement from the Alliance, again, towards the so-called IP, or intellectual property, of the David Wilcock, Edgar Cayce universe, the Law of One, the Hall of Records, the chambers under the Sphinx's paw. They just acknowledged it. They just acknowledged that there's this vast underground city. So there again is a very nice endorsement. So thank you guys in the Alliance. And then they have a really cool one about Stephen later on that you'll see. So post number 274 shows up again right after the other one. And it says, be prepared for what you will find. Why did they say this when they were talking about the pyramid? Be prepared for what you're going to find. Well, yeah, because some of the things that happened in the pyramid were really bad. There was human sacrifice. There was torture. There was demons. So it's interesting that they would use that one again when they're talking about this discovery. But I still believe the Hall of Records is a good thing, and it's going to be amazing as we go through it. So I looked up the study, and it again appeared in Remote Sensing Journal. There it is. And we just did 2 whole shows on this, so we'll keep on moving. So now we have Z saying, just give me $5 billion and everything will be fine. Of course, why not? No, it's probably not going to happen. He needs it as soon as possible to boost his production. It's essential for all of these things. Does this sound like someone who wants it to end? No. So this is very frustrating and ongoing. Post number 28 is one we've seen a whole bunch of times, but it's got some very interesting stuff in it. What do we have to complete to engage military intelligence over other 3-letter agencies? And they talk about how in the 50s and 60s, there were federal troops and National Guard accompanied with military intelligence deployed to try to integrate schools in the South and handle civil disorders in Detroit in 1967 after Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. Throughout this period, military intelligence units continued to collect data on Americans at home suspected of involvement in subversive activities. And it goes on from there. They infiltrate everything. So this is showing you some of the most important stuff of how they infiltrate churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, taking notes, tape recording, photographing anyone who dissented by thought, word, or deed. This is why they haven't been exposed earlier, folks. And then it says here, 47 had this same group infiltrate all these other weird groups, and he is 5 steps ahead, and they said, well done, the picture's being painted. So in other words, they've already got all these groups infiltrated. We're coming up on the 5-hour mark, but we still got plenty of slides. It's going to stay fascinating. If we have to go 5.5, that's fine. Thank you for being here. We still got almost 4,700 people. Now they tell us there's over 1,000 agents working to declassify these files, and he said it was only going to take weeks, so we're very close. Scrambling to review highly sensitive materials. It has become somewhat chaotic. She is putting intense pressure on both them and her own department to accelerate this release. As many as 1,000 people have been reassigned to focus on these national security matters, and their orders are to work late into the night. They have now declared these files being released, the DOJ has, their top priority. Wow. Unbelievable. So exciting. And then post number 45 is one of the ones that I can't really read to you, there are many, but it says right at the bottom here, who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts that are forthcoming this weekend. So maybe we got to look for the coming week and see if there's going to be some big stuff this week. And there often is. When they say this, they're usually right. Okay. So then Angleton, once again, was working with this country. All the intel had to pass through him. And he actually helped them get really, really bad stuff. He secretly helped them obtain this, defying the wishes of the president, atomic technology and plutonium being involved, and he admitted that he had these meetings, warning of the need of secrecy, fearing there would be fallout if people learned about this. Well, now we are. So there you go. It's that kind of sickening betrayal. And then we got post number 107. May God grant all of us the wisdom to ask what concrete steps we can take to reduce the violence and weaponry in our midst. Amen to that. Note, when we just sent the go orders and when this went live, is that a coincidence? Pray. So yeah, you know what? I think the concrete steps, to ask what those steps are, God grant us the wisdom to know what the steps are. Well, it's going to be arrests. That's what they're forecasting, folks. Get ready for it. It's coming. And then we have this particular influencer who gets millions of views, and he's buddy-buddy with the Prime Minister. And they showed it right here. And this is why he no longer cares about that information. And now they've made it so he's never going to want to talk to me. Oh, David Wilcock. Oh, so every time I read these slides and then they out somebody by name, I'm like, well, there's another person. If they ever met me, they're just going to be like, you read that slide. So anyway, we either hang together or hang separately, but they're saying that he apparently has a lot of conflicts of interest. I've never sat down with any former president, let me put it that way. So what the heck is going on here? Or current president, for that matter. Then this is really, really sketched out to the max. LBJ is so inappropriate on the phone. He made a strange phone call, supposedly out of consolation, but then he tells her that he's going to spank her during Christmas. She casually mentions her vitamin B shots, which is code for medical grade stuff that both she and her husband apparently were addicted to. Wow. So he's a total dirty old man, pervert, weirdo. If you listen to this, it's like, oh my God, really, dude? Give me a break. So post number 56 is one that we've seen, again, almost every time I do a show, talking about the Muslim Brotherhood and how it fits in with other things. So they already know I'm going to skip that one, which is probably trying to give me some speed up here so we can get through this. That's always what ends up happening. So then we have this corrupt police chief who was being defended. His name is John. He's now named as a co-conspirator, but he's not going on administrative leave. They unanimously voted 7-0 to defend him, and he was the same official who ordered victims to be trapped. And he was also around in Las Vegas. So his name keeps popping up in all these different things. And it's like, who the heck is this guy? And why did they vote 7-0 to defend him? Well, he's probably very deeply involved. Post number 102, again, is these coordinates, and I forget if it's Indonesia or the Philippines, but that's probably a hub for where a lot of stuff is happening. So then Secret Service protection again taken away. In this case, these two women, both have now been cut off from access to this classified stuff. Neither of them will be authorized to handle these materials as they move forward. And you have 5.8 million views. Wow. So their service protection is being cut off. And then you got this post, which again is huge. And it's too big for us to read the whole thing right now. But again, it's George Washington crossing the Delaware River in a boat called Durham, I guess. And they're talking about military intelligence and what must be completed to engage this military intelligence over others. What would you have to go through if you wanted to see, in the long run, civilian trials? Wow. And there's a whole bunch of stuff here. He is surrounded by highly respected generals. The military is playing a vital role. And, we've read this stuff so many times. He's been asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering. Then the movie Snow White has a party at the end, which is very weird because it's drawing comparisons. And it's on course to become one of their worst opening weekends ever. The lead actress previously wished harm upon our friend and all of his supporters. Are they ever going to learn their lesson? Maybe not. I don't know. Then we're again on post 14, second time in a row. So I'll just show you the first graphic. So then we have Rosie, and she wants to do it all over again. I don't think so. She's demanding an investigation, claiming that it was all set up, insisting that the opponent drew massive crowds. Well, he struggled to do the same. That's just completely wrong. She also alleges his so-called best friend owns the internet and something unusual happened. So, it was the best friend. He set this all up. It's just not going to take root. Nobody believes this kind of stuff. That did make me laugh, I have to say. Post number 46. And this is another one you can read for yourself pretty much is where we're going to leave that. Does this organization have operators inside the media? Yeah, they probably do. The public has been given a select taste. Rest assured others have it all. It is 100% verifiable and impossible to refute. There you go. Then we have Wild Bill, and he wants to spread the love when he goes to India. Just love and peace and happiness, man. Look at the sweater I'm wearing. It's so beautiful. Okay. He wrapped up a high-profile visit focusing on, of course, AI-driven education and transforming agriculture through his foundation, exploring new collaborations in the agricultural sector, climate-resistant crops, biofortification, and AI-powered farming techniques. Yeah. Well, that sounds awesome, dude. Newly developed pest sprayer capable of covering 4 rows of crops at once, giving them greater efficiency to quote-unquote protect, i.e. spray down their fields. No, let's go organic. It's just gross. He's described this as a testing ground where his innovations can be developed and proven before they get implemented elsewhere. There's a lot of subtext here. Yikes. Post number 58. Again, is the Muslim Brotherhood thing. So again, that's where all this ties back to. And then, I've read this one so many times, I'm just not going to read it out loud anymore. They know that. So then the appointee, was found dead at 43 years old. What the hell? She doesn't look anywhere near the end of her life. She's an attorney. Her name is Jessica. She was found dead in her bed during a police wellness check. Investigators now working to determine what led to her sudden passing. But they've already ruled out foul play, even though she was 43. Yikes. And here it comes. She had announced her resignation 3 days before everything changed, so maybe she was getting ready to rat out. Well, now all of a sudden she's gone. It's very, very sad. We wish her peace in the afterlife. Post number 41 is talking about the mountain that housed their ambitions and how the whole thing collapsed. What a coincidence. Unbelievable timing. I wonder if critically important materials, scientists, the people that were making it happened to be inside when this happened. Well, that's again showing you that they are taking care of things behind the scenes. You don't get to hear about it, but it is happening. Then they ordered all of those compromising documents we heard about before. Get rid of all of them, destroy them all. They had a directive to destroy all of the documents attached to James, the man who betrayed us by leaking our secrets. It also reveals orders to eliminate specific sections of mail. It's dated January 23rd, 67, 4 years after the assassination, 3 years after the commission, approved by someone with the initials SR. Maybe it's Roth. I mean, who the hell knows, right? There, you can read that if you want to zoom in on that. And then they talk about Bill being invited over, and they say, why is this happening? And then they point out these shoes, which if you know about that, then you probably wish you didn't. About how do you make shoes like this? Where do you get the the material? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of upsetting stuff like that, you guys. But you just got to get through it and focus on the good. So then we have the Attorney General again confirming 1,000 people are packaging this together, working all night as fast as they can. Redactions for national security, supposedly. Tens of thousands of pages of documents, hundreds of victims. And they're working around the clock under her orders to ensure that everything comes out and that redactions will be minimal. So yes, we are still in this final Wile E. Coyote paddling in midair moment before this happens. I cannot wait. Bring it on, I say. Let's do this. I'm ready to go. I've got my stuff. Let's do it. Post number 68. And again, the same word shows up. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 iterations of that word starting with H. And I don't even want to say it out loud because it's too specific. So we're not going to. So, a merger between these two countries in the works. This is what Alex was on. No, I don't think so, but it's an interesting thing to read into. He says a civil war would erupt if King Charles was appointed as the head of America. Yeah, I think people would get really mad about that. His warning comes after an interest was expressed of the U.S. joining the British Commonwealth, following reports that the king himself made the secret offer. He says, 1776 will commence again. And there you go. You see, he's all into it. I don't think this is ever going to happen. I wouldn't lose any sleep over this. I'm not going to. Thank you, Alex, for reporting on this. Post number 23. Note that military intelligence has the same special access protocols as other groups. Why is this relevant? Who can be held hostage and controlled? Well, that would be the people running everything, right? That's the problem. It goes all the way up to the top. So then they're using the military on domestic soil. Apparently that could happen. The Constitution explicitly granting this authority to the president. And what is it to prevent? It's exactly what's happening. They knew that the agencies would grow in power by such a degree that they could actually capture the executive or engage with bad actors. He nominated someone new for every agency except one and controls the top. These are all important things to remember. Then we have Chrissy defending against her haters, but, there's a reason why this happened. People were bashing her for cheek fillers. She called them miserable people. She's had enough nonstop scrutiny and is making it clear she's tired of being judged about her appearance. Does anybody want to remind her why we actually don't like her? Well, apparently they just did. So there again, really weird stuff. Post number 41, same one we had before about insider groups being destroyed. They're probably referencing underground tunnels now. Shocking, there's no news agency reporting about this, right? So then Ariana Grande, or somebody going by that name, gets busted and has a very strange alibi. Attempting to have a meetup. When confronted, the actions were defended by saying so-and-so is about to launch a nuclear attack on Great Britain, so I guess we're all about to die, so I needed to do this under a... Oh, I can't even say that. Yeah, very, very strange thing. Under, over, and around, whatever you want to do. No, it's not legal, dude. Sorry. Post number 17. How can military intelligence be applied in order to prosecute bad actors, avoiding the corrupt agencies and the judges? There you go. Files are being meticulously reviewed. This is another update where the New Jersey U.S. Attorney is telling us investigators are meticulously reviewing everything, and they're not making any assumptions. If somebody wants it to happen right away, she urges patience and explains that this process requires a thorough review to ensure accountability is properly achieved. They will handle it the right way. So for me, the pyramid coming out right now with new tunnels, this is all talking about a big moment in history. It's about to happen from these files releasing. 1.7 million views, 106. We've seen this one last week where it says they cut the feed trying to shut him down. Remember what you guys said. Whatever is happening now. We are at the arrest stage. We're very close. The stuff is about to drop. It could be this coming week, you guys. They said nothing is coincidence. We are at war. In Saudi, the strings were cut. They are scrambling for cover and using any means necessary with their dwindling remaining power and control. It's not going to go anywhere. And then you have the 23andMe website, which is supposedly giving away data. According to this whistleblower, this was Nate, a policy advisor, exposing that they were secretly sharing their customer data with nearly every country, claiming a hidden clause in the contract allows them to hand over your information to their shareholders owned by various countries. And wow, they've urged you to delete your data. If you're a customer, get on there and delete your data. That might already be too late. Yikes, they filed for bankruptcy. Woo! So this all came out through this investigation. It's very shocking. 2.7 million views. Post number 47. You can paint the picture solely on the questions we're asking you. Be vigilant today. Expect major blowbacks to occur. Does anyone find it to be a coincidence? There's always an attack as they're having bad news. Well, that's what's happening now. All these Tesla dealerships, right? The military is relevant. And how has he made so much progress in the short time that he's been there? Yeah, because they had this all planned out. So he hints that he knows who is actually behind these attacks. They could be familiar figures, people he personally knows, and the media is glorifying. So they're getting you ready for the final thing. Dude, once this happens, it's the final thing. Implying they are high-profile individuals that are going to face serious consequences and that violent criminals will get the death penalty. Everything seems to be connected. Dang, dude. 1.9 million views, post number 90, and they say confirmed this is all classified, but we're going to know enough. It's going to be amazing. Then you have a guy who just wants to withdraw $2,500. He's filming it, which is admittedly very rude, but he's filming this, he's trying to get the money, and she won't let him have it. Citing restrictions, he needs the cash to buy a motorcycle for his son. Was told he couldn't access the funds unless he proved what he was going to spend it on. And when he pushed back, the banker escalated the situation and phoned security. So this is a case where the bank is not letting you get your own money. I mean, maybe there will be more of this kind of stuff. Let's hope not. Again, we got post number 106. Whatever is happening now, and they are using any means necessary with the remaining power they have, apparently including don't take the money out. Wow, it's getting that bad. Then we have this individual, Jay, who shared this cryptic encoded post with his 294 million followers. The first image showing shipping containers. When you zoom in, you see this small individual lying on a blanket. Another image is of one of his childhood photos where he says, I got anger issues, but I want to grow up and not react so much. Is he trying to tell us something here? You bet he is. So we can click on each one of these, and there's the blanket. Okay, so this is kind of weird. I wouldn't be doing this. She's calling for $1,000 donations. Her name is Paula. Says it will unlock 7 supernatural blessings, divine prosperity, healing, and you get your own angel. I think you're going to get one anyway if you watch this show. You don't have to give me any money. She promises God is going to expand your inheritance, remove sickness, and grant you a long life. Well, they obviously don't like this. The Alliance doesn't, which is why they mentioned it. And then we got post number 51, which again is the guy who hopes that the promises will be made good on to drain everything. And if this is really happening, if you guys are really going to arrest them, you're absolute geniuses. I would have never imagined there could be any way possible to defeat this monster of corruption. And then they say, Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. It's amazing how they keep choosing these posts that are so direct. The time has come back to take our great land. the time has come to take back our great land. You see, my brain is melting down after 5 hours. The time is now. Rest assured, he is backed by the absolutely finest people alive, all of whom are dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you and be safe. The White House. It's very, very cool. Then he declassifies this thing that you've heard about over and over again. That was the infamous investigation about, oh, you guys are all working together. Turns out there was nothing there. And this could actually lead to treason charges. And in the old report, remember, in August 2016, that this individual briefed the two of them on that plan that they were going to do this. So there's another way in which it could happen. They're just putting out all this chaff. There's different ways it could happen. So they don't know, is it going to be this way? Is it going to be that way? And none of us really know. So this could be a decoy, but this might end up being how it happens. All right, post number 75. We saw this one already, so we don't need to read it twice because they already did this one for us before. And the world will be a different place. That's the bottom line of this message. It's a very hopeful message. Then you have the governor of Illinois making a really sketchy argument. Exposing people to these other friends could help them achieve success just like him. Ooh, I don't think we want to test this hypothesis. His mother took him around back when they were considered protests. He even suggested that if these kids get introduced, they could become governors themselves. Oh my God. Yeah, how about let's just move through this slide as quick as we can. Post number 33. I hope my time wasn't wasted. Everything, any shills are being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. We don't want the clutter. Then this was really shocking, as I reported in our last show, 14,000 terabytes of information, dude. And I looked and we got exactly 4,666 viewers right now. 666. Imagine the timing. As I'm talking about 14,000 terabytes of data related to this case, this massive cache of information has been distributed to local offices across the country for review. Disturbing footage, including, yeah. You don't need to see all that. You've seen it before. You know what's going on. So again, who was killed in Saudi Arabia and who really was actually firing, apparently was the alliance. They were arrested, etc., etc. Follow the money. So then, a very unfortunate choice to flash this particular hand signal. And they say, describe her in one word. That is usually associated with this negative group now. So that's a very cryptic thing that she did to do that. We don't really know why. So then they want to find out, okay, who's got any of this type of duality? We need anybody to reveal if they hold that duality. If these citizens can run for office, then we need full transparency about who they might be working with. And she claimed that nearly every member of this organization has a babysitter. Oh my God. I didn't even read that before. Nearly every single member has their own babysitter. Right, they said otherwise 90% of everybody would be in jail. We can't get everybody. Deals have to be made. That's another post they do. So the total number of seconds was 49. And it says right here, have secret sessions been underway? And how could this be discovered? Well, you better believe there's a whole lot of secret grand juries and interesting things going on. They've already passed judgment. And then sentencing will be done after this all comes out in the open. So that's how they're going to get so much done so fast. Now, this is the one that, as I said, just scared the bejesus out of me. Is he actually throwing in the towel? And so I was just rocked to my core. I did not want to believe this was true. I kind of went into denial. He says, well, guys, this is the end of the road for me. I've made the tough decision to stop posting on X. Oh, my God. How are we going to find out what's going to happen if he stops posting? I was very concerned. Due to relentless harassment from one person, the same person targeting my account with community notes. Relentless harassment. Sounds like Steven, right? Yeah, because it turns out it's the same guy. I'm almost positive it is. This morning, I shared news about a certain arrest only to be immediately hit with a community note claiming no confirmed sources have been made about this. And of course, it did get proven true later in the day. It's clear my account isn't allowed to say anything without an individual like this injecting their own bias and opinions. Relentless harassment from one person. Oh my God, he says, I'll miss you more than I can say. Social media was all I ever had. Good luck to you all. So again, if you're in contact with the Alliance, then I don't think you would only have social media. You'd have this amazing team. You're packaging this intel. You're designing it around the number of seconds of the video. There has to be a team involved. I don't think one person would be allowed to make all those decisions. So was this really him quitting, or was he just trying to flush out the fact checker, supposedly, whoever that is? And I think that's what it was about. So he says, social media was all I ever had. That didn't, I felt bad for him, and I was hoping he wasn't going to quit. And again, we love you, and we love everybody in the Alliance. We're so happy that you guys are doing this. He says, good luck to you all. At the time I took this picture, it had 1.9 million views. But then and look at that. Look at the 11K down there. That's 11,000 people responded to this. 40,000 likes. 2 million views. Hardly anybody is getting these kind of views on X. And part of the reason why is that Elon himself has been reposting some of them. So everybody's learned about this, and they're all learning about this story. So then I posted and I said, please don't go, please don't go, please don't go. And my post got attacked 13 times by who obviously is the same person they're talking about as the fact checker. Because if there was going to be somebody else who was the fact checker, you would think they would show up when they're called out by name like this. 13 attacks drove up my post to the top. So thank you for the popularity boost. The first thing I saw when I scroll down below this post is it says, David Wilcock streams should be interesting now. I write back, this is a very sad day, to say the least. I had to hire 8 people, it's now down to 6, to fight against one relentless troll. Many of your posts had several million views. I'm talking the Alliance. The greater good seems to be in favor of continuing to give the Alliance a voice. Thank you for everything. So boom, there it is, 14 posts. And yet when I click on it, when I click show replies, let's click on it. What happens? I only see one. SoCal 777, David Wilcock is a true soldier. Love you, brother. We can only hope that Ezra continues. So out of 14, 13 of them don't show up. What does that mean exactly? That means that they're all aliases of Stephen that I'd already blocked. And he attacked, we don't know if it could be 13 different accounts or one account that he used 13 times. He probably used a whole bunch of different ones, but 13 attacks on one post. You can see right there, it says 14, but when I click on it, I only get 1 because all the rest is him. So now, wouldn't this imply that he is their fact checker? Because not one other account, whoever this was, they would have been angry. Nobody else showed up to troll the top comment at all. And then the same thing happened on his epic comeback message the next day. He says, I never expected such an overwhelming flood of messages, comments, and support. I have to be honest, most of you are right, I was wrong. It's truly inspiring to see so many people deeply committed to this movement. I can only hope real change comes to stop the constant misuse of community notes by certain individuals, not everyone, of course. And he had just said it was one person. The show goes on. Thank you all for your support, encouragement, and reminders. We all need them now and then. And again, he just couldn't resist. So once again, he drove me up to the top comment. There it is, right below where it's posted. The top comment is Ann Darnell. Do not stop, she says to Ezra. You are recognized as a reliable, authentic voice among all the noise. David Wilcock is even doing a weekly show, reading your posts to his thousands of viewers, and this has already had 500,000 views. So everybody's getting this. Thank you, Stephen. You drove me right up to the top again, buddy. And ties them back to the posts. If you stop, where are we going to go for reputable information? And then I answered, I truly wish I wasn't the only one doing it. I just said on Wednesday, I'm only as good as my information, and he has the best information. Thank you, Ann. And so then, once again, I get 5 responses driving me up to the top. But of those 5 responses, as you can imagine, when we click on show replies, 4 of them are not visible because they're all accounts of his that I've already blocked when he's fighting me. So then Galactic Zoo, I mean, this may be a real person. I've seen people waste time on this. Well, no. I'm teaching you so you can make up your own mind. But again, that might be another Stephen or it might be somebody else. But all the other 4 did not even show up. So he is their fact checker. And we're going to stop here. Unless we still have some time, we would do the meditation. But you know what? I'm going to just blow through these. What the hell? I've already got them. Please don't go, they're saying in the comments. So he's been promised no U.S. aid. He doesn't want any money if it's a loan. It looks like he's constipated or something, right? He's not going to accept it if it's a loan. He insists it has to be direct assistance. He wants grants, not debt. But in a previous video, he said, give us credit and we will pay you money back. Post number 9, they cannot lose the control over this population. At some point, the Great Awakening will occur, and people are going to realize everybody's corrupt and paid off. So why do you think they just put that up there? He says, give me more money. We don't want a loan. We don't want to be in debt. We just want you to give us all your money. Oh, my God. And then another one of these satanic dudes, we heard that he was going to go to Kansas to do this mass, and sure enough, somebody starts trying to, say something to him, and he punches the guy in the face, knocks him down. I captured the moment it happened. He was arrested for assaulting a Catholic. He was doing a ritual that was supposed to be staged leading up to Easter to mock everyone and promote his thing. And despite the backlash, the governor allowed this to proceed. Thousands of people flooded nearby churches in prayer as it was set up. So this is what you again tell dear old daddy. I don't believe anything you're saying, son. Now, not true. Something's going on. So then post number 130 is like closing act, dismantled, impossible to clean, operations conducted by non-such agency. So that's what I think they meant there. Then they actually have this video of this guy driving along. Well, somebody's in one of these vehicles pulling out a gun in a holster, like that's going to make you less scared. He pulled up beside and wielded what looked like a partially holstered gun. The driver tried to stay in his lane, and the man was aiming it right at him. When the driver sped away to escape, the lunatic went in full pursuit and chased him down like a madman. And there it is. You can see the holster and everything. It's crazy. Post number 59. Saudi is not clean by any means, but they play a role in the global game of risk. Information is everything. Flow of information is no longer controlled by the media, but by you. This is why we are dedicating critical time to distribute these crumbs that you can follow up on in greater detail and paint the entire picture when we release more information. Well, that's the files. Here it comes. We are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of this information. Dates and impending actions deliberately provided for authenticity. This is another cool thing that's going on right now. We only got a couple more, and then we'll do the meditation. Anna representative is claiming that they have a never-before-seen video showing him near the limousine, arguing that this would prove that he could not have been guilty. Efforts are underway to obtain this footage and try to debunk the narrative, but they have been guarding the tape and want it to remain hidden. So it totally proves they set him up. He had nothing to do with it. He wasn't even one of the people involved. He was too close. And I've seen this stuff, and it really does look like him. We'll see that in a second. Post number 117. Again, we're almost out of time here, so you can just read that if you want to. All these names are just like, yeah, let's just not say this stuff out loud. Okay, so here it is. This is an image, and we're going to zoom way in on it. This is the image that she referred to where many believe he was positioned as it took place. It's one of the last photos of JFK. Speculation suggests he is the figure standing in the doorway at the Texas Book Depository. This video has been undercover for years. So I don't know. You look at that face, it's like, yeah, I could totally buy that. I zoomed in on as much as you could. We can't get much more pixel resolution. But I would imagine that especially as you see it in video as it's turning, you can totally tell that it's his face. So then they reposted this under the original so you could see the shot of that video there. This is what I alluded to at the beginning. It's very sad. They say he is being blackmailed to tell me everything you know. And again, that's what the negative is always trying to do. So this is probably about to become a big deal. I watched some videos on it, 2.5 million views. And in this case, I don't even want to talk about this next story. This is so, I feel very sorry for her. She's a star on TikTok, and she hit rock bottom after 50 rounds. That's about as much tongue-in-cheek innuendo as I can get away with here. 50 rounds of hitting rock bottom. Oh my God. Yeah, she says it was all for fun and claims she's a professional at 37 with 21 years of experience. Do them numbers. Oh yeah, that's not good. My God. Please pray for this woman, right? She expects that her trend is going to go viral. 50 guys. Despite the pain, she's determined to do it again. Dear Lord, help us all. I mean, it's just like, you know what? If she wanted me to take that challenge, I'd be like, no, sorry, I'm just, think I'm not that interested right now, but I appreciate the offer. I'm very flattered. Post number 94. Whoa. Let's just try to get quick past this. Playing the former president card, watch the cookie quickly crumble. I think that's the key line here. We're very close to the end, folks. And then we have this individual whose limousine burst into flames. You probably heard about this. Massive explosion. And it was supposedly in his official fleet. Who was behind the wheel? What caused the blast? This all remains unknown. Some are calling it an engine fire. And they had already warned that if this attempt was made, that they could have a nuclear response. Just panic at your leisure, you know? So post number 137 is, again, a list of banks. We've seen that one many times before. It looks like I've got crows outside. They're probably eating the turkey's food. So I'm going to go scare them off pretty soon. And I think this is the last one we got here, folks. The bee colonies, honeybee colonies, could be plummeting by 70% this year because of all the weird weather stuff they're doing. The largest decline in our history. Pollinators like the bees are responsible for 35% of our food supply. Crisis for them would be one for us all. This is from History Channel explaining what would happen if we lost the bees. So this is, again, the same old evil people trying to do the same stuff, trying to ruin the food supply. And we got 258 seconds, which brings us to this one. And we're, again, talking about food attacks on our food supply. And it's talking about military and Red Cross talks pestering Pyongyang, North Korea. The situation can quickly change. They feel the need for dialogue. When they do return, they want to deal with the U.S. first. Let them try to accomplish anything in talks without the involvement of Seoul, South Korea. It won't work. So then they say Red Cross, red, red. That would imply, again, maybe something awful is going to happen. I hope not. Where is the Red Cross? It runs deep. Ooh. And then they say pray. Okay. So we finally made it through the jungle. We made it through the forest. I'm kind of amazed that I was able to hang in there all this time. This is what I've done, like, it's 5.5 hours right now, and we've been on the air for a total of like maybe almost 18 hours in the last week, just over a week. 3 shows that are topping out nearly around 6 hours. So I'm pretty tired, but you know, I'm doing well and I'm happy to be here. Michael Hutchins of In Excess also died November 22nd, says Natural Law Health. Thanks, David. Marathon Info. Moon It Back. Thank you. This is an amazing show. Thank you for your work and the wisdom that you share. It is so frustrating, man. We're so close to the end. Something big is going to happen. I got this wild hair. Let's make it even more wild for the end here. I discovered that my hair would actually do this. My ex-wife, Elizabeth, taught me this. Like, oh, if you leave it wet and let it dry out wet, then it curls up. Sure enough, I was always fighting this with a hairdryer. Now I just let it curl. So I was all excited. I wore my maroon shirt. Thank you, guys. And we're going to do the meditation pretty soon here. I'm just reading what your comments are. Scott Opper says, great show, David. We love you. Thank you very much, Scott. Ferrero says, it's so good to see you, David. Lost in Space says, this is great therapy. APR613 says, I like your wild hair. LOL. Thank you, David, for sharing all this time with us on Sunday. Serena Bella 111. Thank you, Angry Daddy, says Tammy Seliglot. David says Shelley Dean. Raylene Lang says, your hair looks good. Did you get Monica's photo, says Don Reese. Well, we had video of Monica. That's the moose. So yeah, it's been wild. I'm happy to be doing this. I'm happy to be on the air. Thankfully now, I can actually take a week off and get back into living some kind of maybe normal life. But then again, who knows when they're going to do this. We just saw the Hall of Records pop up, the extraterrestrial chambers under the pyramid. The Alliance is in the final stages. They got people up all night putting these files together. It could be this coming week, dude. And maybe as soon as they release the files, they're going to start doing arrests. So this is a very, very highly exciting time. And we are now going to segue directly so I can finally free my eyes and my tired body. My God, my hair looks crazy, doesn't it? Let's make it a little bit less crazy. Okay, because now I can really see it. It's like, yeah, that might be a little more crazy than we want. Anyway, I'm really happy to be here with you guys. Thank you for being here today. We're going to do the meditation now. So I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath. And just relax and let that breath go. We are so excited as we breathe deeply to be welcomed into these halls of initiation, the invitation to enter into the Hall of Records. We imagine what glorious wonders might await us in what has now become the greatest architectural secret site ever discovered on Earth. We've heard about amazing things like this, but now we're seeing it. 2,000-foot tunnels below the pyramid, a vast city under the Giza complex. And we envision that time that we will actually be allowed to open these records, to view these beautiful, huge stone chambers, to see what they have inside, to have the activation of this new consciousness, this new way of life, this new way of being, open interaction with angelic, positive human ETs. Feeling our consciousness drift and relax. We're at such peace now, knowing that this is all being handled so beautifully by beings who love us more than we can imagine. And we get to just go along on the ride and be part of this magical, wonderful landscape of opportunity that we see in front of us. So much is happening right now. We are so close to this quantum effect. When the news breaks out, when the Alliance does the job, people are going to be very sad. And in that sadness, they are going to be calling out for help, allowing these higher angelic beings, apparently, as they keep telling us, to literally manifest in front of us, to show up in person once again, bringing forth the promise of all these different ancient cultures, 35 of them around the world. The promise of ascension, the promise of the facing of the self and the deeps of being, the reunification, the purification in the mount, that the world itself becomes like the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid. We are being purified. We are being transformed psychologically, emotionally, physically, and spiritually, turning into something new and realizing in the grandest sense that indeed you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. We take this energy that we've raised, send it out into all those pockets of the world that need help and love, envisioning peaceful transition, not too much disruption, not too much chaos as we go through whatever this is going to be. Ease and flow, ease and flow. And so it is. Amen. All right, now I'd like you to weave your way back into your body, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Woo, I got my picture back. Thank you for being here, you guys. Your positive spirit has really carried me through this. We still have 4,000 viewers. Our Stavati stock's still available. You have to write. I'm not really sure about what's going on there. He is very busy. Did you find out information on Stavati's open day? The news report did not give much detail. Well, that news report is something that probably people are going to get sued over. I don't even know if we're actually having a day or not. 7 Geometric Thought Forms, the giver of the sizzle jacket. Thank you for teaching the public about the Christ impulse by the Michaelic experience. Keep standing guard with the Michael sword to guard the public's right to sacred knowledge. Amen, brother. All right, well, we're heading into the 5-hour and 40-minute mark. That's a pretty good time to break. Let's go, Stavati. Yeah. Lynn G says, love you, David. May God be with you as you continue to thrive. Nathan Bushi says, I just missed this all live. Damn it. Well, you can go back and watch. You should look like my hair, as I've been accused of being a cave woman, says Julie Helzer or Heiser. Can't really read that. Thank you, David. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. We love you. Dan Scavino just posted video on X of the cherry blossoms today in D.C. Very interesting. Look, guys, I think we're really close. I'm super excited about it. I thank you for watching, and we will catch you next Sunday. I finally get some time off. Daddy can relax. So thank you guys for being here, and we will see you on the next show. God bless you. Let's try to actually have the right camera angle that we cut to in that beautiful fade. Here we go. Yeah, baby.